mic's working or not. So yeah, so this new feature in the events department, they upgraded it. So now it starts automatically. See, now it just started. It says live now, Flattered Ladies Night. I didn't start it. I don't think anybody else did either.
I
so
started
I think that's
it.
Oh, did you, India? Okay, because I wanted
Yeah.
to see if it would work. It said it would auto start, but I don't know if it would or not. But thank you for starting it anyway.
You're welcome.
So yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, we appreciate it always. We've got several ladies in the house, and I think we've got several more that said they were going to stop in at some point. Karma, Truth Prevails said she might make it. Maybe some other people. Looks like right now we've got Adelmatas, aka Shines. Hello there.
Hey, good to be back.
Yeah, good to see you. It's been a while. You might have been here when I wasn't here, but it's been a long time since I've been here.
Yeah, I haven't been here for a long time. This is my first ladies' night in weeks and weeks and weeks. So really good to be back.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I think, during the holidays there wasn't too consistent, but hopefully we'll get back on track for 2022. This will be, it's January 28th, 2022. Ladies' Night in the Flat Earth Discord server. If you haven't been here with us before, this is the evening when the ladies handle the live stream. Go up, talk to On the Fence people, some new.
Yo, she's roboting.
Oh, am I roboting?
You sound fine now. It was just for like a second.
You know what? I turned my head, so I'm not allowed to turn my head. I'll just keep looking this way. I won't move at all. Yeah, because where I am, I have to sit in the very corner to get the Wi-Fi, and so I literally can't move. So that's fine. That's why I asked you guys earlier if the sound was okay. So anyway, we've got Damsel Medic. Hello, Damsel Medic. You can say hello. If you can't speak now, then maybe later. Let me know if I robot again, because if I have to, I'll switch to my phone.
Thanks for unmuting me, but I'll stay muted for necessity.
Okay. Yeah, that sounded good just now, so your audio must have gotten fixed. We've got KJ. Hello, KJ.
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
What's been going on here today? Have you been here?
I've been in the YouTube chat for a while.
Is that pretty crazy as usual?
It's been okay today, actually, surprisingly.
Good. Good news. Yeah, if anybody's in the YouTube chat that wants to come in and join us, and I see or if anybody's here that doesn't have roles, like I see Ruckinator with his cat PFP. We've got people up there in the VC check-in. CB and Twad Wazzle are there. So now would be a great time to come in, especially if you're new, if you've considered joining from the YouTube chat or from wherever. Now would be a good day to come in. Ladies' Night is usually a good night for new people because it usually is a bit more low-key. So we welcome everyone to come in, especially if you're a Globe believer. We love to hear, what keeps you attached to the fantasy globe, or, even if you're not, we would love to meet you. Let's see. I don't know. Do we have any? Are those the only ladies we've got so far? If anybody else is a woman that would like to speak up, go ahead and say hello. But I think that's all we've got for now. So yeah, we've got. I noticed we had a few new people that were jumping in on that last conversation. While that last conversation was going on, like JP is back. I don't think I've talked to you before. Are you there? JP is back. Have either of you talked to him before? Any other ladies?
Hello, I'm
Only
here.
through chat.
Oh, hello. How's it going?
Hanging in there, just listening to the conversations.
Are
It's
you
my new
new to
favorite
the
Discord.
server? Oh, it's your
Yeah.
new favorite Discord. Did you hear that? Say that one more time so we can clip that for our promo. And we're not really going to, but say it again anyway.
It's my new favorite Discord. I'm in there every day.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
For the
Well,
last
I
week,
haven't
at
talked to you before. I don't. Okay, good. What do you like about it?
least. Debates. Really, I'm pretty new to the flat Earth model, and it just seems like it's more accurate than the stuff the Globers try to put out there. I've also been really interested in the ice walls of Antarctica and Admiral Byrd.
Yo, JP.
Yes, hello.
Look at your
Mr.
DMs.
Slave, I haven't forgotten about you. I got some questions for you. It'll be your turn. Don't worry. But I just wanted to ask JP a few more things first. We've
Yes,
spoken
go ahead.
before when you used to have the name DND. In fact, maybe I should change your name to Mr. Slave DND. Is there a change your name? Mr. What's his name? Mr.
You're
Slave?
roboting.
Oh, shoot. I am going to have to move.
Yo, JP, look at DMs.
Does anybody else want,
I'm looking.
anybody of the other women want
You
to talk
sound
to
fine.
you?
You're really not roboting. It was like
Talk to
literally
me.
for like a second.
My head. Okay. I got to get like one of those dog collar things that keep my head going one way. Anyway, okay. Well, back. I'm sorry. I got distracted. JP is back. What kind of good debates did you hear here in the week you've been here?
Well, first and foremost, this is a very welcoming community from what I see, but there has been an insane amount of trolls I've seen this week. Couple days. I guess it was like Wednesday and Thursday, or Tuesday and Wednesday. It seemed like it was a lot of trolls, but the good debates that I heard, I'm gonna actually have to scroll through my notes because I've been taking notes on stuff.
Oh, I like to hear. I like somebody who takes notes. More people should take notes.
So somebody
I always
was
tell
talking-
people if they have a. Yeah, keep going.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I cut
JP,
you off.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I tell people when they, Mr. Slave is dying to talk to you. He messaged you. He's talking to me.
JP, did you-
message right away? If your house is on fire, you could always call the fire department instead of interrupting poor Mr. JP. I don't think he's had time to read your message. He's talking to me. Have you not noticed, Mr. Slave?
sorry, I didn't
Anywho,
hear
do I have to
because
meet
you
you,
were
Mr. Slave?
roboting.
Shine said I wasn't roboting that bad.
It was literally like 1 second. So if somebody robots
Yeah,
for 1
I hear
second
you.
and then
I
the
know,
next
yeah.
word is fine, yeah, it doesn't mean you get to interrupt.
If that happens, don't worry about it. Yeah, just let it go. But if she starts going really bad, then that's when you interrupt.
Very good.
Wait,
Yes, he,
what
maybe
is your name
maybe
so I
that's
can-
hope for Mr. Slave. Maybe he can learn manners here in our Discord. Then we won't have, then all of our work will have not,
Can you tell me your
No,
username so I
nothing.
can
That'll be
stop
great.
interrupting you when so I can see if your thing flashes green?
I am.
My
JP
name is
back.
Dandelion. That's JP is back. The one he's messaged you. Did you get his message? JP is back. That's what he wants to know.
Dandelion, I have a question.
I actually opened.
Okay,
the
well,
link.
I
the
already said that I would talk to you after I was done talking to JP's back.
It's a quick
Did you
question.
hear me say that?
Really quick.
How quick? That'd be real quick.
Can I get my nickname changed back to Slave?
Did somebody change it? Oh, somebody
Yeah,
changed it to Mr. Slave?
Yeah, I don't know why my name is Mr. Slave.
Okay, if you don't want to be Mr., I'll change it to Slave parentheses DND because people need to know that you used to be DND because people get to know you a certain way and then, Anyhow,
I don't think they remember
let's go
D&D.
back to. I think a lot of people
I do.
remember you D&D. I really think they do. Yeah, you're real memorable. I'll explain to you why after I'm done talking to
All right.
AP. So, anywho, he was trying to tell us which debates he liked the best this week.
the so the one that I seen the most this week and I found the most interesting was gravity. The quote that I'm quoting here because I'm finger parentheses, that gravity causing air pressure to go in versus like a container causing the air pressure. Am I saying that right? I feel like I'm not saying that right. I'm not explaining myself right. This is why I stay muted, by the way.
That's totally fine. No, because what I was going to tell you is, if we have people who are fairly new to the arguments, like, it sounds like you're kind of on the fence about the whole thing. Is that what you would characterize yourself as?
No, not at all, actually. I think the Earth is flat. It makes more sense. Like, this is going to go into the moon, but, like, you know how, like, when we said we landed on the moon or whatnot, and, astronauts died, space shuttles crashed, and they couldn't get past that, the radiation barrier. I don't remember what it's called. And then, like, even recent presidents like Obama,
The Van Allen belts.
Yes. We've never gotten past that. So it makes no sense that it makes. I don't know. I just never believed anything I've heard from NASA, pretty much ever. I'm pretty big into other conspiracy theories, more so talking about, like, the queens and monarchs of Europe and I'm terrible at explaining myself. I'm so sorry about this.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, I was just going to say, no, you're doing fine. Well, a couple things I was just going to make sure you knew, but don't feel like you don't have to when you first come in here, like, and so, like, if you've been just listening most of the time, that's what I did when I first joined, because I'd mostly read books about flat Earth and I hadn't really talked to anyone about it. So then, a lot of times you do just want to listen, but then at some point you have to start talking about it to try to sort out your ideas, because like when you said at the beginning, what?
Like to like better understand, like, your thoughts. I'm guessing, like, you get other people's perspectives, and then when you put yours out there, they help you understand your perspective better. That makes sense. I don't know.
Absolutely. Yeah. And when you said about, that your words were that the flat Earth model makes more sense to you than the globe model. So the only thing I wanted to say about that, it's not like you said a bad word by saying flat Earth model, but people will jump on that if you say that, because, and here's the reason why, we don't claim a model, even though, an individual flat earther might propose a model that explains maybe one aspect of, how things might work, since we know we're not on a globe. For example, if someone comes in here and asks, how do seasons work on a flat earth, then we have some graphics and GIFs and so on that explain, possible models of how it seems to work. The thing of it is that it does work, obviously, because here we are, and we're obviously not on a globe, because there's no evidence for that. And in fact, these models that people have proposed for that particular phenomenon explain it better and match better what we observe in reality, as opposed to the heliocentric model, which actually doesn't make any sense in terms of the seasons. So, but the problem is that people come in here and they've been told they're on a globe, so they assume all this stuff works on a globe, even though when you try to get them to explain their model, they're not able to do it. But the point is, we don't claim to have a comprehensive model that definitely explains all phenomenon, that says it definitely looks this way and that way, because we don't need to have one. That's the problem, is that people have started using this fantasy model of the globe Earth as if it explains reality, when in fact it has no connection to objective reality whatsoever. So, yeah, I just wanted to tell you that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's also the same way that how NASA does it, but it's the same concept.
Well, I feel like NASA and people like Bill Nye, like, they're just massive shills for, I mean,
Right. So because the other people automatically assume that NASA is fact, right?
Exactly.
They think it's a real photo, but it's an image, and they always call it an image. It's never, they never really say real
We're going to
photo.
go back to JP because I want to see if any of the other ladies had anything that they wanted to say to JP. But before we do that, Slave, what we're going to have to have a talk here first. So did you miss my introduction where I said this is ladies' night where the ladies run the show? Did you miss that part? Did you know we started an event 16 minutes ago, Slave?
Like, what do you mean, ladies' night?
Okay, you missed it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you were getting a snack. Ladies' night is what we do here in the server every Friday at this time, 5 o'clock Eastern, and whatever time zone you're in right now, subtract 16 minutes, that's when it starts. So what happens there is that the ladies, the women, the female flat earthers, run the live stream here and take questions from people and have discussions with them and so on. So the thing of it is...
I have a question.
Okay, so can you acknowledge that this event is happening right now?
Yeah, but is it okay if I can ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
Is there really a need for this event to divide people with gender?
You are right.
Wow.
You are rich, isn't he? He's so funny. Yeah, D&D. Let's find out more about you. So now it's your turn to shine. D&D, do you think you live on a spinning globe?
Excuse me?
Do you think that you live on a spinning globe?
I don't think. I know we don't.
You said that before when you were D&D, but I was really never convinced. Like if I met you on the street, let's say I met you on the street, and I was a globe believer, how would you convince me that the globe didn't match reality?
Well, I could really bring up multiple points, but the most
Give me your
easiest
best one.
I wouldn't really have a best one because you can really bring up any point and it would work. But the point I'll bring up here is, but first I have a question. What are you?
You can ask your question when you're done answering my question. It's very simple. I just met you on the street. I want you to give me my best flat earth proof. I have to go to work, so I only have 2 minutes. Go.
Just cop a flight. Just get a flight. This is
You got 2 more minutes. That's all you're going to say to me? What if you're going to change
Slade,
my
you
life
said
forever?
tell her about the Antarctica thing that you showed me last night.
But the thing is, I know she's a flat earther, and I don't. The thing is, it's just wasting conversation to try and convince.
I'm asking you to pretend. Use your imagination. Okay, D&D.
You should know that I don't like to pretend.
This isn't about me. This is about you. Everybody wants to know. We want to know your intentions, what your skill set is, if you need more help in certain areas. You're the one who wanted to talk, so now we're talking. What's going to happen if I get on a flight, D&D? How is that going to show me that the Earth is flat?
It's observable evidence. Just look out the window. Use observable evidence instead of, believing everything you see. Because, not believing everything you see, but believing everything you see that is fabricated on the internet. When you use your own eyes in a world that, let's say, you've never even heard the concept of the Earth being a ball. You never even heard the concept of going to space. If you get on a plane or just walk outside, you would instantly not even question the Earth being a spinning ball in space, because it's just ridiculous. The theory is just right. Like, now that I've woken up from this false reality, it's way easier to realize the thing that they're trying to force on it so much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. All right, let's see if there's anybody else here that's new that wants to talk to us. We've got, well, Tyler, you don't have any roles at Step. We could unmute you, or you could go up to VC Verified would be easier, to VC Check-In, and I'm sure somebody could go up there. I see Jaron answered me from before. He said his microphone doesn't work. That was nice to answer. If we don't have anybody else that has the VC Verified role, we could try unmuting you. Oh, but Graybeard, I saw you were up there with CB and Twadwazzle. You got the VC Verified role. Welcome to the server. You can say hello to us. That would be great. Oh, and Jane Doe is here. Hi, Jane Doe.
Oh, hey, there it is. I'm still on my mobile device. Just switched over to that. So that's me, Graybeard. My name is Tristan. First time listening to Ladies Night. And yeah, it's good to be here. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. My kids just got home. And yeah. It's we recently moved to the Midwest. Bought our first house. That's a little bit about. Yeah, in Ohio. So yeah, it's exciting. We actually just moved like last week, so our stuff arrived yesterday.
Oh, that's got to be quite an experience. And you're quite busy then.
Yeah, a little bit, but I did want to jump on and have a listen. And yeah, it was very interesting. What you're saying, if you come, were you just saying? Someone was talking to me, but you're saying if you came across a Glober in the street and asked them, what's the one proof that you have that the world is a globe, right? It's funny, they really don't have much to go on. I mean, myself too, I remember when I was in kindergarten, I wrote a solar system rap, you know, it was so firmly ingrained in my psyche that when I really started to question that, it was difficult. It was really difficult. And it was like kind of a lot of mourning going on, you know, because it's just, and then you start to really think about how they push that agenda so hard, so early, so much, you know what I mean? And then you start to see globes in every single movie, picture, they're everywhere, all the time, globe, you know? And so when I really started to wrap my head around the fact that this really could be like the huge deception, and that all the kids hoping to be astronauts and going to the moon, and you know, it was all just a huge lie. It was. I feel like there's been a few of those kind of events over the past 2 years, and I just feel like I've been blessed to be able to see with a different pair of glasses. You know.
CB wants to hear your solar system rap.
I wish I wish I remembered the whole thing. I remember it started with, I mean, the first line, is that okay? Mercury and Venus are closest to the sun. Rapping about the planets can be real fun. I think that was the first line. So, I mean, you know, this is 5 years old, 5, 6 years old. I performed it in front of the whole school, though. I mean,
wow.
Yeah. And then
CB liked it.
We had to talk about how Earth was the third rock or something like that. You know, maybe that's, you know, time is weird because Third Rock from the Sun didn't come out until much later, but
maybe you can write some flat Earth raps. We have people around here that write flat Earth raps, so maybe that's your destiny. You never know.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. And I just thought about Third Rock from the Sun and then Coneheads, like those things are, you know, the things that you think about as a kid that you never really, and then it's like, oh wow, I should go back and look at those, and they just have a completely different meaning and subtext, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah, and it's gotten even worse. I mean, that's what I think. It just keeps getting worse
yeah,
all the time. They just keep adding it to everything. You know?
but they're not even subtle about it anymore.
Yeah. That's what. Because my mom had the Thanksgiving Day parade, and it was outrageous. Remember the Thanksgiving Day parade used to be like traditional kind of floats, and you'd have a turkey, right, or different things like that. It was like almost like tons of space floats, Star Wars, Baby Yoda, robots dancing, like so bizarre. Like I could barely stomach watching it.
Pretty interesting about that they released this new, what is it, Moonscape or whatever, this new movie that is just yeah. But the thing about the moon landing is that gets pretty interesting. Have you guys seen that French documentary about Kubrick? It like aired on French television or something like that, and it has Rumsfeld in it talking about it. It's kind of mind blowing. I found it on Rumble or someone sent it to me, but it's a very eye opening.
If you can find it, then send it.
Yeah, I will. I'll find it. Okay, I will. I have the link. I just got to go search for it real quick. So, if that's okay. Sorry, there's some arguing going on in the background. I'm going to mute myself now. That's okay.
Yeah, that's cool. Battle Modest shared a video. Did you want to say something about that video? Oh, no, it's Gizmo that shared it. I'm sorry. Battle Modest, you're just responding to it.
But it is a great video. I mean, they are watching it. You know, they can see the flat horizon. Of course, people still to this day say they can see, the curvature from a plane. But also, where's the moon? Where is the moon in that eclipse? You don't see it enter. You don't see it exit. It just, I don't know.
Planes also have like curved windows. Every plane has curved windows that like, kind of pop out. So towards the edges, I think there's always going to look like there's a curve. Kind of like a fisheye lens.
Yeah, but that's easy to see. And that's the point, is that they don't want to know that it's actually the window that they're seeing. People still argue that they can see the curve. It's like, well, no, this is why. And they're like, oh, no. It had nothing to do with the window.
Well, they'll think it's a big conspiracy. Oh, you think that they put windows in every plane so you can't see the flat Earth? No, that's just how it is. It's just really like convenient and coincidental, you know? Like apparently that helps the planes like in design. Does anybody know how they got the R value and how it's an assumption? I know it is. I just want to know how, so I know what to say to people. When I say, "Oh, the radius is assumed," well, like, what do I say back? Like, how do I back that up?
Isn't that the thing that has something to do with Al Baruni? I looked into that one time.
Yeah,
I don't know what
it is. It is Al Baruni. It's Al Baruni, but it started with the story of Eratosthenes and the Six and Shadows, and then that's how like the curvature, and then Al Baruni with the mathematics of how big it actually is. They're assuming a sphere. There's no possible way for them to actually realize that they're on a sphere. You have to know how big it is first. You have to know the shape before you can do the measurement.
Like it's a good thing to know because the horizon, you see the horizon at like 10 miles out when it should be a mile. So if that's the case, then if you like go back to the model says the radius is 3,100 miles or something.
The radius is 3959.
Yeah, so if you see like the horizon from 10 times the distance you're supposed to, then that trickles back down to the radius becoming much bigger than it should be, which wouldn't make sense because that would mean the globe is like completely wrong. So simple things like simple observations like that you can see in real life, like, distort the model, meaning like the whole model would be wrong anyway, just from stuff you can see naturally.
The point is that you have to know the shape of something in order to be able to measure it. You know what I mean? Like, they can't just say, oh, it's a sphere and this is what the radius is, knowing that it's a sphere first. So you can't just say that this is the radius of something that is circular if you don't know the entirety of it. And they just can't measure it that way. Like, period.
Did they do a laser test over like 40 miles or something? And there's literally no curvature.
Yeah, there have been several laser tests. I'm not sure if there's been a 40-mile one. I know there's been a 25-mile one. Possible there's been a 40-mile one. I'm not sure.
There was one in Canada over land too,
you know
on the surveyed the flattest railroad track ever surveyed. I think it's in Canada. I believe they did a laser test. It's pretty darn far over land on that one.
I believe it. I don't believe satellites are in space, and it makes sense because the plane, there's like, I guess, plane radars that we can look at, and in the southern hemisphere, they just disappear. So there's some assumption that there might not be GPS like towers in certain parts of the ocean. You know, the planes are just out, and there's nothing out there, so that would explain why you can't see them in certain parts of the world on GPS radars. Supposedly, GPS is all ground-based. It's not like, you know, in space. And the way that I guess radio frequencies work, they can work very well on a flat plane. Like, I mean, theoretically, we wouldn't need satellites to do that at all if it is a, you know, flat Earth. So
Yeah, they do also have GPS buoys. So I know that they have that as well, where it's actually out in the ocean, and they do have buoy technology. So,
like a buoy that's like a excuse me, like a tower or something.
It's not a tower, no. I mean, they don't go that far out into the ocean. So if you're like out in the middle of the ocean, I don't know about it there, but I do know that in the past 10 years, they have been working on the buoy technology for GPS in the oceans, but it's not like, you know, everywhere across the ocean. It's more closer to land where they're able to do it, but it just rests on the water just like a buoy, and it's a GPS signal.
Wow.
Yep, there you go. And they even have ones that are smaller than that, like the ones that I've also seen. It looks just like a regular little buoy, small, and it just has like a little mechanism on the top of it. It doesn't even have the solar panels like this. It's like I'm wondering also, like I haven't done that much research into it, but I'm wondering if it does have like some underground, you know, optics, fiber optic cables or something attached to it as well.
Oh yeah, right. They probably have something. I mean, they're really far out. So who knows? They might have to like receive somewhere, you know, and there might have to be like a chain of antennas or something in some way. But yeah, I'm very new to this. I'm like probably like 2 weeks ago is when I realized I started looking into flat Earth, and I guess I just watched the right videos and like talked to the right people because.
Oh, what was the first thing that if you're this new, what was the first thing that brought you that epiphany? Like, were you at first like hearing things?
So,
and
not at all. Like, I'll tell you, like, my history of flat Earth is I used to think it was a psyop because the Flat Earth Society is, and I used to think, okay, flat Earth is a movement that is there to like purposely make people who criticize science look crazy because, like, you know, the way that they present flat Earth is like, you know, you're on like this disc in space and all these things that, like, you know, I don't think. You know, the mainstream narrative assumes space is real. Flat Earthers don't think that. It assumes the planets are real. Flat Earthers don't think that. You know, all these things. So, I was actually watching a video of, was it the dog cat? No, it wasn't a dog cat video. It was somebody flying like a balloon to the edge of you know, the edge of the firmament, right? And they saw like a local sun, and it looked so obvious that I was like, holy shit, that's definitely not like 30 or 90 million miles away, right? Like it looked literally probably like relatively close to Earth, and then there was the hot spot on Earth. So I'm like, all right, that's weird. And that brought me to flat Earth because I figured, okay, something's weird about the sun. This doesn't make sense. Something's really weird. And yeah, I just watched the right videos and reaffirmed that Flat Earth Society are shills because I looked at their video or their forums, and it's just full of those arguments that like try to debunk shit. And then, like, you know, if you actually look into their arguments that don't make sense, like they're just nonsensical. And like, if you're somebody that just reads comments, you might look at that and be like, yeah, that makes sense, and just like not question it. And that's what the purpose of it is. They just keep, you know, pumping out bullshit arguments to discredit, you know, people who want to talk about flat Earth on there. So
Well, I have to say that just by listening to you and what you're saying, you have a very logical mind, and you actually don't just give up and say, "Oh, go into what the masses are thinking." Right? The masses are saying flat Earth is stupid. You saw something that was like, "Wait a minute." Then you went to a site, saw that people weren't arguing this correctly, and then actually did the research to get you through that to find out that's not what flat earthers actually think. So that is very, I have to, give you credit for that. A lot of people, they just, they don't even get that far. They'll just laugh it off. And if they see a hotspot, they'll find research something for what the Globers say, and then that's it. So the fact that you've done all that work and actually are using logic and understanding that these things are illogical, kudos to you. That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah. Those kind of things with other theories, you can kind of pick out like how the, like the shill comment sections like are formatted just from reading them. You see like a pattern and you're like, oh my God, these are definitely shills. Like, but that just tells you this idea might be, there might be something to that. And that's exactly how it was with this. So, and it makes sense that every video about Flat Earth references Flat Earth Society. And it's just like, they're the figurehead of the thing. So people are never going to realize that, like, there's communities that don't think what they think. And, it's actually it's a very positive thing, I think, since realizing it and coming to the epiphany. It's just been like a positive, you feel like you're not on the ball. And, there's this kind of wonder of like, what else is beyond, the ice walls of undiscovered lands and all that stuff. So it's a cool thing. I think I've been arguing it to people in a logical way. And I basically put it like, hey, I'm not trying to piss anyone off. I just want to see if other people want to see through the veil of, the bullshit scientific model that we follow. Because it is. And it's like, it's totally changes your whole perspective.
I just had a quick 3-second question, if that's all right.
Oh yeah, dude, talk all you want, man. I'm actually you can take it.
Would somebody be available to give me a flat earth interview so I could achieve the rollback? I used to be in here about 8 months ago, but I've just went inactive and I'm coming back.
I recognize your voice. It says that you're VC verified. So
yeah, I'm just looking to get my flat earth roll.
Okay. Dandelion, want to take the lead on
we can just we can go right here if you're up for it. Yeah.
Sure. I'm not sure how I am a flat earther, but I'm not sure. I know proofs pretty well, but I may not be the greatest explainer. But yeah, I'll go for it.
You don't have to be perfect. Just your best. So yeah, we just ask people to give us their top 3 reasons why the globe is a failure.
All right. So number 1 reason obviously would be there's no observations of curve, nothing that we can do empirically that we could observe, repeat, or test that would demonstrate 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. People tend to use an argument like, oh, you can take a boat and it goes over the curve, when that's just like a pure demonstration of like angular resolution, for example. We've also had people who have taken, helium balloons and sent them up into the atmosphere where there should be a clear visible demonstration of curvature, and we see a flattened motionless plane, unless it's on hand from NASA, where it's just these fisheye lenses and things like that. So that's the biggest thing. There's no curve, so it can't be on a ball if there's no curve. Second thing would be there's no spin either. They claim that we're spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, going through infinite space, I believe at 1.3 million miles per hour. Yet we don't feel any spin, but we should, because, for example, when we're in a car, right, we speed up and slow down, we should be feeling a change in speed. But yet we're doing this in all of these different directions, and we don't feel any spin. The next one would be gravity. Gravity is just simply an unproven theory. We don't observe mass attracting mass. Things fall, and they fall for a reason. Reason being would be relative density and buoyancy. When something for example, a waterfall goes down, but when you light a fire, the smoke rises, which pretty much defies gravity in the sense that what we're actually observing is relative density. Things that are heavier than their medium fall, things that weigh less rise. Hence why a helium balloon goes upwards. And then honestly, just most convincing thing is just all the blatant lies that we see from NASA. Not sure if you guys know who Chris the Flat Earther is, but his folder was really compelling when I seen it a year ago, and all of the evidence and CGI imagery that you could see from like the International Space Station. And, you know, even if you go on Google, for example, and type in satellite, some of them have stars, some of them don't. And you wonder, how did these images of satellites get taken when you don't see anything else around them? It's just, and they even had, you know, admitted to them that they're fake. There's just so much overwhelming evidence that NASA's lying as well. But yeah, that's the main things, but there's a lot more.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Yeah, I think you expressed that well. Does anybody have any other questions for him? I made a summary of your points here. I put them in the live stream there. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and give you the role. Were you here under another name, or were you
a while back? I've had so many accounts because I've gotten taken down. I couldn't tell you which name it was.
And do you actually have a Truth Radio, or?
No, it's just kind of a fun name because I do audio stuff, so I like to.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, well, welcome back. We're glad you're back. Yeah, we've got we're doing the Flat Earth Ladies Night tonight. It looks like we've got a whole bunch of new people that just came in. I know a bunch of people were in the check-in. So if anybody's got a question about Flat Earth, you can ask. I know we have some more ladies that joined. Veronica K is here. I saw, Flat Earth Goddess is here. Arignus, which I might be saying her name wrong. Hi, Flat Earth Goddess. Arignus, I think is how you say it. Who else came in? I don't know, that might be it. Yeah, do any of these new people have a question, or do?
Well, dang, everybody's good. It sounds like everyone.
You cut out.
We haven't had.
Hey, I got a question.
I'm sorry. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Did anyone actually ask a question while I was cut out before I was talking too fast?
No.
Okay. Because I was saying that's good. Everyone in this room sounds like caught up. Okay, since nobody has any questions, I'm just going to do the overall, my challenge. Unify FE. Anyone have any suggestions for solutions? We're taking on the next step. As leaders in the movement, we got to focus on solutions. So I'm taking anyone's feedback on what they think that we can do as flat earthers to... Sorry, I'm like out of breath. As flat earthers to basically help the earth to fix the world issues. So that's kind of like what the point of finding out about flat earth is, right? To kind of start making things better. So it's kind of up to us now. Would anyone have anything to say on that?
Wait, what? What are you on about? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
This is so fun. Okay, so my question to flat earthers is, what are your suggestions to fix the world's issues?
Which world issue?
That's a very large question, and right now it's ladies' night.
Very broad.
I don't know what we're doing right now.
Are we allowed to mention like the current worldwide restrictions going on or anything?
No, we're not doing that right now.
Okay,
we're not going to do that right now.
I won't. I just didn't know if that could pertain to the question she was asking. But yeah, I won't go into that.
That's a very broad question, and we're not. I don't want to start talking about the government issues or anything like that. Like ladies' night.
Yeah, totally cool. I didn't know.
I didn't say the government. I'll be a little bit more specific. I'll be a little more specific. Okay, here's like obviously like homelessness is a huge issue. Hunger is a huge issue. The healthcare is a huge issue. But at some point, yes, we have to talk about these things and figure out what are we going to do to fix these types of issues. And we have to start within ourselves and our communities. A big thing that I like to focus on is the health-wise thing, because there's still a lot of flat earthers that, we're losing. There's a lot of people struggling with health issues. So I'm a huge health proponent. So if anyone wants to connect it, like how can we bring flat earth into our communities to show that flat earthers are actually good people? We're not here just to cause chaos and make people stressed out. We actually do care about what's going on, and we need to focus on fixing things. So that's kind of where I'm at. Like, even if it's just small things like ourselves, you know, like anyone within our movement that is having a specific problem that needs help, we need to help them. We need to look at our brothers and sisters and make sure that everyone's good in our movement. You know, we all have to be strong.
I might have an example to provide for that, if I may speak.
Go ahead, Gizmo. Yep, let's hear what you got.
So, like, what can flat earthers do to help the community? This is don't. If you'll let me just finish the statement, I don't want to get into politics or anything like that. But I was a Trump supporter, and I voted for Trump, and yada yada yada. Most people don't know that I am a Trump supporter. I don't talk about politics, so how would you ever know that I'm a Trump supporter? And so, but I'm a paramedic, and I help people all the time. And you don't have to be in civil service to help people. All you gotta do is reach out, listen, and be willing to, you know, help the one thing that you can help with them in that current situation. And you don't even have to bring politics or certain beliefs into that environment. You know, you can bring that in way later after you develop that trust with somebody.
I have a problem. Mic check. Hello, everyone.
I thought it was ladies' night. Why are guys still talking?
Yeah, it is ladies' night, and so this is ladies' night. It's a night for Globers and flat earthers and everyone. And I don't know, getting onto politics or anything, even if it's homelessness, that always gets into politics, and it becomes some other thing other than what's actually happening. Like talking to people about flat Earth, how they came to flat Earth, why they're a Glober, you know, the flat Earth actual debate. So if we're going to talk about how we're going to change the world, that really doesn't have to do with what we usually do on ladies' night. Dandelion, if you think that, you know, we can do whatever you want, but I don't know. I think it can derail from here.
Question is
I said toxic masculinity.
Okay, well, hold on before we jump in on this. Yeah, I mean, it's a topic we could discuss if we didn't have these new people here. I mean, it's something we could maybe put on the shelf to.
That's what I mean.
As a question later, because we have like ostrich breeder. I know was just checked in. I'm trying to find all of them. There's so many new people in here. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have anybody else that was new to the topic that had some questions about just like, why do we even think the earth is flat? So I don't know. Ostrich breeder, are you available?
Hello.
Hi there.
Okay, so I guess what did you want to ask me? Or I could talk about a couple of things, like how I came to this movement, or I like the topic of, you know, how we help people and how we get a certain message out. So,
all right, go ahead and tell us how do you think you're a flat earther? Then I take it. So how do you think that we would help people?
So just to be clear, I'm not a flat earther. Like, I'm not because I don't believe in it. I don't believe either way. I'm still on the fence.
Okay, I apologize. I labeled you, so you're on the fence. That's perfectly fine. Thank you for clarifying.
But something that I tell people in my certain political movement is that, you know, we're a niche and small political movement, and nobody will take you seriously if you don't look good. So, and not just looking good, as in like having a nice hairdo or having a good body, although those are part of it. You need to look good, as in you need to present yourself well. And people, I think, are really good at kind of gauging the character of other people. So we just need to look into ourselves and improve our own character, and just live for truth and live for goodness, because there's this whole good versus evil dynamic, and it's a really tough and nuanced battle because the side of evil can use unethical tactics and beat you down, using things that are unfair, like if you're in a boxing ring and the side of evil, they bought off the referee and they have weighted gloves, so we're fighting an unfair battle.
What is it that keeps you on the fence? Like, tell us about your journey. Like, so you're asking questions about the globe model, but you are not quite sure about it, or what's the deal with that?
So, the reason I guess I started to look into this is because this is a very important question. People on the surface of it, they look at it, they would ask themselves, it doesn't matter either way, whether I'm living on a globe or a flat plane, it doesn't affect my day-to-day life. But I think that spirituality is the most important thing there is in the world. Like, politics is pretty important, it affects everyone physically, but what about what's outside of you? What is your eternal soul? What exists in eternity is way more important than politics or anything. And the question of what's the shape of what we live on, it has huge implications either way. Like, say we are living on a flat plane, then that's evidence. That's very good evidence that we are unique and that we are special and that we have some purpose. Whereas if we live on a globe and we believe in the Big Bang and all of that, then we're just a rock floating in the middle of nowhere, and we're just the end. We're just kind of a middle product of a lot of vectors of particles going in certain direction. So if I'm looking to learn more about my eternal spiritual state, then this is a very important question. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it sounds like you understand why it actually is important, and one reason it's important is because if whatever your spiritual path is, if you start out at a huge disadvantage if you believe the fantasy, the fairy tale, the spell of the globe, whatever you want to call it. It's clearly not science. It's not math. It's just, it's something that's foisted upon people, and through a very carefully planned and well executed program. Most people do believe that. I mean, I think most. I haven't, done a poll, but a large number of people still think they're on a globe spinning through space, and they think that science backs them up. I think, that to me, that's why it's important. It's because you can have well-meaning people that have never really examined the issues or looked into it. They're just making these assumptions, and they don't even necessarily understand how it affects them in their life. So we got Cashew Milk joined us too. I think it's pretty new too. Welcome, Cashew Milk.
There's a bunch of people. There's Sensei Wu. There's Tyler. There's a bunch of people in here. A lot of them don't even have roles.
I think CB is still up there in check-in. So if anybody doesn't have a role and you want to be able to unmute yourself, then go up to the VC check-in audio channel. It's not too far above this channel.
Tyler and Sensei Wu. Both of you, go and get some roles and come back down.
Yeah, Battle Modest, if you see anyone you want to talk to that's new, go ahead, because I told you, I'm at the top of the hour. I have to go start driving, then I might not be able to talk as much. But
yeah, for sure. I won't be able to unmute them, so they definitely need to get their roles so we can talk to
them. Cashew Milk, are you new to the topic of Flat Earth?
The topic, no. The server, yes.
Oh, okay. So tell us about your journey with Flat Earth and then how you ended up here.
It's been about 10 years.
Mind.
I don't know how in depth I would like to go, but about 10 years ago, maybe 15, I took a bit of an interest in the topic, spent some time reading, and then kind of fell out of, looking into it. Life kind of got in the way, but I have some free time now, so see if I can get involved again. Looking to learn, I suppose.
Oh, well, this is a good place for it. We've got, a lot of people who are good at explaining the flat earth arguments, who are good at debating. We've got a bunch of information channels down there at the bottom. I don't know if you saw those, the A through Z channels about all the different topics with curated information that sometimes is difficult to find, which I really appreciate because, you can't obviously just search something and easily find it, even if you have the exact title sometimes. And Resolve, actually, I see Resolve's here. I just want to tell, Resolve how much I appreciate because he's been adding more stuff to those channels. And all of us know, there's stuff that needs to be added and updated. And, a lot of people just don't have time to get down there. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that, Resolve. Oh, and Madame de Plume's here. We have some other ladies that joined us. Feel free to say hello if you can. And Tracy Van Noellenbelt's here.
Shalom, everybody.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How are you? What's going on?
Oh, I'm just chilling. Thought I'd come in today. I came in the other day, but I couldn't talk. My mic was messed up or something. I don't know.
You sound a little muffled, but it's good to hear you. The last time we were on together, we had a lot of fun listening to music and hanging out. But you do sound a little bit muffled. Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me now?
No, it's weird. It almost sounds like there's something over your mic, like between you and the microphone. Like it just sounds kind of muffled. I mean, we can hear you. No worries.
I don't understand.
Oh, you sounded better there for 1 second. I'm just turning you up full volume. You sound fine. You just sound muffled. It's no worries.
Oh, man. Okay,
You're still good. If everybody can just turn her up to full volume, we can rock and roll.
Yeah, turn me up.
Yeah.
So
It does sound like she has a mask on. That was funny. It sounds like you have a mask on. It does. That's exactly what it sounds like. There's a barrier. Yeah.
No mask for me.
Yeah.
No.
We know.
I don't know if you've met Lenam de Plume, Battle Modest, but she I think spends a lot of time in the Bible study area, but I'm glad that you joined us. I heard you say shalom. So
Oh no, I have never met you. Hi, it's good to meet you. How do I pronounce that? How do I pronounce it? I don't want to mess it up.
Lenom de Plume.
Limon de Poon. Okay, that's perfect. I said it horribly, but I will work on it.
No, it's fine.
Has ladies' night started?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
All good.
We got any globies in tonight?
I know, that's what I was just about to ask. Like, where are they? I sent some of them up to get checked in. I don't know if they're. I didn't see the people that I called out. I told them to go get verified, and now they're just gone. So I think they maybe got spooked a little bit. But yeah, it would be nice if we had any Globers in here.
I'll try unmuting Squirts. While I'm still here, I'll try unmuting Squirts. We'll take a break. We'll take a risk. Squirts, are you able to unmute and say hello to us?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yo.
I'm good.
Welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Are you a Globe believer?
I don't know. I'm up to open to anything. I'm watching Star Wars right now. So.
Oh, you are. You watch Star Wars. We have a lot of science fiction fans in here, and all you have to do to make just realize, oh yeah, NASA. They're just putting out more science fiction. It's just worse graphics, worse animation, worse actors, low budget, even though they get billions of dollars from the taxpayers. But basically, NASA just puts out bad science fiction. But yeah, Swartz, if you agree to follow the rules, I can give you the VC verified role. That way, if you decide you want to join in later, you can. So would you agree to follow our rules, Squirts, which would be no trolling, including concerned trolling, keep the main live stream on the topic of flat Earth, try to be civil and courteous, and so on? Is that a yes?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Do you have any questions about flat Earth?
No, I'm just here to see what it's all about.
So it's new to you.
Yeah.
Do any of the ladies want to give him like a basic introduction? Somebody who's totally new to it, because like I said, I have to go take off, get my sons ready. I'm going to keep listening, but I might not be able to talk as much. So I don't know if anybody could give just kind of a little rundown of like Flat Earth 101. Does anybody feel like doing that?
I can. I'm just going to need a few minutes because I'm dealing with my crazy son. So I will be back in like 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so if
I'm
there's
Flat
anybody
Earth
else-
Goddess. Anybody
Flat
can
Earth
ask
Goddess.
me anything anytime if they want.
What Flat Earth Goddess? What would be your? I haven't heard you like give what your intro would be. Who's new to the topic? Like, what would you say?
And I'm back now too. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know. It was kind of breaking up there a little bit. I didn't really understand everything. What was the exact question?
What would you say to someone who's new to the topic of flat Earth? What would be like the number one you think is important for people to understand about why the Earth is flat?
Well, I think a big part of it is the fact that. Hold on a second. Sorry, now I'm having a child and dog issue. Okay, sorry. So I think the biggest part of it is that, you know, we are in. I'm sorry. I'm so distracted by my dog too right now. That just happened so suddenly, right as you were trying to ask that. Okay. So there's a lot of different things to it. So I like to pose people who are asking about it with questions because everyone's kind of on their own level. So it just depends on the individual that I'm talking to and like kind of where they're at with their journey. But if somebody is like new to it and they're interested in it, you know, sometimes I'll send them to like some of those videos that I liked in the beginning if they're that kind of like good on watching, they want to watch YouTube videos. I think that one of the most important things about it is collective consciousness. That one of the main questions that people ask is, oh, well, why would they lie? You know, why would they do that? You know, and for me, I like to just, for people to understand, it's the concept of more land. If there's unlimited land and unlimited resources, then that means that we don't have to pay to live. So it's this whole concept that we, you know, people have been programmed to think that, we have to work for it because there's only a little bit. So it can only go to the most deserving, the hardest workers. You know, this whole concept is over. We are getting out of that age. And I think now we need to just take a little bit more responsibility. This is part of why I talk so much about the solutions. Because no matter what, if people think that it's still a globe, everyone can agree that that stuff's messed up, that we're being lied to, and there's just something ain't right. And at this point, like, and I say this all the time, so sorry if I sound like a broken record, but there's been humans for how long, and we still haven't figured out food, water, shelter. It's like the simplest concept. Why are we letting our fellow man fall? So you have to stick together.
Okay, so
find some unification.
I wanted to ask you, you know, you said a lot about like why would they lie, things like that, but I didn't really hear anything about the flat Earth. Like, what are your main flat Earth like topics that if somebody was new that came to you and they said, you know, why do you think that the Earth is flat? How would you respond to them? How would you carry on that debate?
Well, I mean, are they asking me for some kind of specific scientific evidence? That's why I said it depends on the person and their journey.
I'm asking you.
You already are on the journey. You already know about flat Earth. So as a flat earther asking another flat earther.
Act like I'm new. I don't know anything about flat Earth whatsoever, and I'm coming to you and I'm saying, why do you think the Earth is flat? Just like give me a couple of reasons.
Well, I've always knew that something was up ever since I was a kid. I felt like the ball stuff was out there. I've always felt like something was up with that story. So when I was an adult and presented with this information like 7 or 8 years ago, it immediately resonated. I didn't even have to think about it. It was like, oh, That's why. It just put everything into perspective for me. So for me, it's not like a thinking thing. It's just something that I kind of always knew. I never really resonated with the school system, like the teachings in science class about the solar system. I failed all those tests because I couldn't remember ever. I still don't know all the planets' names and everything because that information doesn't resonate with me. And I think that's because deep down, I know it's not true, so I go with my gut instinct on that one. But I mean, if you're looking for like a physical test, I've done the experiments. I live at the beach. I can go and on the beach with binoculars or a telescope or whatever, a high power zoom in camera, and I can see what's far out there that you can't see with the eye. It's simple little things that we can do. It's all perspective. It's understanding what we're looking at and where we're at.
That would be an observation, not an experiment. But yeah, an observation. That was something that I'm looking for. Like something that if somebody came to you, it's not like, oh, I didn't get it, and what they said is gobbledygook. Like, when people come to us with this debate, you have to give them something that is concrete that they can go and do. And that is something that you can go and do. You can go and observe that we see way too far. We have so many different observations of being able to see way beyond where this geometric horizon would need to be, because it is geometric. It would need to cut off and we wouldn't be able to see behind it. So that was the first thing that I heard you say, that actually would be a great thing to talk about with people. Is observation.
Well, here's my deal. So the experiment part is taking the Earth curve calculator, which is an actual thing a lot of people don't even know about, and you take the Earth curve calculator and you plug in the numbers. Okay, you go do the experiment. This is how you do the experiment. People don't even know. You plug in the numbers, and the numbers do not match up. What's supposed to be hidden by a curve is not. That's the point of where's the curve? Where's Waldo? Where's the curve? You can't find the curve. So, I mean, I can sit here and talk about the little details all day, but this is my thing. I don't debate. I don't do the debating thing. I'm here for solutions. Like, I don't got time to argue with people over. I feel like if people want to know the information, then they're gonna ask. They're gonna be interested and they're gonna find the truth because they're already open to it. But people who come on here and waste our time just to argue about it and they're not really trying to open or trying to change their mind, that is a distraction and it's taking our energy and our time, and we could be focusing on something better.
Yeah, I think that it is actually very important to get people to realize what reality is before we can get them to any next step. They're not going to go to any next step before they can fully grasp, what reality is. They're going to listen to the TV. They're going to buy into the bullshit. So unless we can get them out of that matrix, even like if we just dip their pinky toe into the water of what reality is and explain to them what logic actually is, what Euclidean geometry is, what proofs actually are, what they actually mean, what the scientific method actually means. Once we can get them into that kind of a mind frame, then we can start delving into bigger topics. But trying to speak to a glober or a normie about any of this kind of stuff, they're not going to jump right into the waters with you and trust you to have any kind of conversation unless they are at least a little bit in understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's not true. I have to disagree because I've already had multiple people, just like the person earlier who said they were on the fence, but they were agreeing with me that, yeah, we do need to find unity. We do need to make ladders something that makes sense to the community. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people are leftists. A lot of people are centrists. A lot of people, even right-wing people, are like, we need to find unity. Everybody wants to find unity. Everyone's going to agree with that. And they're going to want their unity to be what their unity is. They're not going to, if their unity isn't your unity, they're not going to be united with that. They're going to want their own unity.
There's no unity if we're labeling people. That's the issue.
Everyone is in it. Hold up. Let's just have this conversation. It's a cool conversation. Okay. Individualism is the best thing we can possibly have in this world. So, this whole labeling people, I agree with you. There shouldn't be labels on people, but that's exactly what people are doing. That everyone is labeled as something in this group or this subgroup or this subgroup of this subgroup, sub, into all these different categories of who you actually are, when actually we're all just individuals, period. Individualism is very important in this world.
Yeah.
And so, we have to treat everyone as an individual. And if you're saying unity, that creates everyone into a group of whatever you want that unity to be. And people might agree on one topic that you're saying, like, in this unity, I want this to happen. Then a bunch of people, go towards that. And then a bunch of other people won't. That's how we get categorized, right? Well, you like this and you don't like that and blah, blah, blah. So as humans, we categorize shit. Like it just naturally happens. It's embedded in us, to categorize. And of course we want unity on the best aspects of this world. But when it comes to getting people out of the matrix of what is happening right now in our world, and we're talking about like the normies of the normies, and we get them in here. Like we have to start with baby steps of, especially dealing with just flat earth. What is flat earth? Like that's what this server is about, basically. And then we can go from there and talk about other things and get into politics and religions and homelessness and whatnot. But getting people to just
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about the unity thing, okay, and how everyone can't be unified because that's individuals. Blah blah. When I say unify, I'm talking about the basic necessities. Everybody needs food. Everybody needs water. Everybody needs a shelter. These are basic concepts, basic human things that everyone needs, okay? So that's not taking away someone's individualism. Making sure everyone has everything they need actually gives people more opportunity to have individualism, because then they don't have to go do all the extra stuff just to be able to have the necessities in life, just to be able to drink, just to be able to eat, just to be able to sleep in a place with a roof over your head, safely without having to worry about the cops coming to run you off. So there is a lot of issues that are real world issues that, those things might not have to do with flat earth. But here's the thing. If people realize that flat earthers are fixing these types of things and caring about people who have these issues in the community and stuff, that is what's going to make people want to join our movement. That's what's going to make people want to see, just like the person was saying earlier, like you have to make it seem like not necessarily fun, but like you have to make it seem like it's not a horrible thing to be a flat earther. Like it's not stressful. It's not a arguing thing. It's not a looking down on people thing. Yeah. Sometimes flat earth is the big thing that people can't understand. They can't understand. Well, why does it matter? Well, it matters because do you see how many homeless people are on the side of the street? That's why it matters. Do you see how many people are in the hospital because they're sick? That's why it matters. Food can heal you. Why are people sick?
Okay, totally. I agree with you on all points of what you're saying about the world and what's wrong with it right now. But when it comes to this server and like what we're discussing, I mean, this is a flat earth server, right? So we start with flat earth and then we can have other discussions and other, channels in this server and when it's not ladies night and all that kind of stuff. I get what you're saying, but a lot of people, this movement of flat earth isn't it's oh my goodness, it's very complicated. Like you're taking a bunch of different categories and compiling them all into one when we're trying to focus. We're trying, and I get that. I love your passion.
The flat earth movement has so much division within it. Itself. That's why I'm trying to get rid of that. Like, I'll go on these servers, and I literally one of them the other day. I was on one, and this guy reamed me out, and he's a flat earther, and he was saying he doesn't want to unify with me because he didn't like the way that I explained something, and it didn't mean that I wasn't going against him. We were agreeing on the same thing, but he didn't like the wording that I used or something, and it got miscommunicated. I don't know. He attacked me, and we have to stop attacking each other. Flat earthers have to stick together. There's a whole group of people that are level earthers, and they're like, oh, if you're a flat earther, you're a shill. Oh my God, flat, level, whatever. We're all in it together. Can we stop with the arguing and division? We have to find some kind of middle ground.
Here's the thing. The middle ground is flat earth. We agree on flat Earth. And
Okay,
then
but that's what I'm saying. There's so much division in it.
Let me just say this once again. We as human beings categorize things, and whether we like it or not, people get labeled as liking country music, and I don't like rap music, but we're both flat earthers, right? Like there's a bunch of things that we agree on and we don't agree on. So you will meet flat earthers who might not agree with you about magnetism, might not agree with you on politics, might not agree with you on this, but our common ground is flat Earth. And this is a flat Earth server. And so we try and get as many people as possible to at least wake up to that. And then from there, you can find people who do agree with you or don't agree with you. And that doesn't mean that people have to be cussed out and shunned or shamed, you know, but people will disagree on things, and that will happen.
Yeah, well, hold on, ladies. What you find, what I find,
united on everything.
What I find, hello, oh, and the guys can't say nothing? Because I thought guys were talking.
Oh, it's ladies' night.
I thought I heard guys talking earlier. That's why I was curious.
Well, yeah, guys can talk, but I mean, we're in the middle of a conversation, and if you do want to add something to what we're saying, then say, you know, I wanted to add. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just want to add that generally within the flat Earth movement, the division is mostly on the creation story. That's what I find is the most division. When it comes to flat Earth and the evidence that prove it, everyone agrees on that. But when you come into the creation story, that tends to be the divisive spark between most.
Bro, you got too much background noise. Go somewhere quieter.
Sorry, I'm in Qdoba. My bad.
Can't hear you.
I think he's trying to find a better area to talk.
Yeah, that's why I said go somewhere quieter.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
You're good. I just want to hear what you're saying.
No, I was just saying, like, the most divisive part, it just seems to be on the creation story. That's what I seem to find is the defining factor when it comes to vision within the flat Earth movement.
Okay, well, that's not necessarily true, though, because I think that trying to figure out all the religious aspects of it brings another thing into it, too, that creates division. I don't, the creation part of it, it's whether you believe it's an outside source or that we're all one. There's two complete different views.
That's what I'm saying. So see how divisive that can be.
Yeah, we can't argue over it anymore.
And you know, again, we're going to unite on things. We're not going to unite on other things. People are never going to agree on everything ever. That's just never going to happen. It's even a husband and wife that have been together forever. They're going to disagree on things. So, you know, unity as a concept, which it is, it's a great thought and it has good motives. But, you know, no matter what, people are going to disagree on things, and people need to be okay with that. That's why I'm saying that individualism is the most important thing we can recognize, that every single person is an individual and we should respect the way that they, you know, of course, if they're insane or, you know, illogical, whatever, we teach them. But even if somebody is 100% logical, another person is 100% logical, and they are the smartest person in the world, they're still going to have different preferences. They're still going to have different ideas of how to get from A to B. They might want the same thing, but have different approaches of how to get there. You know, we're always going to run into this. And that's why we have these discussions all the time. And that's why, you know, we have a server called Discord, because there's always going to be Discord. It's not always going to be civil discourse. We will have Discord quite often.
Okay, but Shine, how come it is that flat earthers argue with other flat earthers? What's that about? I don't get that part.
Because, I mean, it depends on the topic, right? So what topic are they arguing about? There might be certain things within science. Number one, that's another thing. If we're going to talk about science, science isn't a consensus. The whole point of science is for people to argue and say, no, I don't agree with you. I think it's this. Let's check this out. Actually, now I discover this. I want to talk about that. So there's always going to be, this idea of unity is like this utopic idea where everyone gets along and everyone thinks the same way and everyone has the same process of getting to the same goal. That's not going to happen. Like that's the whole point of this, is for us as human beings to constantly have these conversations and figure out from each other where each of us is wrong and where we can be better and inspire each other to give a new idea and a new process and whatever. Like, it's just, unity will never happen. We are going to argue about different things. Always.
Cool. Way to be pessimistic.
Not pessimistic, that's reality. That's reality.
I get what you're saying. But at some point things have to change. No, we're not always going to get along every single day, all the time. But as flat earthers, okay, well, we know it's flat. Now what? This is the problem. There's so many people coming to the realization, but then we're getting stumped. We're like, okay, there's like we're, for lack of a better explanation, no pun intended, but we've reached a plateau. Okay. So we're like, okay, yeah, we figured it out. And then we're all talking to each other about it. And it's like, we don't know what to do with the information. So we're just arguing about it. And this is not productive. You know, I get the whole concept of being a new flat earther and learning and, you know, introducing your friends and family and your globe people and trying to have these discussions is very important. If people who are into the globe and they want to call in and they want to ask questions and pick our brains, we have to do that. There has to be people to hold space for that. So I agree with that. However, I'm here just to challenge the leaders, the people who've been doing this for a while that are just kind of like ready for the next step. Like, okay, what are we going to do with this information now? You know what I'm saying? So that's all. It's not to say, you know, hey, we're all going to always get along all the time. But yeah, I think there needs to be some challenges in this movement.
Didn't we get to the problems that we're having right now because someone chose to be a leader and wanted to decide what everyone should think and what they should believe and how they should behave and that they should conform to that one point? Because all like I've not been listening long. I've just been listening for a few minutes. And just from what I hear, it's like it's one person's point of view and everybody should conform to it. That's how we got to the problems we're having right now.
Right. I think we can all agree that everyone deserves food, water, and shelter.
Yeah, but
and if you don't think that, then we have an issue.
No, look, but it's the leaders who want us to conform to one way that is the reason why everybody doesn't have that. You see the problem. So who's going to decide how everybody gets that?
That's why we have to lead ourselves
individually.
That's why we have to lead ourselves.
Individualism is key. And it sounds like what you want is for everybody to agree with what you have to say. Well, guess what? Another person is going to want them to agree with what they have to say. And that's the whole point of being a human, is for all of us to discuss these things and figure out which ones are the best and continuously progress. This isn't about unity and being an echo chamber. It's about allowing people to be individuals, allowing people to have the arguments and the conversation and do the experiments and figure out which one is the best, and being humble enough to say, you know what? I wasn't right. You were right. Whatever, right? Like, we're never going to reach this like ultimate unity because we're always in a state of progression. So
I know, I feel what you're saying. It's just like an animosity type thing. Like when I'm saying, hey,
yeah, that's a different story. Yeah.
Let's unify flat earthers, you know, and it's just met with, oh, that'll never happen. Oh no, people can't do that. Oh no. We're not talking about that. What is the solutions? Oh, nobody cares about that. Okay, well, then what are we doing? What's the point of this conversation? You know, what are we doing here?
I get you.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I get it. And that's a different topic. The animosity and the rudeness, that's a whole other conversation and a whole other can of worms. I mean, that's not needed. You know, when somebody's on your side, even if you disagree about something, like, it's like, okay, let's have this conversation and reach the best conclusion instead of just being a hothead. That I get. Right. You know what I'm saying? 100%. But I just wanted to say, we do have a lot of new people in here that really want to talk on Ladies' Night. So I'm hoping.
Does anyone have any actual questions? Yeah,
we have a lot of people. So we have the person that I have been told has been waiting and is very, very shy. Don't worry, we do not bite, and we're very. It's good that you're here on Ladies' Night. Is Kavanikan? I don't know how to say your name, Kavanikan. If you wanted to speak up and tell us what's going on, we would love to talk to you.
Hello. I've spoken here before, so that's not entirely true. Dandelion knows me well, as do a lot of people on the flat earth server. So that's not entirely accurate. I have spoken on here a few times. I'm not absolutely shy. I think we mostly came to loggerheads when we were deciding where I actually stood on the flat earth and the globe earth debate. But it was actually my friend Crit who wanted to hear more of a discussion about toxic masculinity and how it impacts the flat earth community, which I guess could be
Oh my
seen
goodness!
as a
Wait. So
interesting debate.
Okay, I thought this was going to be about like flat Earth and globe Earth, but you're talking about political, like toxic masculinity and feminism. I think we can talk about something
that
else.
question. Oh my god, I love that he asked that question.
Yeah.
That's off topic, isn't it?
It is very
That's
off
quite
topic.
I don't think it's off topic at all because I feel directly resonated with that question because I have had plenty of men in this movement come after me just because I'm a hot female. And it's like, whoa, you know, there is a lot of issues with that. Yes, I'm feeling that question. It's very deep, though. It's very deep. I'm going to let y'all.
It's interesting looking at the live stream voice team.
Well, how hot are you?
This is ladies' night. No, this is ladies' night. So the ladies'
Well,
night.
I'm flat Earth goddess, so you can look.
Yeah, I understand that you're a girl. There's a lot of guys talking right now. Period. So if they could all simmer and let us ladies decide whether we want to take this topic on or not, maybe we need to take a vote because I'm not for it. Is anybody else for this topic besides flat Earth goddess?
To be honest with you, I feel stigmatized at this point.
You're not a girl, so if you could simmer.
You got a vagina?
I'm not a
I
girl.
don't think so. If Flat Earth Goddess would like to answer that, then she can. You know, I'm all ears, you know. It's whatever, but I would like to hear. Go ahead, Flat Earth Goddess.
We have a lot of other people waiting too, so.
Okay, I'm just going to make it real quick, brief. The relation with toxic masculinity and flat Earth is because there is a lot of Christian men in the flat Earth movement, and there is a lot of chauvinism and misogynistic ways that are promoted through the patriarchy that is promoted through the church, through the men of the church. So there's a lot of things that we can go there, but I think that's the main topic and the main reason why there's a lot is because there's a lot of
good thing this place isn't ran. Good thing this place isn't ran by the church. Then, right? Like,
yes, exactly.
Awesome
And
thing
listen,
this
I
place
ain't
isn't
saying
ran
the
by the
Bible.
church.
I ain't saying the Bible. I want to clarify that when I say church, I don't mean the Bible because those two things are separate to me. Because I like the Bible, I read the Bible. I'm not only by the Bible, but I definitely.
Well, hang on. Can we just agree on something? Can we agree that there's toxic individuals in flat Earth, outside of flat Earth, in the world, in here, everywhere? That's just people, right?
There's toxicness everywhere. Yes. But as a female, there definitely is this whole
whatever
thing I have to deal with.
There's toxic females.
I see the connection. Yeah, I see the connection. But yeah, that's kind of the whole point anyway. We need to just completely detoxify, get healthy, and learn to see each other as equals. And there we go back with the unifying thing again. Okay, unify FE. Love you. Okay, next topic.
Okay. Do you know how you fix that? Do you know? You fix that on an individual basis with the individual in your own individual world. You don't fix it by having a leader to put forth this plan of unity that everybody must conform to. That's how we got here.
Get it? Yep, exactly. It goes right back to what Truth agrees with me. It's this individualism. We have to have individualism, and even then, when you were saying this toxic masculinity. Toxic masculinity is, it's so ridiculous to me. Like, there are men that are good men, and they're saying that those people are toxic for being good men. And then there are just assholes. And there are asshole women, right? So these toxic females, if we want to use their own terminology, are screaming and cussing and doing all this crazy stuff, saying that men are mean when they're acting like totally toxic. So it goes both ways. There are assholes, and there are non-assholes. And all of us have a little bit of assholeness, and every once in a while it comes out.
I think it might be sorry, this was the topic that I actually raised, so I'd like to say something else. So I think there's definitely a question of agency there, right? Like with masculine pack behavior, dogpiling, etc. And the only reason I raised this topic was to elevate the server. You were talking about improving the server, elevating it in a way to create a barrier against trolls and minimalization of your science and your beliefs on how the Earth works. So it could be something that over time, if it's tweaked and adjusted, the way that masculine behavior works is it turns into dogpiling, and it's usually people that already support each other. And a newcomer turns up that could be a globe earther that gets absolutely hammered by a group of core members, that a lot of the time are masculine, and they use masculine tactics, which is basically.
What is a masculine tactic? Just stop. You're on a rant right now. Number one,
no, I'm not.
Hold on. Let me just say, number one, you are on a rant right now. Number two, what is a masculine tactic? How is it different from a girl? How is it different? We're talking to you right now and telling you that it's ladies' night and you need to listen to what I'm saying. It's the same thing. There's no difference. Okay. So saying that it's somehow just it's masculine and this toxic masculinity, I'm sorry, anytime that somebody wants somebody to listen to them, they should speak up. And if a woman or a girl or whatever is not able to actually defend themselves and speak up in that time, then that's on them. That isn't on the person that's talking down to them. Like, unless there's some kind of a mod power or something above them that's constantly muting them, they can't get a word out, can't ever be heard, then that has nothing to do with masculinity anyway. It has to do with hierarchy and who's a mod in the server. We all do this as human beings. So talk about unity and wanting unity, then we should get rid of this whole, this toxicity is only masculine.
Yeah, is it
this masculine behavior?
Is it this idea of toxic masculinity like a form of division? I thought we needed unity. What happened to that?
You get it, Truth. You've gotten it since the get. I love you.
It sounds like someone is bringing mainstream ideologies in here. We don't need that shit, and I'm just going to tell you straight out. It's not going to work here. It's not going to work here.
Amen, sister.
That's what this place is for, man. It's to break down this mainstream paradigm of getting people to conform and follow into one ideology. And when you get this talk women versus men shit, then what do you have? You have women marrying women. You have men marrying men. What do you think caused all the fucking problems we have now? I'm sorry, this is just starting to piss me off.
Patriarchy.
I feel like I'm talking to the 6 o'clock news right now.
Yep, exactly. So I'm hoping we can find somebody who may be a Glober or somebody new in here. We can change the subject. Is there anybody in here that is new that wants to speak up, or should we go down the list and start calling out names? If you want to speak up right now, speak up.
Yeah, let's go with some global Earth.
All out the Globers.
Yes, is there a Glober here?
Yeah, of course. All the new people are Globers, of course. I'm one of them.
Okay, so go on, Pepe. What is your number one proof of the globe?
Okay, so I still have. Let's not talk about proofs first of all. Let's maybe get introduced in the subject. I'm more interested in listening to your opinions. For all I know, I think you guys are not really qualified to make measurements of the Earth and then present them to me as an evidence. What's your opinion on that one?
Bruh, have you ever heard of the Earth curve calculator?
I mean, okay, let's anticipate something together at this
Seriously, it's a yes or no question. Have you ever heard of the Earth curve calculator?
I guess I can imagine what that is. Maybe you could go
Next. Is there any other ones?
Hold on.
Okay,
he can't answer a yes or no question. He's not here to learn.
No.
Yeah, she's right.
He's already wasting my time.
No, he's not wasting our time.
I
would like to hear what he has to say.
Okay. I would go on, but that's just plainly disrespectful. So let me talk out, or let others answer my questions. Okay, thanks.
Ask your question. Go on.
Okay, here's the thing. Let's anticipate something. What if we put an ant in a big hole? Let's think or imagine that this hole is caused by a hydrogen bomb that detonates.
Okay, now that's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Now you are being ridiculous. See, I gave you a chance, and now you're just talking shit. Go ahead. No, I could barely hear you. I'm so sorry. I just heard that you were coming through. I'm sorry, because you're muffled. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, girl.
I was going to let him know that that's the one thing we don't do. We don't do the imagine, okay? We're all about facts here in this server. Proof of flat Earth.
I'm trying to get it on your level, okay? So
No, you're not getting. No, this is the thing, Pepe. Listen really close. What you just said, in case you couldn't hear it, let me speak. You're talking over me. I asked you, let me speak. You keep talking over me. I asked you, what is your proof of the globe? Now, you can give me evidence. If proof is a hard word for you that you can't handle, then what is your evidence for a globe? That's the question. Give it to us.
The proof. Okay, so the proof is everywhere. Okay, so you guys are you girls are denying literally centuries of proofs out there. Okay, the whole physics.
I haven't said anything.
You're talking over me, and then you're
just talking shit. Give me evidence.
Yeah,
I don't need this.
This dude is a narcissist. He just wants to argue. Bye. Next. Is there anyone else with any other questions?
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. We have the next person needs to be somebody specific. I wrote it down up here. It starts with an E. Is the person about to speak starts? Oh, Eregnis is the person that's coming up next. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, it's Eregnis. It's Eregnis, and I'm a girl, but I just have a very stupid low voice, which
to be ridiculous. I'm not a mod, so I can't mute him. If you are going to be ridiculous, that's silly. So, do you have proof of a globe? Evidence of a globe?
Real voice.
Can you talk in your real voice?
Hello, is it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that was ridiculous.
Oh wow.
Is there anybody else?
Battle Modest, you're awesome. I love the way you handle this.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yes, very good. I'm trying my best. I mean, it's always a circus in here. It's fun, but I would really the most fun that we have is when we actually get a Glober who is sincere and actually wants to have a conversation with us. We have the best conversations then, and like debates and even battling out and screaming and yelling. Like fun things can happen, but we need people that are sincere. So if we have anyone that's sincere that wants to talk to us, now is the time to speak up.
You get a soundboard to make it more interesting and funny as well, or serious if you want.
Yeah, Creation said that Pepe was better in check-in, so that sucks.
May I ask a question?
Yes, who is this?
This is Cashew Milk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for clarification, is it amongst all flat earthers, is like NASA believed to be a conspiracy or fake, or is there like some level of belief in space exploration? And if so,
there's no level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here's what they're doing, hun. They're just doing high altitude planes. Okay, everything that you see is just edits. Graphic images. Have you heard of Math Powerland?
I have not.
Okay. Math Powerland worked for NASA years and years and years ago. He's a photorealism artist. And what he does is he paints things and it looks like the real thing. Like if he paints a flower, it looks like a picture of a flower. So what he did was he went and got this job with NASA. As a, aspiring artist, they hired him to paint the picture of the Earth. And what NASA did was they took his photo that he has copyrights to. So that's why he has that shirt that says photo or painting with that blue marble perfect thing. That is a picture of his painting. Okay. So what you're seeing is just so many different ways that they're giving you, fake images, they use props, all this stuff, edits. Now, on it, obviously, they can do anything with a computer. So there's no raw images from space. this is the issue with NASA. Okay, yes, they're spending a lot of money doing crazy experiments and finding all kind of stuff out. And if you don't know what HART is or CERN, you need to look up those things too, because there's a lot of money that goes into those things, and that's actually like into weather modification and stuff like that, and geoengineering and what they're doing to our Earth.
It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
It's all CGI, dude.
Yeah. So NASA's real, but they're just really good at lying. They're really spending a lot of money just playing, just literally building rockets to send in the sky and explode and fall back into the sky, into the ocean. That's what the Bermuda Triangle is. That's where the rockets go up and then they fall back down, usually into the Bermuda Triangle area. That's why there's this whole weird thing about it that you can't go there. And if you do, you're going to disappear.
Yeah.
Is that the area where the rockets are normally launched from, is around like Florida or the Caribbean?
Yeah. Yes.
Very interesting.
That is interesting. Never heard that one yet.
Yeah, they leave in Florida and they go up sideways and then they fall into the Bermuda Triangle. That's where they're at.
What?
Yeah.
Yep.
So crazy. Makes sense.
Well, yep. That's what's happening, dude.
Big boys and their big toys.
Yeah.
My bad. Big people and their big toys.
Yeah. Any more questions?
I have a question.
Go for it.
You ever see the photos of people looking at what supposedly is the ISS with telescopes?
Yeah, I think this is something we need to talk more about, honestly, because that's something that's used a lot. You know, it needs to be speculated more on that.
Because if I look up, ISS, you can find amateurs taking pictures of it, right? If I look up ISS telescope, and we could go to this video if we want.
Well, whatever they're taking a picture of, we shouldn't be able to even see it at that distance, right?
Well,
it's supposed to be the size of a football field, I think, and it's like 500 kilometers.
Wait, why is there a guy?
supposedly.
What's happening here? What's happening here? What was your question again? The person who first asked it?
So, I actually posted a video. It's a picture of the ISS through a telescope.
And?
What do you think of it? Is it a fake? It doesn't look like an airplane. It doesn't look like...
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. What he's asking...
Where did you post it?
I posted it in live stream voice
How
text.
long ago? Because I'm not seeing it.
I saw it.
I'll
Could you
post it
see the
again.
picture that Grace posted, where it shows the size comparisons and the distance, and how this makes absolutely no sense?
Oh, yeah, this is a good video here, just sent by Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing his video.
I could post it again. Am I posting in the wrong place?
No, just post it again. It's probably just too far up. And people are posting a lot.
All right,
so.
I posted it 3 times.
So you're Ethan.
Yeah.
He might not have
Okay.
permission. Does he have permission?
It's something different.
I have permission.
I'm sorry. I thought it was Tracy Van Allen was speaking. I was like, wait a minute. I was so confused. Okay. So you're watching this video, and what do you think about it?
You could see the satellite or whatever it is taking a picture of it. It doesn't look like an airplane.
Wait, listen to what you just said.
Yeah.
What did you just say?
I said he's taking a picture of whatever it is.
Of whatever it is.
Yeah. I'm
So
using
even you, hold up. Even you, as you're posting this and trying to share it as proof of an ISS, are you know deep down in your heart that you don't know what it is. So you're saying the ISS or whatever it is, because there is that part of your brain.
More, you know.
It's like it's not that. and it could be something else.
I'm using neutral language in order to have the conversation right. I don't want to say
Well, then
it's
that's
the
not good
ISS.
neutral language. No, because if you're here to defend something, you should say it's the ISS.
Sure,
Period.
it's the ISS.
Okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying, honey. I hear what you're saying. Basically, it's the same concept of what we're doing when we're looking in a camera with the P900. I understand what he's not trying to be annoying. I get what he's saying. He's saying that, like how we use the P900 and take a picture of the moon, and we're like, this is what the real moon really, a lot of flat earthers are using the camera to show what's really going on up there. People, that's what he's saying. Real people are using a telescope to take a picture of the ISS. So he's saying, well, if they're taking a picture of it, what are they taking a picture of? That is his questions. What is that in the sky? Okay. This could be anything. This could be literally a holographic image. This could be an airplane. This could be anything that they have designed to give this illusion at any given time. This could be people saying that they took the picture and they really didn't, or it was edited. I need to see a little bit more detail. I probably would have to see this myself through a telescope to really believe that that's what's actually happening personally. But I understand where the questioning is coming from, and you're not far off on having that question because there's so many things like this online now. So you just have to look past stuff that you can't explain and say, okay, well, I can't really get that, so I can't use that.
I hope I'm not interrupting, but I do have a little bit of experience here.
Hang on a second.
I could probably add something pretty valuable here.
You can't test or verify it, please.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to just add something to that. Thanks for explaining what he was meaning. I understood exactly what he meant. But the things in the sky, like what if someone did get a picture of it? Like, this is the thing. If you can get a picture of the moon, it's only, a Nikon P900 only has 83 times zoom. But if you get a picture of something in the sky, what does that mean anyway? It just means that there's something in the sky. It doesn't mean that it's outside of this barrier that we know of our atmos. That it's
totally.
This area
it's just a UFO.
of violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If anyone's claiming that's possible, they would need to demonstrate it.
I'm just cracking up because it made me think of that image of like when you see like a plastic pool floating through the sky and people are like it's like a UFO, but it is. It's just an unidentified flying object. You don't know what it is. It could be a piece of plastic, a balloon, anything.
So you could calculate how far it is from Earth, right? How far it is from you, right? You could get two people. You know their distance apart from each other. You could look at the angle and you can figure out the height, right?
Well,
I'm sorry.
There's a chat where it compares the size that they say the ISS is supposed to be, and this is not. It doesn't fit with that. It just got posted again.
So I do have something to add with this, because I've actually seen it through a friend of mine has a telescope, a really nice telescope, and I have seen they say is the ISS, in the sky. And one thing I can add is that there is an interesting effect that as it is disappearing from your vantage, as it goes away from you to the horizon, the last moment you're able to see it, it kind of blurs. It always blurs into sort of like a rainbow sort of pattern, it fades out in an odd way that you don't normally see like an aircraft doing, for example. So that's something, why is the reason that it looks like that?
You're asking me?
Well, it's just something to add, because if it's a physical object there, you don't usually see that effect. You can say it's the atmosphere or whatever. But, for this topic, it's mostly speculation. So that is actually something I've seen, that it always has an effect over the horizon.
Either way, we can test it or verify it, so it doesn't really matter. So I say testing the ground.
And just to throw one thing in there, you never see any images of like a house or buildings from the ISS looking down on Earth. So it's like you might have a telescope that can see it, but how come that they never show shots of them looking at the Earth or anything like that? I always find that interesting.
So you're asking why they never
I'm just saying it's curious that we can always see these things up there, but there's never shots of them looking down here, right? Whenever you see anything from the ISS, they only show you clouds and a blue screen and some guy floating around, but they can never zoom down to the Earth. So how come you and your little telescope can see up there, right? But they can't see you? There's never any shots of that, or even any satellite shots for that instance of anything down here on the Earth. I don't know if you ever watched the Tonga whatever was it volcano that erupted. If you watch that video, it's stop motion, basically pixelated camera footage. It's terrible looking, right? But any view from the ISS looking at the Earth is perfect and pristine, right? But
Okay, can we settle down a bit? Let's bring it back to the ladies. The ladies are the ones that are supposed to be explaining this, not the girls.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. I'm out of here.
It's all good. No. Much respect. I'm not trying to be rude. Thank you. So the ladies should be the ones that are handling this.
So my question would be, all right, this is the big question, right? You can easily calculate the height of whatever of the ISS, right? You could get two people, they could look at it. They could, if you know the distance between them, right?
How do you know the distance between them?
Distance between the two people?
No. Go back to the beginning. What are you saying?
Oh, the height of the ISS? How do you figure that out?
How would you know the distance?
Someone's on the ISS. Nobody's on there. Who's on there?
Number one, okay, so hold up. That's an assumption that people are actually there and that they're that far out. And whatever distance that they are, who is claiming that they're actually at that distance or that you can measure that they actually are that far away? Where is anything that is happening?
You want to, if you want to measure it, right?
Yeah, if we want to measure it, what would you do?
You get two observers. You get a known distance between the observers on the ground, right? And then you could calculate the angle from the two observers and see.
Really? You could do that?
I could do that, yeah. Need a friend and a car and a telescope.
What is the distance? And if we are measuring distances, like Sleeping Warrior has said numerous times in the chat, are you doing this over a straight line or a curve? Even between the two people, that are on the ground, is their distance curved? Is it straight? Is the distance to them straight? Yep. How do you know how actually far they are out in the sky? Like, who has proven to you that the ISS actually is that far away? That's our number one thing, is who has told you that, how could you ever know that the ISS is actually that far away? And why would two people on the ground, no matter how far apart or how close they are together, know the distance of something that's far away? So you're saying that me and my friend, I could stand in one position and then my friend could stand like a mile away, and then we could tell how far away something, I don't care, whatever distance you want on the ground, that we can measure the distance between us and then point to a star and say we know the distance of that star? Is that what you're claiming? That's what you're claiming?
Well, not the star, but the ISS.
Yeah. Why is it any different?
Because the
Could we even
star's
do it
way
with a
farther
plane?
away.
Can we do it with an airplane?
Yeah, she could.
Oh, you really think we can measure the distance to an airplane by standing on the ground?
Yeah.
And
that was a joke. Can we go to another person? I feel like this guy is
you absolutely could. You just need to get two people on the opposite sides of the airplane. Yeah, that's just how it
Come
goes.
on.
Yeah, you can calculate the angle of the
Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Who was it that just spoke up and said, yes, we can absolutely do this?
That was me. You can look it up, people can do this all the time. You can do it with anything. It's
they can do it all the time. Okay, great. So they can do it all the time. Do you want to show me any evidence for that? How they actually got that? How it actually works? Or are you just going to spout off your religion and say, we've done it?
I'm not talking anything about religion.
I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. Why don't you guys go do it, okay? And then come back next week, and you can be on Flat Earth Ladies Night next week, and you can come show us.
They already have it. They're saying that they already have it. So
they didn't do it themselves. They did not do it themselves. That's not science.
Okay,
absolutely.
I'm sorry, Goddess. I couldn't hear what he was saying. What did you say?
I said they did not do it themselves. That's not science.
No, totally. They didn't do it themselves. Okay, now, the real Dovid, what did you say?
I was saying I don't know. I'm not claiming if it can be done with the ISS. I'm not trying to say that.
Okay, okay.
But just with
so that's interesting. That's interesting. So you're saying it can be done with an airplane, it can be done with stars, but you're not sure if it can be done with the
No,
ISS?
I'm not claiming stars either. I'm definitely
But
not.
only an airplane.
Well, something like any kind of flying object, anything in our vicinity that we can see is in the sky. I don't know about something
Really?
that's
So
far
if I
away.
throw a ball up into the air, and I have two people standing on either sides, I can do a measurement and know how high that ball is?
That's right, yes.
How would you do that?
Okay, I want me to look it up for you. I mean, you can probably...
Yeah, honestly, if you're the one making the claim, you should already know how it's possible.
That's true.
Yeah, it is true.
You got
should
me
know.
honestly on that. But if
Thank
you look
you.
it up, people do this. That's all I can.
Yeah,
add.
people do this. A lot of people
I'll show you.
like to say. A lot of people like to say, "We do this. We have done this. We have done this," when they have never done anything. It's like sport teams, when they're talking about the 49ers, we got a touchdown and blah. It's like you weren't out there, you didn't do it. So it's the same thing. And they're actually making touchdowns. A lot of people in the scientific quote unquote community are doing a lot of things that they're saying they're doing, but they're not actually doing it. And people just hear that they're doing it, and then they claim we have done this. So yeah, I would like you to back your claims up with the actual evidence and actually how it's done and what you're talking about.
So it's called triangulation, right? So
know it. Yep.
If you know you have a known distance and you figure out the angle, known distance between 2 points, right? And you know the angle from whatever the 2 points are to whatever you're trying to.
Can I interrupt?
It doesn't work. Okay, go
Can I
ahead.
just interrupt for a second? Darling, a triangle requires 3 flat sides, honey. There's no curves on a triangle. Ever. Okay? There's no curves. There's no curve. That's the point. We're done. We know it, no matter how high something goes, that's irrelevant. You just said it yourself. Triangulation. No curve.
So
what you're using is like Euclidean geometry, and then you're trying to apply it to spherical geometry, and you're trying to impose Euclidean geometry onto something that is spherical, and you're claiming spherical while using Euclidean. Like it's gobbledygook. You're not making any sense.
Well, so how do I say this? If you want to have a more precise number, right, then you would need to assume the Earth is round. However,
Lissai.
Wait, no, stop. What did you just say?
if you want a more precise
just said.
height number, you would need to assume the Earth is round.
Assume. Do you
In
not
the
even
math,
hear the words that are coming out of your mouth?
You know
Why
what
would
happens
you
I'm hearing them.
Hold on, goddess. Why would we assume something? If we're trying to figure out the reality of what is happening, why would we ever assume something?
I'm not saying you need to assume it. I'm just saying if you want a more
Literally just said
precise
we had to
number.
assume it. If you want a precise number, you need to assume. Are you listening to the words coming out of your mouth? If we want something precise, we need to assume. Do you know what words mean and like how they're used?
Just
really think about what you're saying.
So, I'm thinking right now about what I'm saying. So, you could assume the Earth is flat and do the same calculation, and then assume
No,
the
you
Earth
can't.
is round and do the same calculation, right?
No.
Like, it doesn't matter. You'll get a number. One will
If
be
you're
more.
making any assumptions off of anything, any assuming, you're never going to have something that is quote unquote precise. You do not assume things. I understand what you're trying to say. You're saying like, let's pretend, I think is a better word that you're trying to use. Let's pretend that it's a globe, and then let's pretend that it's the Earth, and let's see what we get with these two different calculations. But the problem there is the variables in between all of those assumptions, and then the variables that come with those assumptions, and so on and so forth. You're not going to get anything that is realistic or reality when you are assuming anything. Period. You cannot assume. You have to know.
So,
answer her, please.
I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this. Okay. So, if the Earth if you could calculate it both ways, right? You could calculate if the Earth is flat and if the Earth is round, or a sphere, right? You could get both numbers, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
What are you talking about? So you're saying, like, when you say the Earth is round and the Earth is a sphere, you're saying, like, one is actual Euclidean geometry and then one is also Euclidean geometry using solids? Or are you going into spherical geometry when you say something is spherical?
So if you want to calculate the height of the ISS and assume the Earth is round, I won't use the word assume, right? From the perspective that the Earth is round, right? Then you would find a number, and then you could assume the Earth is flat, and then you could find a number too, right? You could find height
I think we found
either way.
2. I think number 2 is exactly what we found here. Is the big fat number 2.
Number 2.
This is like nails on a chalkboard.
It's a big fat number 2.
Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Can we go to another person?
Okay, I got a question.
I like that shine.
Okay. Who's next?
I got
Say
a
your
question.
name so we know where to look for your...
Pedro.
Pedro, okay. Go on.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, what's your opinion on the law of gravity and like how did you replace it?
Okay, so number 1, you just called it the law of gravity. There is no natural law that there is gravity. Gravity is just a theory, and it's a bunk theory at that. So I would like you to explain to us why you think gravity is a law, and which gravity are you using, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
I don't want to hear his explanations. He needs to just go look up the etymology of gravity so he can understand what the word really means. All it means is heavy weight. We're heavier than the air. Some things are heavier than the air. Some things are lighter than the air. Helium floats. Smoke does not go down. It goes up for a reason. There are certain things that just are. Okay? We're heavy. That's it.
Okay, that does
There's
kind of
no
make sense.
secret magical force. That's an imaginary thing.
Okay, that does kind of make sense. Well, look, I'm not a physicist. Okay, I study human medicine, so that might actually apply well to the point that I wanted to make. So I'll skip that. You actually already explained it. So what about the seasonal change? What about the seasonal change? Like
The
how do you
sun and the
explain
moon
that?
are much closer and smaller than you have been told. So you have to take that 90 million, whatever years, things, light years, all that away. Everything you think you know, you have to forget it, okay? And you have to go outside and look for yourself. Everything is way closer.
So in this instance, then Pedro, what we should do is go back to the basics with you.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, Pedro. Is this the one who just changed their name from Pepe to Pedro? Is this what happened here? Okay, cool. No worries. It's all good. So again, I would like to go back to the basics and have you, now that you have this time to think and you changed your name, let's start afresh. What is your evidence that we live on a globe?
Okay, ladies, I don't have an evidence. I'm just trying to get
Because there is
educated
none.
about
Hold on. Let him.
Because there is none.
No, we
It's a
should.
trick question.
No, it is a trick question, and it's how we come. Wait, hold on, let me say something to Goddess really quick. Yes, it is.
Oh, can't hear you.
Sorry, I hit the mute button. So what this is, it is a trick question, right? And so sometimes we need to speak to these people as if we are trying to understand them in the realm that they're living in. So then we can deconstruct what it is that they think. We can't help them. And so this isn't an area just to be like, you're a dumb glober, we're going to get rid of you. We want to educate them. We want to teach them that's not what we think. This is what, like, how things actually work, help them with logic and whatever. We don't want to just get rid of them because they think differently. Like you were talking about unity. Let's like try with them. So yes, it is a trick question in its essence. Hold on. It is a trick question in its essence. But what it does is helps us to understand how their minds work, how they are thinking about this. And then we can step by step walk them through and help them to understand how what they think is actually illogical while teaching them logic at the same time. So
We
again,
let them ask us questions.
no.
Exactly.
It starts off with us trying to understand them. If we just constantly ask them questions, we're not going to understand their logic or illogics.
I'm not trying to understand them. I already understand them. I was already there. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, so you're missing my point. You're missing my point. I don't need to catch up.
I'm just saying that maybe we should go at it a different way.
Yeah, I think we've been doing this a long time, and I think we have a pretty good way of doing it. We need to understand where they're coming from.
Take it, ma'am. Take it.
We have to understand where they're coming from in order to understand like where they're wrong, and then help them where they're wrong so that they can understand how we're right. We can't just come in and be like, we're right, and they, whatever. Like, it does help to understand, at least get a basis of who this individual is and why they think the way that they do. It treats them as an individual rather than they're just some dumb glober,
What if
part
they're
of the
not
crowd.
trying to come explain the globe? Because that's part of the thing, okay?
That's what he's doing.
They can't explain the globe because they don't understand it themselves. A lot of people...
And we work with that.
A lot of planetary people, like I said, I didn't really resonate with that information. So, but a lot of people, they're just still struggling with trying to see the other side, the on the fence people, So, yeah, I feel like we don't want to intimidate them and make them feel like, what's your proof? Like right when they come in the door, like maybe they're not trying to come in here with proof. Maybe they're just trying to understand where we're coming from.
But yeah, that's not how it's going. It's a
I'm
simple
new
question.
here, and I feel like I'm
Hold up.
evidence as to both your claims.
Hold up,
If you'd like
Pedro.
to.
Let me go back to Pedro, and then we can get to you. Pedro, did you feel like I was intimidating you when I asked you what your evidence of the globe was?
To be honest with you, I did feel like you were intimidating me, and not only you, your friend too, because...
It's not my friend. I just simply asked you one question. I welcomed you back. I said, were you Pepe? You said yes. I said, okay, now you're Pedro. Let's start this over. I'm asking you, what is your evidence of the globe? You found that intimidating.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm not trying to prove a point. I'm stating genuine questions. You need to lower yourself to my level because I'm quite... maybe I do.
Oh, wow. What is going on? Is it a full moon tonight? Am I hearing division? Did I just hear division amongst flat earthers? What? Whoa.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
No way. Okay, so just answer. Can you just answer her question? That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Exactly. There's no need to talk a lot more. Just tell me the answer, please.
You don't need to get upset. Like, this is the thing. It was a very simple question. Do you have any evidence for the globe at all? And if your answer is no, that's fine. We're just asking, do you have any evidence for the globe?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then I would ask you, in return, when you answer that question as a no, then why do you believe in it?
Well, because I study human medicine and also a lot of general knowledge that I apply in my daily life is derived from natural laws that we have learned about. There is a lot of applied physics in human medicine. So that's the first question about gravity.
Wait, hold on. So let's just take it step by step. Let's not scattergun it. So you just said you work in human medicine and there's a lot of natural laws. What things in human medicine has to do with the nature of the earth? What are the natural laws that you're talking about?
Well, I told you, I started with the gravity, and this question was already solved by your colleague.
Gravity is not a natural law. I solved that. It's not a natural law.
Whatever you call it.
What do you mean, whatever we call it? What do you mean by that?
Anyway, so, okay, but there's this general knowledge that we have, we Globers, we have collected about seasonal changes, for example, okay? And it appears to me that everyone around me also carries this knowledge with him or her, So I cannot still explain the seasonal change. Maybe you could help me understand how seasonal change takes place in a flat Earth. Like there are certain patterns when it comes to the cycle of Earth around the sun, which triggers those seasonal changes.
So what I would ask you in return is to explain to me how the seasons work on a globe. Do you know how they work on a globe? And the globe model, how do they work?
Well, I think I do somewhat. Look, I'm not a physicist, okay, but there's like...
physicists aren't real scientists, so that's good that you're not one.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a.
Okay, I'm not a technical guy. Okay, listen, I already answered this question. The sun is closer than you think it is. Okay, now go do a little more research on it. The sun is way
But that does
closer
not.
and smaller than you think. It's
That
not
does
bigger
not
than
make
the
the
Earth.
same.
The Earth is bigger than the sun.
But that's indifferent. That is indifferent from winter to the summer. It's
No, because
indifferent.
it goes by if it's closer, that means it's more localized. That means farther away it's going to be dark. It's going to be outside the realm of where the light goes. It can only go so far. It doesn't go forever.
I thought Sean's question was a great question because he's coming into it with the premise, and on that he understands and it makes sense on a globe, and so it's important for him to understand that it doesn't. So if he can explain seasons on a globe first, then we can show him how it actually works on a flat Earth.
Exactly. Thank you, Truth.
Okay, so English is not my mother language, but I'll try my best. So there's this cycle that that the Earth. And there are certain points in time in the year where the Earth is rather farther away than it is when it's summer, okay? And this would basically, quite basically, okay, explain to me personally why, and at certain point, experience other points in the year, such as winter, for example. That all has to do with the distance from Earth to the Sun, and the distance itself is affected by the movement and the cycle of around the Sun. That's the point.
Okay, well then tell me then which one, winter or summer? Which one is it closer to the Sun? In their heliocentric type.
Pedro, I'm gonna help you out here, bro.
Oh, you're not going to help him out. No, you're not going to help him out.
He gave the wrong answer, but...
Okay, then fine. You know what? No, Globe Earther, you are going to be on mute. This is ladies' night, and we're talking to him. Don't try and come and white knight him. Let's have this conversation with him. He can work out himself. And this is his own... This is his own journey. Let him have his journey. Stop. Somebody mute him. I'm not a mod. Thank you. Thank you, whoever did that.
Go on, Pedro.
Okay, so it's basic. In the winter, the Earth is farther away from the Sun, and in the summer, the Earth is closer to the Sun. So that's how the distance is affected. And it's all triggered and affected by the movement or the cycle of the Earth around the Sun, basically. And the Earth moves quicker than other planets around the Sun. For example, in comparison with Mars.
That's what you would think if you. That's what you would think if it were going to make sense, but it's not how it is.
Yeah, but I need a replacement. I need an alternative for this belief, because it's a common belief. If I go ahead to anybody around me and ask them for an alternative, maybe a physicist, maybe my mother, maybe my brother, whoever it is, everyone would come up with the same solution. So maybe you, ladies, respectfully have a different solution for me. You know what I mean?
And Shines, I wasn't taking over your conversation. I just wanted to ask him that one question because he was saying that he knew. And
I appreciate that you actually did that because it got taken over to where it was like, oh, who cares? And let's talk about the flat Earth model and whatever. No, it is very important for this. It's so important for this to happen where we walk people through what they think that they know. That's why we ask them, what is the model? What is your evidence? Okay, then what you're asking us about seasons? How does it actually work on the globe model? And then when we find out they don't even know how it works, and then we can show them how it doesn't make any sense, then it helps them through their journey and we can take them step by step. This isn't meant to be cruel. It's meant to help them.
Because they don't realize that they think that it works out because that's how it would make sense in their mind. So that's how they see it. But that's not even how they claim that it is. Because the Earth is closer to the Sun during winter and further, according to their model, what they lay out. They don't even have a model. But, when they explain it to you and they give you a depiction of it, that's what they say. They say that the Earth is closer during winter and further during summer.
It's wild. Exactly. And that was my point. That's why I was asking him, how does it work on the globe model? You know what I mean? They need to understand how their model does not, in fact, work. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, can
Okay,
we
I
go to
still have
another
not
slide?
received an answer, but I'll just.
Yeah, I was trying to answer you, buddy. It's okay. So you're trying to understand how we're seeing it. It's a flat surface, okay? And take a
Okay.
flashlight, point it to the ground, turn all the lights off, go do a little experiment in your room, turn all the lights off, take a flashlight, hold it over, and then bring the flashlight closer to the ground. At some point, the light gets smaller, okay? So at some point, yes, there will be areas around that are dark. So at this point, it's super easy to understand and even research. There's plenty of options to go and look and find ways to research this yourself and get the real information and look at the flat Earth models and see how close the sun is to the Earth. Imagine that it's way closer than you think, okay? They told you it was super far away and bigger. Imagine it's way smaller and closer. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, but I still cannot understand the effect of that on the seasons. When talking about the whole
because
year,
it's still moving. It's going from the center to farther away. Okay, this is what Passover is. So the sun goes over the equator, Ecuador, okay, passes over and it stays for 3 days. This is where Passover comes from, in the same area. And then it goes over, okay? When it gets farther away, it gets a little colder. When it gets closer, it gets hotter.
Okay,
the sun provides heat.
Go ahead.
What?
You can do.
I was just saying the sun provides heat, and the further away it is, it's colder in those areas.
That's how we get seasons, because it is closer than we think.
Okay, so
otherwise, the whole half of the side, everything would feel the same all the time. We'd have the same everywhere, but that's not what we're experiencing.
Okay, and what? And this happens over the course of a year.
What happens over the course of a year?
So what you just described around the equator. This is a cycle of around 6 to 12 months, or what is it about?
Yeah, it's going the whole year, out and in, out and in.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Can I interject? I think I know what he's not getting.
What?
The sun moves between the tropics throughout the year. It literally moves north and south on its own. And so when it's in the north, it provides heat to the north. When it's in the south, it provides heat to the south. And inversely, it's cold.
Okay, so let's assume that this is true. What triggers the movement of the sun?
Well, honey, that's where you have to start questioning your internal belief system. I mean, where do we come from? What made this? Do you think there is an outside creator, or do you think that we're all one and we're creating this existence? You know?
I'm sorry, if you guys made the claim, why does he have to prove that? Because you guys are the ones making the claim, so why is he the one who has to prove it to himself?
Well, thank you, man.
Wait, hold on. You're saying what makes the sun move? That's what you want me to answer for you? What makes the sun move? What makes the earth spin, man? I don't know. You're the one telling me that we're flying, spinning, and hurling. Do you even know how fast they say that we're doing those things?
Okay, lady, you flipped the rule upside down. Now, you need to also maybe explain to me why...
Yeah, don't forget it.
Okay, you're the experienced one here, right? So maybe you have an answer to me why the sun would be moving instead of me going over.
I'll tell you exactly this is what I feel. And I'm not speaking for all flat earthers, okay, because this is part of a little bit of the division that we have within the flat earth community, is where do we come from and all that. Okay, this is what my feelings is directly. I think that we are collectively creating this experience. Subconsciously, we know, well, it's time to wake up. We can't see anything, so we're bringing the sun to us, okay? We've been doing this so long, it's a cog and wheel thing. It's collective consciousness. We are the creation and the masterpiece, the artist and the masterpiece, all at the same time, making it happen. So then we get tired. Okay, well, we want it to be dark because it's better to sleep when it's dark. So then, the sun goes where it needs to so those people can work. And, we have just created this existence collectively. That's really what I believe, that we're all one doing it together.
If you ask different, that's okay. So that's her idea. If you ask different people, you're going to get different ideas. Yeah. That's why we try to stick with what is verifiable. Just because we don't look, it's okay not to have an answer for everything. It is perfectly fine not to have it. It's a whole lot better, much better than for us to fabricate some story and hand it to you as if it's true, which is what they've done with the globe. Now, we tried to show you how you didn't understand how the globe actually works. You don't even know what they're claiming that it's actually doing, and how the globe doesn't even make sense. But if we stick to whether or not, like, what makes the Earth, the sun move, who's going to have an answer for that? Like, if you're wanting some verifiable
question,
if you're wanting some verifiable information and the truth and some facts, we can stick with that. Okay, there's the fact is that there is no measurement of Earth curve. Sorry, Battle Modest or someone shines. Can you? My cats are fighting. I've got to go get them. They're like
it's great because I agree with and now I'm here. I will listen closely. I have time.
Mommy, what is the purpose of life?
Shine, let's talk to another globe guy because we've been on this guy for about 30
Then let's
minutes.
do that. Let's go to somebody else. Who else is here that wants to
I
speak
have a
up?
question for you guys.
Who are you so I can see your name line up?
I'm Billy Mays here.
Billy Mays, you're at the top. Okay, what's going on, Billy Mays?
My only question is, as a globe earther, what evidence would make you guys switch sides?
I mean, so that's a great question. Do you have any evidence for the spin? Do you have any evidence for defying the second law of thermodynamics? And
I mean, I would imagine if I Googled it, I could find it really quick.
I'm still talking. And do you have any evidence that there is actual curvature and that there is a radius to this world?
I would imagine I could find the mathematics online somewhere.
Okay,
I obviously haven't done them myself. But again, I mean, this goes back to my question, though.
You just said something, and I'm going to respond to it.
Okay.
So you just said I can go online and I can find the mathematics for it somewhere. Mm-hmm. Number one, you're coming on here not even knowing. So this is what's so amazing to me. So you're coming on here, you don't even know. But you're coming on here, and then you're coming on here and you're telling us, why do you think that it isn't what everyone is saying we should believe? Well, do you have any evidence that we are rotating? Do you have any evidence that there actually is curvature and that there is a solid R, which would be a geometric curve that is 3959? And do you have any evidence that we are violating the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, I guess you still haven't answered my question that I asked at the beginning, which is what evidence would make you switch sides?
Those are the evidence.
I'm not here to prove my side. I'm just asking what evidence would make you switch sides.
I haven't talked at all. Can I maybe say something?
Yes, Karma, go. Yes, you can.
Okay, the thing about this, asking what kind of evidence could make us believe in the globe again, it's kind of like if you walked in on your boyfriend fucking your sister, and then you ask me, what evidence could convince you that your boyfriend didn't cheat on you? But you're like, I already seen it. I already walked in there. I talked to them while they were doing it. They both admitted it. I know they did it. No matter what evidence you bring me, I know they cheated.
I would say that's a false equivalency because so far the majority of the world believes in
Billy Mays.
Whereas, listen, you guys want to talk about me.
Everybody believes he didn't cheat on me, but I know because I walked in on them. So even if the whole world believes he's a loyal, faithful husband, I will know better because I walked in on it, right?
Bingo.
And he's making the point. Wait, hold on. Keep him muted. Keep him muted because he actually said it. He actually said it, Karma. He said, well, most of the people in the world believe that the Earth is round, that it's a globe. Well, we're not looking for beliefs. We're looking for facts. So this isn't about belief. What she just laid out for you right there is like, they were cheating. And, why would you need to even know the evidence? Blah, 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 blah. And you, in your response, said, well, there are millions of people who believe the Earth is round. Well, we're not looking for that. So, again, we asked you in the very beginning, and you said, you asked us a question, what would make us believe, we don't work in beliefs, but we would actually know as a fact that the Earth is round if you can prove rotation, if you can prove that there is curvature and that there is a radius of 3959, and that you can prove that we are defying the second law of thermodynamics. So yes, I did answer your question, and Karma totally destroyed you on the other point.
Can I say something real quick? That was a perfect analogy. I totally resonated with it. My real life answer, though, for his question, what would make me change my mind on it? The only thing at this point is if they were literally taking real life people up there on a regular basis, and I could go up there for myself and see what was going on. But we have no raw images. There are literally 0 raw images of Earth from space. Like Battlemata said, there's nothing that shows the rotation. There's no rotation even detected. So yeah, there's just too many things that y'all aren't proving. And then y'all are coming at us like, well, how do you prove this? And well, what would make you come back to the globe side? Like nothing is going to ever make us go back.
I have one question, if it's okay. Can I ask something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's
Pele.
So do you ladies respectfully believe in the fact that we have sent any object far away in the space, like a satellite or something?
No.
We don't believe anything.
There's no space.
Okay,
There
so
is no
yes.
space.
Let me clarify this.
Here's the question. Okay, so
it was just a question, and let me answer it, Pedro. Pedro, listen. Yes, we do think that rockets are real. There are some rockets that are very, very real. There are also things that are tied to rockets that are very unreal. If they say that they're going into outer space, no, they're breaking the second law of thermodynamics. There has to be some sort of containment. They are not leaving the containment in which we are in. You can't have gas giants inside of a vacuum. You can't have pressure without containment. All of those things it's just logical, right? But there are rockets, and those rockets can fly very, very far away. I've even seen one over, I live in Silicon Valley, and I saw one. I guess it was from Berkeley or whatever, where they have those silos and whatnot. It wasn't a nuclear bomb, but it was a bomb. And I remember I stopped like a deer in headlights. I had just gotten my nails done. I walked out into I was in Los Gatos, and I walked out into this driveway where my car was parked from the nail shop. And all of a sudden, there was like this humongous explosion in the sky with all these colors that I was like, what the fuck? I thought it was a meteor. I thought we were all going to die. This was back in the day before cell phones with videos or anything like that. And on the radio, I was listening to like 106.1 hip hop station, and people were calling in going, aliens are landing. And people were literally, I had just seen it. Somebody in LA seen it. Somebody in Arizona seen it. Like, it was like down the line. All these people were calling in like, what the fuck just happened? And then the next day in the newspaper, they said that they were doing like a test bomb. And so, yes, they are setting these things off. It looked like an arc in the sky. It was completely going in an arc. And they said they were sending it off to an island that they do these test runs for bombs for. And it looked exactly like what they shoot off from all these, places that they're saying they're going to outer space. Yes, it goes into an arc because it's going down onto something. So, yes, we do shoot rockets far, but we're not shooting them up. Because there's other rockets that go straight up, right? Straight up until they have to come back down again. That's not happening. These rockets, literally, even when we watch them, they're going like a little bit above the clouds and then begin to arc. So you're telling me that an airplane could just like go into that orbit as well? Come on. I mean, people just don't use their logic.
Look. That is all legitimate. I'll accept it. So I have a question now. So what about if you go on Google and use the Google Earth? Literally, the satellites installed in space that we can use to zoom into Earth and basically look up certain places on Earth. Okay, so what about those devices that we ourselves can utilize? And for the proof, okay, you can like use it and view any place in Silicon Valley and look it up, and you will see that it is the same identical place that is pictured here.
It's computer magic, bruh. It's computer magic. They're aerial photographers. They go up there. Have you ever seen a drone? You know, there's high altitude planes. Yeah, they could go pretty far up there, but collective consciousness, this is what I was talking about earlier, can only go so far with only just one person or a couple people. So, you know, we have to, this is why there's that term, you know, expanding consciousness, raising the vibration. You know, we have to realize that this is more than just a physical, tangible thing.
But
you can't just go. There's
Wait,
only
what?
so far that you can go.
Wait, I want to hear more about that. Goddess, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. I want to hear more about what Goddess has to say. What do you mean that this is more than just a physical, tangible thing?
It's because there's a lot of spiritual aspects, yes, but it's also our mind power.
Wait, are we still talking about rockets, or what are we talking about here?
No,
well, I don't know. This guy's just asking about. Go ahead.
Pedro
Sorry.
Asked, okay, this is Tracy. Pedro asked, how is Google able to have a visual sight of Silicon Valley? He was saying, Shine, and Google I know for Earth. A fact. Yeah, Google Earth. Okay. Well, have you? I don't know where you live. I don't know where you live, Pedro, but where I live, every year Google comes around my house and every neighborhood all around with cameras on all parts of the car, taking shots of everybody's address. Mm-hmm. That's so.
Okay, let me talk. I wanted to skip this exact argument by telling you something else. Okay, so how come we can like literally look up places in the midst of an ocean where there are no
from a drone and airplane?
Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, so number one, there are actually things that are in the ocean that are buoys that have GPS, they have satellite. There's multiple different types of them that are already out in the ocean. Then we have satelloons, which are attached to balloons. These can last up to 1 to 3 years. And they're crashing down even in, like, they try and land them, you know, remotely when they notice that the helium is running out or whatever. They crash land them into places that are their business. But a lot of the times things happen. And so these things are crashing into people's houses, like all kinds of crazy stuff. So we, you know, and they even admit that they're satelloons. Then, like CB posted, we have the cars that go around. And there are periods. And then we have radio towers. We have all kinds of different ways of communicating, land-based and then sky-based. There's nothing in outer space. Let me tell you this. If you watch the Go Fast, it was the Go Fast, right? That made that plunking noise and then whatever. And we were able to see the moon, which was supposed to be over New Zealand at that time from Australia. And somehow we were able to see the moon in that period. That Go Fast rocket went up, not even that high. Right? Not even as high as ISS. Like, it was pretty fucking low. Yeah. And we still saw the moon. There was not a single satellite in view whatsoever. But we saw the moon where we shouldn't even see the moon. Like,
the dog cam. Yeah, that was the dog cam.
Yeah, it was Go Fast rocket.
And I'm glad you brought that up about the towers, because if satellites were real, then what do we have cell phone towers for? And do you know that there are underwater cables, right?
That's fiber optics.
Yep.
I just find it incredibly hard to believe that we can make global Earth based on those simple
Listen, I get it. Pedro. I get it, man. I get
Very
some
easy.
people. Yeah, some people find it hard to believe, but that's why the word lie is in the word believe.
This is this is the crazy part. This is what's crazy to me, Pedro, is that you are willing to believe that we are defying the second law of thermodynamics, that we are able to shoot rockets, shoot satellites up into something that, you know, we shouldn't be able to even go up that high. all of these things contradict your beliefs. You believe in a round world. You believe that water sticks to a round ball on the exterior of it as it's spinning super fast through space in multiple different directions. But it's hard for you to believe that we have fiber optics under the ocean, which is provable, and that we have buoys, and that we have satelloons, which we all know is a fact. That is what is so amazing about Globers, is that what is real blows your mind, and that can't possibly happen. But the Narnia, oh my goodness, don't take away my Narnia. But you make fun of flat earthers for being like unrealistic. It's wild. It's really
Are you following the live stream voice text? Because there's tons of stuff that's been posted for you in regards to satellites. But my question is what do you think, in your mind, in your view, what do you think satellites prove?
I think the function of Google Earth is just incredible in its entirety. And my first initial argument was plain and simple. How can we make such an application or a picture of Google Earth with... But I guess that's all for now.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, that's all for now. I have another question for you, if maybe it's a little bit off topic. What are your thoughts on evolution?
Oh my goodness.
We're not
you want to
doing
go to
that.
evolution? We can't even
We're
go
not
to
doing
evolution if you can't even handle this one. Let's take it. Yeah, let's
What,
not scattergun.
Tracy?
Well, that would be my specialty, but
Hold
thanks.
on, I think Tracy was trying to talk.
Yeah, Pedro,
Oh,
I have a
okay.
question. Do you know about our live stream voice tech?
The live stream what?
Voice tech. We're posting a lot of images and videos
Yeah.
for
I
you.
told him. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
got mentioned. I'll
Okay.
look in them.
Okay, great. Okay, what's your question?
Actually, I'm done with globe.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm not done with globing. I'm still a glober, but I wanted to ask something about evolution. If you
No.
girl.
We need to talk to
No,
some more Globers.
we're not doing evolution. I wanted to tell you, man, if you need to look up cymatics. It's where they,
Climatic.
It's called cymatics. Okay.
Okay.
And it's moving objects with sound. You need to go do a little more research before you come on and question us some more, because I think there's a lot of elementary stuff that you're not understanding here, and you need to go get a little bit of better grasp on reality and do some internal work.
Internal
Alright.
work.
I think he might actually even hold enough understanding to realize that what they claim as outer space that can't exist. Like, if you understand that you need a container to have gas pressure, then you understand that what they're claiming about this area it can't exist, right? I mean, it's out of the realm of possibility.
That's right, true.
I mean, that's a legit point.
Gases
Don't
need
you
a
think
container,
it's ridiculous?
dudes and dudes.
May I speak
Yep.
on something that actually I feel is very relevant to Flat Earth and Globe Earth, particularly the discourse with it. But it actually isn't reliant on any evidence. I just have a question for specifically the Flat Earthers. If you were watching the voice text chat at all, you can call me a globe or snowflake or whatever. I feel like that'd be pretty funny. But I feel as if so far the tone I'm getting from this, it's gatekeeping.
Dude.
And if the truth is so important,
We're
Be
not going to listen
specific.
to that. Sorry,
Hold
Ethan. No, we're
Wait
not.
a minute.
Okay,
Okay.
we're not assuming
Wait,
here,
what's
so
going
stop
on?
bullshit.
Wait. Who is
Wait,
this?
this is ladies' night.
That's me, the mod Justin.
Oh, Justin.
Ethan
Okay,
is a
that's fine.
bitch,
Go ahead.
and he knows it.
Yep. That's why I was trying to scroll up. I was like, I recognize this voice. Who is this? You're fine. Yeah.
Are you talking
Exactly.
about me?
No, he was
There's
talking about
another
Ethan.
No, not you, Ethan.
No,
the
there's-
other Ethan that just popped in.
Ethan pops off. And obviously he pops off because he does. Thank you, Justin.
Well, I mean,
It's
I don't
crazy
know.
how many people we have muted right now. I'm serious. Like every ladies' night, we've never had this many people muted ever. It's fantastic.
I know.
Where
Can we please get to the next guy, Glober? Please.
Yep. Let's do it. Who's next? Let's have a good conversation. Let's really walk them through
Ethan,
the steps.
I actually have to. I'm sorry, I have to interject. Ethan, you did reply, and I'm sorry that if you thought I was talking to you, but I do have to ask you a question because you are a Glober, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, with all of these other people that you're hearing, are they legitimate? Do you believe that they have been legitimate?
Yeah. Seems like it.
Well, let's let the ladies talk to Ethan, and we've been waiting for
Yeah.
a globe defender all night. So yeah,
That
Ethan,
would be great.
what's your best proof for the globe?
I'm actually, so it's not really, I guess, not proof, but you talk about, well, it's like counter to your proof would be how around Earth violates the second law of thermodynamics, which would be like entropy. Like, how exactly does it violate that?
Air containing air.
So
Gas pressure without a container. Can you show us?
Did you just hear that? Did you just hear that? CB, do it again, if that was you.
The second law of thermodynamics doesn't talk about air containing air. It's about entropy, right? It would be,
It's about pressure. It's about entropy. Like, yeah, so if you have a containment of gases, period, and there is an opening, what are those gases going to do?
well, that's a different discussion than the
No,
second
it's
law of
not.
thermodynamics,
It's the
right?
same. How is it different? How is it different? Go on.
So that has nothing to do with entropy, right?
Go on. Why not?
Why not? Because you can have a system that like, so for example, how do I explain? So it's kind of hard to say, like, you're saying it is about entropy, and I'm trying to say it's not about entropy. So
go ahead and explain it. I mean, basically, it is entropy. If one thing is moving into the other thing and it's going to expand in all directions, and that pressure is going to leave and it's going to fill the space and it's going to move, that's going to happen. That's the second law of thermodynamics. So
That's
no
exact
matter
definition of entropy. That is what entropy means.
What does
exactly.
mean?
Well,
Yes,
not
go,
exactly,
listen,
but
man.
go ahead.
Go to Google and type in the word entropy and then type in the word etymology and look at what the word actually means. All it means is a transformation within something, okay? So exactly what Battle Modest said. It's something inside something that's moving and changing and doing all this stuff.
Yep.
So I think the best way to talk about this is, obviously, you believe on, like, Mount Everest, there's lower air pressure, right? Like, if I go
I'm
up there,
so glad you just brought up mountains. I'm sorry, go ahead.
if I go on Mount Everest, the air is thinner, right? There's less molecules of air up there, right? Or not molecules, but atoms of air, whatever you want to call them. There's less air up there, right?
I mean, less trees, less collective consciousness that I was talking about earlier, all that. Yeah, there's less a lot of things. But
Yeah.
that's irrelevant. Do you realize that all mountains point up? They all point up.
Okay.
So, have you ever went to the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I haven't personally.
Looked out. When you looked out, did you see a flat plane or did you see a curved ball, like you felt like you were on a ball?
I've seen pictures. It looks like it's pretty flat. Other than, like, the mountains around it, I guess.
It's flat. Exactly.
Right, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me. You're asking me if I see the curve when I'm on top of Mount Everest?
Sure. Yeah. Do you?
Sure. Like, how do you get the pressure to begin with?
How do you get the pressure to begin with? Gravity. Right? Gravity
Can you
pulls.
demonstrate gravity
Okay, go
containing
back.
gas?
Go back to your
Can you
etymology.
demonstrate this?
So, gravity pulls the air towards Earth. There's more air on top.
Show me the scientific. Show me the scientific experiment where this was established that gravity does this thing.
It's true, though. It is true.
A demonstration.
Oxygen is I don't know what you call that in English, but it's.
So you're asking me for an experiment that proves gravity?
Show me gravity containing gas.
Earth.
Taking the question.
Well, I can actually show you examples.
I cannot.
I can actually show you examples. If you take sulfur hydroxide.
Listen, if you first to invoke gravity, you've got to demonstrate that gravity even it is a thing, right? You've got to.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Why?
Yeah, show me. Demonstrate. Okay, demonstrate gravity containing gas. Then, show me a demonstration.
Show you a demonstration. So, heavier gases like sulfur hydroxide, you can look this up. You can have like an aquarium full of it, and it's all self-contained within the aquarium. You could take off the lid, and the heavy gases stay inside.
For how long?
For how long? Probably depends, right? I mean, what are you asking me? You asking me for like how long it's going to take to dissipate?
The point
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Probably depends on your aquarium. It probably depends on how windy it is.
What is our atmosphere made of? Is it made of sulfur hydroxide?
No.
And over time, that's not going to stay there. Gravity's not. Okay, we need a demonstration of gravity being real. If you're going to invoke it, we need something showing that it's been isolated, it's been manipulated, it's been proven to be the cause of anything. We need something showing that it even exists, and then there needs to be a demonstration of this working in the natural world. We do not breathe. Our air, our atmos is not made up of sulfur hydroxide.
Okay, that's easy though. Can I talk? It's easy. Just get in a rotation machine or something, or
it's called a Cavendish experiment, by the way.
No, you can experiment it your own self. Just get in a machine that rotates at a factor much higher. You
mean like a gravitron?
Hold on just a second.
Like that's fair?
Yeah.
Who are we talking to? Who are we talking to right now? Are we talking to Ethan or are we talking to Gizmo? I think we're talking to Ethan. You said Cavendish. What was the Cavendish supposed to measure?
Supposed to calculate the gravity constant or gravitation constant in Newtonian.
That's not even what they were intending to do. It's not a scientific experiment. There's no natural observed phenomenon.
What do you mean it's not? What is it supposed to? Educate me. What is it supposed to experiment on?
Okay, we'll teach you about your own claim here.
Okay.
Right quick. So the Cavendish, it was not an experiment, but what they were attempting to do, they were attempting to measure the density of the Earth.
Well, in order to calculate the density of Earth, they need to know the. So
one, if you're going to do an experiment, you need an actual observed phenomenon, and two, you need to be able to isolate all other variables. There's like so much wrong with it, and it's not that's not evidence for gravity. So do you have something else?
Yeah, that's what I offered you. That's my offer here. You can experience it yourself. You can just.
No thanks. I respectfully decline.
Yeah, but that's a proof. It is a proof, and you can observe it your own self. So from my side, I'm okay with that.
I didn't even hear what he said. Did anybody hear what he said?
No. I didn't. No. It sounded like marbles in the mouth.
He's just saying it was proof. There's no proof of anything.
Just get in a machine, rotate at a higher speed, and you will recognize that the gravity increases by some factor. It's easy. Any rotation machine or a game in your playfield out there. It's
yeah,
easy.
exactly.
You're observing an effect and you're assuming a cause. So which is
also,
gravity? Is it the cause or the effect? Okay, well we can listen. I'm wanting to get back to Ethan because he was talking about gas pressure and he was trying to invoke something that's never been established to be true. He can't demonstrate that it is even a thing. He can't demonstrate gravity containing gas. So I want to get back to how we even have, because we got off on this from satellites. We got off on this like way long ago. And so we need to finish this, right? It's about gas pressure. How do we have the gas pressure? So just scream out gravity and then that fixes it. It's like even just holler gravity and that fixes it. When you can't demonstrate it.
Whoever is not talking, real quick, Truth, I'm so sorry to cut you. Not place yourself on mute. Wait for somebody to stop talking and then begin speaking, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I haven't.
That's exactly the opposite of what you guys are doing, but okay.
I have a nasty pushing that button.
So just holler out gravity and that fixes it? Okay, you can't demonstrate that gravity is even real. You can't demonstrate this thing that you're calling gravity containing gas. That's what we need. We need to know how we have this pressurized system without containment, because they're claiming that we have, what is it that they claim? Like, and I'm not talking about at sea level. I'm talking about at the outer realms of our atmos, that it's what, a 50 torr? Is it a 50 torr or 500 torr? I think it's 50 torr adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure without a container, and it just like stays there. Like what? Even if you were going to try to invoke gravity, even if I gave you gravity, it's illogical, because gravity, what you think of gravity, is supposed to be the strongest here on the surface of the Earth. Yet it's able to escape the surface of the Earth where it's strongest, get to the outer realms of the atmos, and then all of a sudden just hit its brakes and stop. Like, it's not even logical, even in your understanding of what gravity is and how it works.
Actually, I'll try to describe this without gravity. Without evoking gravity, alright? So, the higher you go, the thinner the air gets, right?
Pressure gradient. Okay, so where's the pressure? How do you get the pressure to begin with? What do you need to have pressure? It needs to exist before you can have pressure.
Force.
Where does the force come from? What causes the force?
Mass attracting mass.
Dude. Okay, I'm going to help you out here. Gas pressure is established by, it's the force created when the air molecules bounce off of the container.
The walls of
even to measure pressure, you need to have volume. How do you have volume if there is no containment?
Well,
the walls of its container.
Hold on, let me
According to BBC,
try to explain this.
Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container.
Exactly, just what I said. Thanks, Siri.
Yes.
So, I'm gonna try to explain this to you, okay? Let's say the Earth is flat, right, and it doesn't have a container, right? Well, you think air goes down, right? Stuff goes down, right?
What'd you say? Let's say what? Earth is flat.
Let's say the Earth is flat and there's no container for the air to stay in, right?
I can say that since it measures flat, but okay.
Yeah. Let's say
air pressure, so
you do an experiment,
container somewhere,
right? The higher you go, stuff goes down, right? Stuff goes down, right? It accelerates down, right?
Everything doesn't go down.
Well, I'm just saying, in general, stuff accelerates down, right? Like, I drop a rock, it accelerates towards the ground. No?
If someone picks it up and inputs energy into it to lift it, then yeah, it's going to seek equilibrium. It's going to find its rest back where in its original spot.
Yeah. So the same thing happens to air, right? It goes down. Right? If I have
No.
go
Air
down?
molecules. Well, how many vectors does gas have?
Well, so you actually do believe this, right? Because the higher you go, the thinner the air.
I think we're just.
No, okay. Let me
need to educate him because he's not He doesn't get any of it, I don't think.
Yeah, okay, let me try to explain this. Why is air thinner the higher you go?
Gas moves in all directions.
Okay. So
all
my question
go down,
to you:
things go up. Everything is medium dependent.
Sure.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to teach you.
I understand.
Everything is medium dependent. Now, if you do disagree with anything that I'm saying, then you can provide some evidence to back it up. You can show a demonstration.
Ready?
Sure. So
whatever.
what I'm trying to say, the higher you go, the thinner the air gets, right? If I'm on Mount Everest, the air is thinner up there, right? You agree with that?
Right. Ethan, what's the point that you're trying to make with this question?
I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to ask, why is air denser closer to the ground than on Mount Everest?
Well, there's a lot of different ways you can look at it, but you got to think, if you're looking at the firmament, it's more moisture up there, okay? So, you can't breathe underwater, so it's going to be a little bit harder to breathe up there, too. And
produce that.
So it's because there's higher moisture?
Can only go so far, huh?
Because it's higher, there's higher moisture? Is that... But, you can calculate the air pressure.
That's a factor. This is a factor.
Where's the air produced at?
Where's the air produced at?
Oh. Yep.
Where do we get air from?
Things that are in the air, these molecules that are in the air, what is...
I thought I answered this already.
What the makeup of our air is that we breathe, where does it come from? Where does it produce that?
Well, if you want to... Oh, okay. So what you're trying to say is, trees and we breathe, and that's why air is denser.
Where are those things located? Where are those things located?
Yeah, closer to the ground. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Right.
But why doesn't... Because you believe that it needs a container, wouldn't the air just, expand into the whole...
It moves in all directions, exactly. But it's going to be denser where it's created at.
Okay,
where
so
it's
that's
produced at.
Yeah. The heaviest concentration of oxygen is where it's produced. Simple.
And when the air goes up, it comes back down like rain.
And I love that eureka moment when you're like, oh, yeah, I get what you're... Okay, so I'd like to have more of those. And I think if you explored some of these things that we're telling you and look into what they're claiming, so if you were, you would have more of those moments, okay? And you would understand, because we're dealing with demonstrable facts. We're dealing with things that you can verify and things you can demonstrate. So when it comes to Earth curve and Earth movement, these are things that need to be demonstrated, because how do you experience Earth?
He's just a kid. He doesn't understand shit like that.
Experience it on the ground.
Oh shit! What I
how do you experience it? Do you experience it as a flat, stationary Earth, or do you ever experience a spherical globe that is spinning at speeds faster than the speed of sound?
I experience it pretty stationary.
Okay, so if someone's going to claim to you that it's doing something other than what you experienced, wouldn't it be logical that they would need to demonstrate, provide some evidence, some measurement for this?
Well,
so see if you can find a measurement for curvature, and see if you can find any measurement for Earth movement. Because everything that I've seen in any searches that I've made, any measurements or any type of detection that's tried to be made for Earth movement has established that Earth is stationary. Even NASA in their aviation manuals refer to Earth as flat, level, and stationary.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, actually, I'm curious about this. So, can we go back to where things create the air? So, if I go to Antarctica, for example, there's nothing living there. There's no plants. There's barely any animals. This is...
I don't know.
Antarctica. Let's talk about...
Have you ever been there?
That's an assumption. Like, there's ice there, and if you go beyond that, what's there? I don't know.
Well, let's talk about Greenland instead. Greenland.
There's different stories and accounts where people have claimed that there's land beyond the ice. So how am I supposed to know? We can't go there because they militarized it beyond the 66th. You can't go there.
I like the R9.
I'm sorry I brought up Antarctica. I meant Greenland. You can go to Greenland, right?
The one that's green? You mean the Greenland that's ice and Iceland that's green? Okay. But the one that's also militarized too.
Is it militarized?
56 max.
I didn't actually know that. Why would they militarize it?
Oh yeah.
Go do some research, bud.
Question. It's a great question. It's our question.
It's your question?
Now I'm sounding like Buzz Aldrin. That's our question. Why would they militarize the North? The center? Why? Tell me, why do you think that they would militarize it?
I don't think it's militarized. But we don't need to go into that.
Oh, it is.
Can you take tours to the North Pole? Is there like helicopter tours?
That's not. We actually have had a pilot in here. She's a pilot, and she talked about getting turned around. You can't get too close to it, like you'll get turned around. Okay, if you want to try it, is all I can say. Book a flight.
Can I
get a private? Find a friend who's got a plane and try to go there.
Okay. Okay, we don't need to talk about Greenland either, alright? A desert, in the middle of the sub-Saharan desert, okay?
We obviously don't need to talk about Earth curve or Earth rotation or gas pressure with that.
Because I'm curious about... Yeah, I'm actually talking about air pressure.
Hold on.
I'm actually talking about air pressure right now.
Are you? Well, can you actually take it to a subject that's valuable? That would be.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
trying to
taking
think
to a
of places that don't have a lot of trees. This is what he's doing.
Who cares if there's a lot of trees?
I'm not talking... That's what I'm trying to do.
You want to do some geological research on some cool places? Why don't you go look up the Bolivian salt flats and see that area?
Yeah,
Let's all go there.
Yeah, let's talk about there. Is the air going to be less dense in the sub-Saharan desert? Because there's not a lot of plants, not a lot of animals, nothing much there, right? Similar to higher up, right? There's not a lot of stuff there.
It can be really heavy in the Sahara Desert or any kind of desert because it's so humid and so heavy that it actually does have a lot of density to it. So what is your point?
It's not humid.
Listen, it's a dynamic system, okay? You've got a lot of thermal activity going on as the sun moves across the face of the earth. A lot of heat and a lot of cooling. It's going to move the air regardless of where it's at. The air is going to move. We have winds.
So
You're not going to find anywhere where you're not going to find anywhere where there's no thermal activity and there's no winds.
But you want to know what you will find there at the salt flats? You're going to find flat land, no curves.
Thousands of square miles. It's literally like over 4,000 square miles of perfectly flat land.
That's right. Yep.
Bam!
Boom. So hey, Guy, do you have any measurements for your curve?
I don't personally have any measurements, no.
Okay, neither do they.
Nobody does. You want to know what measurements we do got? we got flat measurements. Everything is flat. all we do here on this Flat Earth Discord channel is measurement. And all we found is flatness. No curves or bulges. There's no bulges and no curves.
I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
How far is this whole theory religiously motivated? That's a genuine question. Because I'm a believer myself.
It depends on which side you're on. If you're on the globe side, it's absolutely 100% religious. If you're on Flat Earth side, it's all about verifiable evidence.
Well, hold on, because there's a lot of Christians that are flat earthers because of their Christian beliefs and believing in the Bible.
Their individual choice, though. Hold on, because that's their individual choice. That's their if they want to believe because a religious textbook tells them to, but that's not what the flat Earth is about.
Right,
it's about verifiable. It doesn't need religion. It's not a religion. It's not a religion, and it doesn't need religion.
Okay, well
If that was the
So-
point, ladies, then why is everyone reverting to books about what Aristophanes said and all these books about Einstein? No, let's talk about the book, the first book, which spoke about flat Earth. Why are you speaking about books after the fact? The first book spoke about this subject, but no.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and the Quran talks about it too.
Yes,
There's
and
the
I
flat
got a
Earth all in the
suggestion.
Quran.
And I got a suggestion. If there's any mods here, I think if anyone comes in our channel speaking about spirituality or the Bible, then pick someone who's in our flat Earth family who specifies in that speaking about the Bible and the flat Earth. Don't just cut the
They
person
can go
off.
down. They can go down to the Bible study group if they want to talk about that.
we
We have servers for that.
Okay,
Yeah, we do. There's rooms for that, and people do that. But if you're asking if you're asking where the religious basis for it's not the only part of flat Earth that is religious is the globe, because it's a belief system. There's no evidence for it. There's evidence for the Earth being flat. You don't need a religion for it.
Bingo.
So most of you people are not really religiously motivated. That's what I conclude.
Again, you're generalizing and you're assuming, but that's okay if you want to assume those things. But again, that doesn't mean we're not religious, any of us, or not. But we all here are supposed to go again that we have evidence. That's the difference. We have scientific
I have
evidence.
evidence that God exists. Does that count?
Yeah, and I got evidence.
If you got
that
it, you
God
got
exists too. Because the Earth is flat, and it said so from His lips in the Bible.
Come on.
Well, I'm a Christian as well, so that's why I'm genuinely interested. You know.
Well, go. Somebody send him that site with all the Bible verses on it about flat Earth.
Yeah, that'd be great for him.
You okay?
And there's a Bible study room down below too. You could probably look through a lot of their texts or ask for the Bible study roll or something like that. All of
And
that.
whatever your I don't know what your personal thing is, but whatever your like native language is that you're best speaking, that you can understand the best, there's a flat Earth group for everyone now. So join those groups, and really, dig deep into this because you want to know about it. So you need to keep digging. You keep doing that work.
Okay, thanks for the advice.
Sure thing.
Video that's showing like a lot of, if that is your if that is the way that you go and that's your worldview and your perspective, there's a lot of information on that. So I'll find it, I'll DM it to you, or I'll just post it in the live stream if you're looking in the live stream. But the entire point about flat Earth is that it's demonstrable, it's practically used as flat, it's measurably flat. There's no evidence of curvature, there's no measurement of curvature, and those eureka moments that you were having, it's like I would like for you to try to find these things, try to find a measurement of curvature. See if you can find where anyone has ever measured. The only thing that you're ever going to find is something about sticks and shadows, which works on both. It doesn't prove either. You have to make a bunch of assumptions with it. There is no measurement of Earth curve. When you go out and test for it, when you go out and measure it, it measures flat. Do you know what the radius, what they claim the radius of the Earth is?
I don't know.
Go do the work, man.
That's the first thing that you need to know. It's the first thing you need to look at. What are they claiming that the Earth is?
And then you got to be able to prove it. That's how a lot of people too became flat earthers, because they were trying to prove the globe. They were trying to prove what they thought they really knew, and they had to come to the realization that they couldn't. At some point, they finally realized, oh, there is no curve, because there literally you can't detect one because there doesn't exist.
That's right.
Or I just ignorantly keep believing in my religion, right?
It's not a religion thing. You can't. Well, your religion in the globe. Yeah, I get how they were relating that, because it is a belief system, and that's what that's what religion means. So if you want to keep believing in Santa Claus, then go ahead. But come on. Wake up, bruh.
I don't have a gun.
While you're here, are you here to try to get some like reification of your belief system?
Well, I'm here
Do you
to.
want the truth?
I have the truth, I guess, because I'm already applying the truth to many things in my life. So I'm just trying to listen
Where'd you go, Wyatt?
to some interesting perspectives. Nonetheless,
What truth have you found about the globe?
Oh, there.
my belief system, I guess.
What truth have you
I
found
like
to
your
it?
gun, Wyatt.
Well, it's
Kill.
the rules that I apply that I have talked about already.
Kill.
I have not found any truth about the radius itself, the measurements, the calculations, the maths, whatever you call it, because I'm genuinely not interested in that. I'll be honest with you, straightforward. And also for most of the people.
Then you're not interested in what the Earth is.
I'll tell you something. Whatever your theory or my theory is, I think you're neither qualified nor am I qualified to demonstrate or
Do you want the M13,
falsify
Wyatt?
or prove any point here to the extent.
Qualified. Are you able to make a measure? Are you able to do a measurement? Can you measure stuff?
I firmly believe that neither you or I am able to falsify or prove anything here. Because if I believe in the fact that Earth is flat, the whole natural rules that we abide with and work with in science would have to be reshaped. So,
Rules are made to be broken, man. Rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, well, not the natural laws, right? Are still the same. They still apply. They still work. The only thing that changes is the pseudoscience, the not actual science.
Isn't that like an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
Well,
Yes, it is.
come on, guys. Some of us believe in religions, okay? Some of us are Christians, some of us are Muslims. None of it is demonstrated.
Yeah, but you're appealing to ignorance and saying everyone is ignorant because I'm ignorant.
I
That's
will
right.
stick to my double discipline ignorance.
Well, the thing is, you claimed people couldn't measure it. You claimed that people have no ability to disqualify something that is a measurement, which is a false statement and assumption. Maybe you don't want to go falsify it. Maybe you don't want to go look at it, but you could. The thing is, that's what you're using your religion to then qualify that you can't do anything to prove anything, which is fine. You can keep that belief. I don't have a problem with it, but don't assume the rest of us feel the same way.
Probably.
But I did stumble upon some, lack of knowledge about certain things that we spoke about already, because I've been in this room for 3 hours, and Ethan and other people have talked about
3 hours, and you think you have people's knowledge figured out? Everyone's?
No, you guys are entitled. You guys are entitled to the truth, and there are still some questions that you cannot answer properly. So
Really?
What one?
A minute ago, you were totally saying you weren't qualified to even measure it. But now you're saying we aren't even qualified to speak on what we've spoken on, but you haven't even given us an example of that. Would you like giving an example of one thing?
For example, I asked you for the reason to why you, respectfully ladies, why you believe in the fact that the sun moves around the earth, however you shaped it, and you could not answer that. This is one example of many.
Who couldn't answer that? You can see
What's
it.
going on here?
You can see
We all
it.
answered it.
Who didn't answer that?
Go ahead. I heard something about common consciousness, which is something that is still oblivious to me.
Yeah, no. We're not talking about anything about consciousness. I've heard other people say that, but no, that's not anything that we're saying. So ask your question again, and let's see how the ladies answer it this time. What is your question?
Okay, so
answer to
Yeah, that don't work for me. Because
I already talked about the fact that there are seasons, and at least for me, it's a fact. Okay, and I asked you for an alternative to this belief system when it comes to the seasons and how they are caused and created and such. Okay, and there was this interesting answer which probably applies to most of the flat earthers, which is that the sun moves in certain directions and such. Now, when that certain person answered me that, I did not hesitate to state the question, what makes you believe, because you cannot prove it, what makes you believe that the sun moves around us?
Okay, so
Because
this
we're
is
not
what's really
moving.
interesting. This is what's so interesting is that yeah. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Because the Earth is stationary. Do you feel the Earth moving under your feet? Is the Earth moving like an escalator? Does the Earth move like an escalator? When you go outside to walk to your car, do you just stand and then move to your car?
No, why is the sun moving? You did not get
Okay,
the
look,
question.
listen to me. So, do you have any? Okay, this all goes back to there's so many ways to deconstruct your question and how we're saying that it is the sun that's moving, right? So it goes back to, do we have any evidence that the Earth is rotating whatsoever? What is your evidence?
Why are you stating
the reason why I'm asking you, let me tell you. No, let me finish. I'm speaking. Let me finish. The reason why I'm coming back at you with this question is because in order for the stars not to be moving, and us to just, apparently see the stars to be moving would mean that we're actually rotating. So if that is the case, then where's your evidence that we're actually rotating when we do not see any evidence of that whatsoever? That is the only way that the stars could be moving, like where we're seeing them move, but they're not actually moving, is us rotating. That's the other option. So you need to back up that claim that there is some kind of rotation. Otherwise, there is no rotation, which means that the stars are moving.
Okay, so here's the thing. I already asked you for evidence to why you think the sun is moving around the Earth.
I just explained it to you.
Shifting the burden of proof. This is just fallacious. Because the obvious, natural, observable thing that we see is a flat, stationary Earth and the sun moving above us. If you want to claim that it's different than everybody experiences and tests, then you need to provide proof of that. We don't need to provide a negative claim.
Accept this statement. You know why? I will not accept this statement because merely by observing it, you cannot tell me that we're not moving.
No, you're missing the point, Pedro. You are missing the point. You have to understand. Listen to what I'm saying, Pedro. Just stop talking and listen to what I'm saying. Either the stars are moving around us and we are still, or we are rotating and the stars are staying still. I mean, they're not necessarily, they're moving outwards, but they're not rotating around us in this perfect symmetrical unison that repeats year after year, eclipses every 18 years, and this perfect cycle, like a clock, like a watch, like gears, and the wheels on the sky keep on turning, right? Either the wheels in the sky are turning or we're spinning, and it appears that the stars are moving because we're actually spinning. So in order for you to say that it's actually us that's moving and we're just witnessing the sky, you have to prove rotation, which we do not feel, we do not see, we do not experience. So if you have any evidence for rotation, then yes, you would be correct. But there is no evidence for that. So until then, how are you going to say that it's us that's moving and not the stars?
Okay, we're talking about rotation. I think we all have been children before and we have played in this, rotation game, anything that's rotational. And it's this mere observation that I wanted to talk about. When you sit in this rotator as a game in such a play field around your house perhaps, and increase the speed in this rotatory movement, right? I think we all have, felt this certain increase in gravity or
you're talking about centrifugal force.
No, we didn't.
That's not gravity.
Force.
Oh boy! You know what?
What is it?
I suspect that Pedro maybe needs to let this thought that the Earth is flat, let that marinate a little bit. Maybe do some research and knowing the flat Earth argument. You don't have to.
Yeah, like QE would say, maybe take 5th grade science again.
Yeah.
So, this is a process and it's different for everyone. You're more than welcome to be here as a Glober as long as you like. You know what I'm saying? So, don't feel like any pressure to accept what we're telling you. You have to investigate things for yourself, you know?
Yeah, like we did.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Thank you very
We
much,
all did
lady.
it.
I wish you a good night.
We all did it, Pedro. You can do it too.
Well, I will look into it.
Okay, great.
I got a
Have
link.
a good day.
I got a link for you. Hold on. Oh, I thought I had it ready.
Okay, how about another Glober? Is there anybody else?
Sure, I have some evidence.
That's
no, not you, Mike. I mean, what's your name again? No. We need a new Glober. Is anybody new?
Okay, I'll just put it in the live stream.
Well, if there's nobody new,
if there's no one new, then we can definitely talk to you, Matthew. But it would be cool if there's somebody else in here that. I mean, Creation. Do you know of anybody that's in here that's new? Is he in here?
They're right above Tracy. There's a real,
Okay.
the real David. He was cool. Maybe he's there.
Okay.
Try speaking with
Yeah, we talked to him a little bit before, but the real David, do you want to speak up? Do you have anything to say?
I see this. It said I love you.
Might be AFK.
The real David.
Yeah, I missed that. I just heard my
Yep.
name though.
Hey.
Yeah, I haven't been talking for a while. What was it with me?
Yeah, you're new, and so go ahead, Tracy.
yeah, we were wondering if you had any questions for us.
Oh, well, I'm a like what do you call a geocentrist? You know, like I believe the flat Earth.
Oh, okay then. Cool.
That's
Sorry.
cool. Yeah, we were looking for Globers. We're looking for some fresh meat that we can sink our teeth into.
Yeah.
Nom 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 nom.
Have you ladies
Yum,
tried speaking
Gotta
with-
say, you girls have been on point tonight. Hi, Karma.
Likewise, Karma. You were
Hey,
amazing
Tracy.
tonight as well.
Hey, Oh, girl. thank you. What's up with this guy in the chat? I think his name is who's X Y wait.
Yeah, right above
XIC?
XIC. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with him?
Yeah, he was nice in the chat.
Yeah, he's actually been hitting me up in DMs like quite a lot. Let me read you a couple. It started with stop telling people to stop talking over them while talking over them. And how are you going to assume someone with a weird voice is a person trolling? That's when the person came in with that girl voice. And I said, get the fuck out of here. And he said, okay, just wanted to rant. I said, I hope you are done. Next time, shout at the wall. And he kept coming back and he was like, before you want to lecture people about the flat earth theory, you should work on not mocking people. You're coming out really arrogant and narcissistic, a clear sense of entitlement with all due respect. Get your morals straight, lady. And I said, keep screaming at your wall. And he said, actually laughing at my wall right now, literally. I said, not surprised. I'm not even talking. And he said, but you typed. So I would definitely like to talk to him. I actually asked him if he wanted to come in here, but yeah, no such luck so far. Like, I would definitely love to have a talk with XIC. So if you want to speak up now and tell me how horrible of a person I am, now's the time.
We have to. Do we have to?
Totally.
Oh.
I mean, if you have some kind of
Matthew Learn showed up. You should talk to him.
That's who we were going to talk to next. Yeah, we were just trying to figure out if there was any Globers that are new. Otherwise, definitely want to talk to Matthew.
We want to talk to new people. We always talk to Matthew.
I was just
But I
wondering about
do
the
enjoy
geocentric.
you guys cracking on him sometimes.
Yeah, Matthew's
I
always
I was wondering about
back.
the geocentric. I was wondering about the geocentric claim because that has so many different meanings, and just to say that you're geocentric doesn't always mean that you understand that the Earth isn't moving. Some of the worldviews of that are considered to be geocentric still reify space. So I was
true. That's very true. Yep.
Girls, what about the real David? Have you talked to that person?
Yeah, just now.
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking. Thank you.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. But I get what you're saying, Truth, and I agree with you 100%. Just because they say they're geocentric. So that would be
Yeah.
interesting to hear more
I
about.
guess it's just usually
A
going
couple
back to the
different
word flat because when you look at the topography, it's not really it's flat in a lot of parts, but it's still like very definitely varies.
Well, this is where the level earthers come in, and they're like, "We're not flat earthers, we're level earthers." Oh my gosh, we all know it's messed up. Okay.
Well, of course, it has hills and valleys.
as long as it's not a globe.
That's
exactly. As long as you're not on a ball spinning hurling through space.
We have somebody in here with space herpes.
Who's that
oh
one?
my.
Oh my god.
Nat
Stay away from me.
It's
Stay away
Nat.
from me with that.
Nat EQ. Nat.
Who's typing? Who's typing? Lapointe. Lapointe.
Yeah,
Can you?
hello.
Are you a flat earther or a glober, Lapointe?
I think you are right on the perspective point of view that said that.
No, I just asked you a simple question really quick because you were hot micing. I'm just asking you, are you a flat earther or a glober?
Globe.
Okay, globe. So hold on just one second. We'll get right to you next.
He's a glober who thinks
Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute while you're typing, and you will be the next person we talk to. Put yourself on mute, please.
Thank you.
Talk to him, Shine. We gotta talk to him.
Thank you, because you're still not on mute, and you were typing. We could hear it. Just use mic control. Put yourself on mute. Thank you. Okay.
Do you hear the return? The toot
We
toot
can
toot toot.
still hear you. Yes. So you have to hit the little microphone button when you're not speaking and you're listening to people. You click a little microphone. It says mute. It's still not on mute. So you should try that.
You'll still be able to hear us, though.
That works.
Yeah. Just so put yourself on mute while we're talking to other people. Thank you. That was perfect. Now you're on mute. Okay, so whoever you guys were talking to, go on.
Oh, the guy with space or the person with space herpes?
Yeah.
It's spelled NATEQ. So Nat EQ. That's how I was pronouncing it.
Hey, Natty Q, where you at? Where you at?
Hey, we'll help you out with them space herpes. We'll help you.
Is it Nate Q? Natty Q?
Natty Q.
Natty Q, where you at? Oh, I guess he doesn't.
Matthew learns, I do not worship the sun.
Before we move further, ladies, can you tell me which one, like for in the future, who was it? Because I didn't see who it was that said that they were geocentric.
That
Right
was
above Tracy.
Lapointe, I think.
Yeah, that should be noted.
It was the real David, right above Tracy.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Truth prevails. That's something to note. I say anyway.
Well, I just want to know what he means by geocentric.
Oh,
like does that mean that all of the other celestial bodies are still planets, and that everything just moves in this vast area of outer space around the Earth? Is that what that means?
Like Earth is the center of the universe, the center.
But in your worldview, does outer space still exist?
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's upper space for sure, but I don't really know what's on the outside or anything like that in terms of outer space. I don't really buy the more land thing too much. So I don't see a lot of evidence there.
You said like revolving around the Earth in the vast universe. Does this consist of this area of 10 to the negative 17 tour that they consider to be outer space, or are we in a contained system? And are we stationary?
I absolutely think it's a pressurized system from everything that we can observe. It's definitely a pressurized system.
Perfect.
I love this.
Are we in an enclosed system?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because there's so many different views that use the word geocentric, and you don't want to just assume that they mean any of them.
Globers being this specific. I mean, when you ever see a glober be like, hang on, let me narrow this down real deep into the details here so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Never.
Those are the guys that become flat earthers. Just saying.
We never hear them do that because they can't.
Except
so last question, and then I'll shut up for a minute. Last question, I'll shut up for. Sorry, Quimm, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
Totally am. Go ahead.
I just want to know, okay, so in your worldview, do we live in a contained, enclosed system? And are we moving?
You're asking me, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, it's a pressurized system. There's no movement or anything. Probably, I like to say center of the universe because it makes me feel special, but really, I don't actually know. That's just what I can observe.
Right, okay, well, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that before we moved on.
Woohoo!
I'm finished, guys.
Another one for the books. Well, halfway there anyway.
All right, let's go to that guy called the one who was speaking a minute ago, something Point. His name.
Le Point.
Le Point.
Yeah,
I'm always on point.
Are you from France?
Yes.
Oh, comment allez-vous?
Bien, 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 baguette. Oui, oui. Oui, oui, baguette.
Oui, oui. Yeah. So, what are you?
Did you say wee wee baguette? Or did I mishear that?
Okay.
No, actually, I'm French. My accent speaks for itself.
Yes, it does. So, are you into the globe or what's up? What's your views?
That's. I think I am into the globe because strangely. No, it's just I just tell you what I think. I think it's possible. I think we are on a globe, but I think that we lie to us about the space mission. But I don't. The thing is, I believe that planet exists. Otherwise, other than sonoluminescence, that's a very interesting thing. Other than that, but I think that extraterrestrial exists too, because if we are here, why not something else can exist into the universe? But I don't.
Okay, so what if I told you? Well, if I shared my opinion that aliens could very well be from outer lands that we are not aware of.
Yeah, that's possible. Because when I have a document to show to you, Jenny. That's a crazy document. But the thing is,
damn it to me.
But the thing is, the man that have made all this research is a guy that is very insightful. He speak about alien, but aliens that look like human. That's a crazy thing because we always depict alien like a strange creature.
Right.
But
that's a huge topic. That whole thing is a huge topic. But let me ask you a question. So, you don't think man went to the moon? Then is that what I kind of heard from you?
I think yes. I think
he does.
I think yes, they can't go to the moon because or maybe they for me it's like do you hear about black nobility? I don't know if you know this stuff.
Yeah, I have heard that term before, that title.
And I think that when we see the world as we see it, you have the guys that have to play the great act and the guys that have to play the bad one, and but they are still of the same game. So at the end of the day, even if you think we find the great champion, our champion, in reality it looks like our champion, but it doesn't play as we want him to play. Really, he's still independent. We cannot have an end on him. I am speaking about Trump.
Let me see. Okay, so another question. This is what I'm getting from you too. You're questioning a lot of things because things don't seem right. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your journey is, unique to you. There's tons of documentaries of people who have been talking about for 5 decades of how we didn't go to the moon. So if that's something that interests you, hey, start there. But around these here parts, we talk about how the Earth is observably and measurably flat, and nobody has any proof, definitive proof of that we are moving in any way. So as far as everybody can tell, we're stationary. I mean, that's a whole topic. I mean, that's why we've been here 24/7 for 5+ years, because there's a lot to talk about. You can either talk about how the heliocentric theory, how many anomalies there are with that, and it's not even scientific in any way, but that's a side note. Or you can talk about how we see too far all over the place. That it's flat. It's not a globe.
But the crazy stuff about that is, I don't understand because for me, you know, it's I have a reality is a quote that I said every time is reality is stranger than fiction, and that doesn't mean, for example, I think maybe in a certain particular realm, maybe, I don't know, we might be right saying that the Earth is flat, but maybe it's right also to say that it's like you said, we are on a bigger Earth. Yes.
No, sir. Wait a minute. I got this. Okay. Sir, it absolutely cannot be a bigger ball, and I will tell you why. Because we already have an issue as it is with the calculations and the measurements we're given now. It's called the 3N body problem. And there's more than 3 motions to our universe, okay? So keep that in mind. So if you add on a bigger ball, you got a double, triple problem, sir. So that is not something you should be repeating at all, ever.
So, but when I say bigger Earth, I mean bigger planet. Let's say planet.
No. That's exactly what I was referring to. It cannot be a bigger ball, sir. There's no way.
No, not bigger ball. How do we say bigger plane?
Bigger plane?
Yeah, like a planet.
Oh, what?
No.
Planet? No, sir. No, it cannot be a globe. It cannot be a bigger globe.
No, what I mean is how do we depict the name? Because we don't obviously have a name to refer about the flat Earth.
It's a plane.
Yeah,
plane. Well, okay. I see where he's going. I mean, so why it doesn't have to be a shape. It can be a realm. That's what a lot of people use that term. Yeah.
Maybe it's a realm, and we have like maybe many people talk about it, but this realm, this can be very tricky. It can be a disc shape. I mean, the realm.
Well, okay, so this is what we say a lot of times in here. It's just not a globe. It's just not a globe, because we can't freely explore any. You know, there are restricted areas that are guarded by military. Most notable, the Antarctic Treaty, which is oddly signed by a couple dozen countries. I don't know the number.
I see it, yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of weird, you know. So.
What the thing is, but the crazy stuff is, you know, everything is illusion, in the sense that even what we perceive, for example, when you perceive something as red, it's not red. It's everything except red, the object that you are observing. It means that...
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's...
The point that you see my red point, it's everything except red. That meaning that the object is just reflecting the light absorbed.
The reason I like you bringing that up is because a lot of people don't know how their eyes work.
Yeah, exactly. And the crazy thing is, when we see, I was in a cathedral near, because in France it's a land of the cathedral, next to me, and I was seeing a beautiful moon. And because I do trading using the moon and using the phase of the moon doing trading, when the moon is...
I got a fun fact for you.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, good.
But actually, I've never done the calculations by hand myself, and it's been a while since I visited this point. But I do know that we should not be able to see Tycho crater on the moon with the naked eye. being, I believe it's 238,000 miles away. And I think it's only 5,100 miles across or something. I can't remember the numbers. My apologies. But we should not be able to observe it with the naked eye, unaided. So there's that. If you ever want to look into that. The moon, that topic is a huge topic. Huge topic that people do not believe that we went to the moon. I believe there's 3 different documentaries. A paper moon. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And I'd have to look up the other one. I can't think that.
Do you have a design about the flat Earth, but a flat Earth that have a bigger realm? Do you have a design?
That's great you bring that up because, you know, we all agree that it's not a globe. But other than that, you know, there's lots of conceptual, visual aids that we have. But it's only a concept.
I know.
You know, it can't be anything scientific or confirmed.
But it's interesting because we can visualize. Because for me, when we speak about the dome, for me, you know, Hollywood is telling I have a quote that said, "Oh yes, I have seen Michael Sousa, Stanley Kubrick, and I have also heard the audio of Stanley Kubrick saying that he was faking the
do you know
landing
the
on
voice text room? Do you see the voice text room?
Where?
Miguel
yes,
just posted.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy, quote unquote, for lack of a No, wait, I got a better term. There's a lot of coincidences with the moon landing. Yes. Exactly. So if you are not a conspiracy theorist, to me, by basic logic, you're a coincidence theorist if you're not a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, conspiracy theories literally mean theoria. Theos is the Greek word for God. Is taking the God perspective point of view. So when someone is telling you you're a conspiracy theorist, it just means that you're putting yourself as a God perspective and you are seeing the realm that you are in objectively and not with your subjectively own individual perspective. You try to go outside to see the...
Yeah, I like that. But the way I always think of it is a conspiracy theorist is one who is aware of conspiracy happening.
Exactly.
And the simple definition of conspiracy is 2 or more people conspiring to do another man harm. So we're talking about, you know, crimes against humanity. That's why all of us have been here for the length of time we've been here. So, yeah, exciting stuff.
I wanted to point out, I sent and tagged you in this, LaPointe.
Yeah, I see.
You will
That's
enjoy
great.
this old skit. And this, everyone needs to watch this. It's called Le Voyage dans la Lune. It means a trip to the moon, and it's made in 1902. And it's a skit, and it shows the wizards, and they're doing the spell on the people and tricking them, thinking they're going.
Exactly.
Listen, I have shared this. I've screen recorded this. I have shared it so many times, and every time I share it, it gets removed from all my social medias. It gets blocked and removed. This particular video.
A great thing, a really great thing, really.
I have heard of this, but I have not watched it, so thank you so much, Better
I tell you what I've done, Flat Earth Goddess. She have done something great because we used to do, as a little French guy, a little French school guy, we used to study Georges Méliès, the one who was the first man to make movies. The first Frenchman to make movies.
Okay.
And, for that, it's 1902. It's very old. It's before Hollywood, before everything. And the thing is, they were the first to make the movie. The first to have the enough money to do the movie making. And it's like the first one who do something are always backed. They are always supported by the how can I say that? By the bourgeoisie. It's like they cannot, how can I say that? The only people at the beginning when they are doing movie, it's for the ones that can pay to watch it because it was very, it cost a lot to go to the cinema. So the thing is only the bourgeoisie, the people that knows really what our realm is. So they make symbology everywhere. It's a movie for the guy who can pay for it, and because they are high elite people, they know the stuff.
Well, that's where the term bougie comes from.
Wait. Oh my gosh, I was saving a video and I didn't catch that. Bougie comes from where?
Say the word LaPointe that you said. Bourgeois what?
Bourgeoisie.
Yeah.
Bourgeoisie. I've heard that term before. Okay,
So
that's where that comes
that's
from.
just what bougie means. Like, yeah, if you're bougie, you went to the theater.
Yeah, yeah. What a trip.
All right,
can you write me the can you type me the how you spell it, the word bougie?
I don't know. Look it up on Urban Dictionary. Let me see. I think it's let me see. Okay, BOUJIE.
I would have never guessed that spelling for that word.
Oh yeah, bougie. And for what you are using it in English?
Yeah, we use it a lot.
Silly.
We use it like, like you're fly, like
you're extra.
Yeah, you so fly, and you like
It's money related though. It means if you got money and you just kind of are frivolous, like you spend money on stuff you don't really need to, but you do it because you're fancy.
Yeah,
okay.
high priced items, Gucci,
shoes
and all that.
Or like even silly things like going to Starbucks. We're like, I'm going to go to Starbucks today because I'm feeling bougie, or just whatever. It's just like a funny little term sometimes. You use it kind of how you want.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Okay. You are all bougie. Okay, I see the meme. Okay. I see.
Wow, this is fun, y'all.
yeah, and you're right, because after pronouncing a lot of time bourgeoisie, and it was deformed to bougie, it says to say the definition of the word without saying the entire word that is unpronounceable because it's a French word.
Yeah, it's just bourgeoisie, and you're bougie.
That would be transliteration, folks, I do believe. Would it
So
not?
I was right? Wow. What do you...
Yeah, and the thing is, thank you for the movie, and I will see the little video that you put.
Sure thing.
It's great.
A movie is a lot different than how we use our take on that word, I guess. Interesting.
And how can I say that? Yes, the crazy stuff is, you see, the thing is, a crater. We are on a crater. Our realm is like, how can I say that? It's a biblical realm. You have an upside and you have a downside. And maybe the crazy stuff is, video games. It's like our spirit is embodying ourselves, but our spirits our body are just antenna. How can I call that? Antenna, yes, maybe. I don't know. And I don't know if you see the do you see this?
Are you trying to translate stuff?
I'm trying to. I'm sharing something to you to live stream, but.
Oh, okay.
It's a picture.
It is. Post an image.
Tell me.
You probably will not be able to post an image if that's what you were wanting.
Oh yeah, maybe I can't.
What were you wanting to post?
In the chat, and then we'll put it up if it's appropriate.
Oh yes, I can.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, I can. I've posted. Do you see the image? Maybe it's a little one. Live stream voice checks. When you see the crater, and you see the barrier, have you ever observed what we called a vivarium? A vivarium.
Yeah, every once in a while we talk about, what Earth could be. I mean, there's a one by Martin Kenny. He made a model with his own hands, and then he collaborated with somebody, and they made a digital. It's kind of like the cosmic egg theory.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, it could be a way bigger machine overall. There's just no way to know. I mean, there's no way.
But the things that we know is we know the people that do they go to the astral. Do we say astral in English? Astral. We know the people that are able to go to the inside world. No, outside.
Oh,
so
yeah, yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I see the Indio 007 that have posted an image about mirage. In English, we say mirage, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you said mirage.
Mirage.
Yeah,
in
mirage,
English.
hallucination.
Yeah, that's a big topic here. That's a really big topic for us because you
What
can
you're
see.
seeing here is a mirage.
Because I have there was many mirage. You know the mirage that we have with the eye. We know, but we also can be tricked with the mirage, with the sense of the feelings of the taste. We have also the mirage of the touch thing. We feel that something it's like when we have the closed eyes, we imagine with our touch that what we are touching it's real. For example, real crocodile. It's not. We have mirage also of the sound, but we have also mirage of the mind. And the thing is, we perceive outside all the mirage of our five senses. We have the mirage of the sixth sense.
Well, there's actually several different types of mirages you can see through the atmosphere medium. I couldn't tell you how many there are to speak on it. I mean, that would be more like Indio to speak on that, but yeah, look at the image Don Geo has. And, we talked about it a moment ago, about perspective. People don't understand that that's how it works. And, there are videos that show a shrinking sun changing angular size as it moves away towards the quote-unquote horizon. So that's a problem for the globe, if you ask me, and people just say, oh, refraction, and they don't really know how it works. So Indio's got another one. Studies suggest massive increase in scientific fraud. What? No! Scientism is going to be exposed eventually.
Yay!
Woohoo! Yes.
About time.
But the thing is, I want to say something about we are on a bigger egg. I mean, we are on a cosmo egg. I don't know how to translate, but the thing is, maybe when I was doing the experiment, Dave from Deep Into the Rabbit Hole channel, the guy who made the app that I
Nice. Okay. All right. Is that how you found us?
Yeah.
Sweet. He found us through David's app, you guys. That's cool.
Awesome.
Is that how that happened? How you found us? I just want to make sure.
I don't find you in the app, but I find you through the channel of David Weiss, who was speaking about it. Because in the app, it should be much more visible, like a big Discord logo, so people can notice it.
I don't know if he has a link on his app for us. I thought he did.
He came
because
in
I have to seek around. I mean,
he came in here one day and said that he was going to post it on there.
Okay.
That was a while ago, though.
And but the thing is, it's strange to explain because many of us have the feeling that the things are not how do you say, like the Rolling Stone. It's like a rolling stone. The things aren't rolling as they sound like. We are always tricked to think we are always tricked to think the stone is rolling. But when we go behind the veil, we find that we have the illusion of the finger going well into the world. We have the illusion of the finger, and that makes me interested about the flat Earth because I was questioning everything, and I found many different topics. And the final one that I couldn't get above, it was flat Earth. And this is normal because flat Earth, we are questioning as a truth seeker, we are questioning life. We see the counter what is really life. But when we are using flat Earth on the pyramid of the, let's say, conspiracy, it's like you are going to put upside down what you have already put upside down. You know what I mean? It's mine, even for someone who is seeking the truth, it makes him bug into his mind. But at the same time, it gives him answer that he couldn't find a response.
Okay, I'm sorry. I kind of fell asleep, and I also just got back. So I'm just wondering what's going on. I had to step away for a minute.
Kind of like Jenny said she was talking to him. That's why we weren't speaking.
Hey, anybody can jump in. Hey, that's fine.
Well, even Jenny, did you catch what he was saying? Like, I was away. I have to admit, I was typing, and then I kind of.
No, I think you're right. His accent's just really soothing,
relaxing. Exactly.
I like it.
Like I was like kind of droning. Like when I came back, I was like, what's happening?
I like it.
American girls love. American girls love it.
I don't like the fact that he likes the globe.
Like, what was his point? What is your lay point? What is your point?
He's a globey, you guys. He's a globey. We got to talk to him about that stuff. It's not a globe.
I mean, that's right. Don't let him lull us into submission.
Exactly. La Pointe. What is the point, La Pointe?
The thing that I couldn't figure out is, for me, you know, we called it space travel, but I have a question. Maybe you know it may sound crazy, but at this point nothing is crazy. Maybe we have all around us another, how can I say that, other paradise. Can I call that this way?
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Because no, it's the very
Wait, really? What is? I don't understand your point of this. So you're talking about space travel, and you said spirit. What is happening? There's too many people. I don't know. Hot miking. Can you guys please stop? Thank you.
What I mean is, when I say paradise, it's in Bible. When we talk about the paradise, etymology of the word. I don't speak about the definition. Paradise means a realm within a boundary. Etymologically, etymon, which means true sense, and logical, which the logical true sense of the word. And it means it's like when we speak about the great flood, we called it in the Bible deluvio. But deluvio mean literally great flood.
The deluge.
When we are speaking about Holocaust, no one knows about what Holocaust means. They just know the definition, what was used the word for the particular moment when we have bring this word known to everybody. But the true sense of Holocaust means ritual sacrifice, which means what we think about just a massive killing, maybe a ritual prepared sacrifice of humanity, and it's not the Jews that were killed in millions.
Le Point. Please hold for a second. Please stop talking. Le Point. Listen, I agree with you. Etymology is everything, and this is something that I talk about a lot. But you're kind of losing people here, so you need to get to the point. Do you have a specific question? Can you say it within 30 seconds? Say your question. What is it?
Is it possible we can still do space-time traveling?
No. Wait, hold on. Let him finish what he wants to ask.
Because is it possible to do it? Because I'm very for what I've seen, and I will share you the guy that make me see that. It make me think that what we see in the Bible, Jesus, or not really Jesus, but Christ, to be precise, maybe coming like in a space time, like our atmos in the. How can I say that?
So what's the question? What is the question? You're dragging.
I don't think he has a question. I think he's trying to make a point.
Let's move on. Is there someone else? LaPointe, you talked about a great thing. We move on.
And LaPointe, let me tell you, your globe that you believe in, the size is 3959 miles. So
yeah, but that's not his point. What he was talking about was actually about the second law of thermodynamics and going out into outer space.
Miguel Sousa shared me something very nice. He shared me Back to the Future. This was my movie that I was a fan with when I was a kid. Back to the Future. You know the movie?
Exactly. It was a movie. It was fake. Moving forward. Next. Do we have any other Globers that has any questions?
And Shine, I know he was talking about that. I was just answering him from earlier. He had said that the globe can be bigger, and no one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
To him about
no, it's just
you bigger. No, it can't be bigger. It can't be bigger. It's not bigger. They say that you can see the curve. They say that you can see the ship go over a curve. This is not happening.
Okay.
This is a lie. Okay? Moving forward. Next.
I have another question.
Hey, you have to say it really fast, bruh. Say it fast.
Do you believe in the theory of string theory?
We do not believe theories. We go by science and facts. Next question.
It's science and fact. It says that we can change our realm by changing our frequency. But
frequencies, of course, you can change things with frequency. Yeah. We already know this.
But what I mean is, Back to the Future. George Méliès, the movie about.
You're not going back to the future, man. You're not going to go back to the future.
No.
Okay?
Goddess.
Go forward.
He's literally trying to ask. Can we just hear his question?
I'm asking. Do you know that in the Back to the Future, the word Back to the Future is what we call in French antonyme. It means that it's a word that opposes another word. It means we cannot go back to the future because we can just change the frame of the frequency in the particular moment. That's for the same reason that when they are being Back to the Future, they are changing the realm by changing the frequency.
Lay point. Let me say something real quick. So this is you trying to deal with space-time. Obviously,
because
hold up. You've been talking for a very long time. Let as many of us ladies that want to jump in on this, let us jump in. You've been talking for quite a long time. So I am going to tell you that what you were talking about, belief in space-time. And
yes,
so
but I believe in flat Earth too.
Future, I literally only got out a couple words. And then I have to start all over again to retrain my thought because you keep interrupting. So we didn't do that to you. I tried not to make that happen to you. So I would hope that you grant me the same respect. Thank you. So you are trying to deal with space-time. Number one, we have to deal with the second law of thermodynamics, which you have been unable to confront. And number two, we have to confront the concept of time, something that isn't physical, that you are trying to reify into something that can be bent, which cannot happen. So on all of your fronts of everything that you're speaking about right now, it's falsified. So do you understand what I mean when I say that you're reifying time? That time is a concept, and that space deals with the second law of thermodynamics, which you cannot get out into outer space, quote unquote, because of the second law of thermodynamics. So in those two things with your space-time, it's a null conversation.
Yeah, but we, us, you, I, we are on a space-time realm on Earth.
No, we're not. I just explained it to you. I literally just explained how we're not.
How can I go to you? I have to move my body, take the plane.
Right. Yeah.
Listen,
you have to move your body.
You're just using your LaPointe. You're trying to get the word, okay? The word space doesn't mean what we think it means. Okay, we are space. We take up space.
Exactly.
Space is right here. It's not some place that we can't go.
Is exactly what I'm trying to tell with my word. Yeah.
Saying that. Okay, so we all agree there's no space.
No outside space.
Right.
Like outside our Earth. But
that's all. What's the next
what,
question?
guys, I'm trying to let you see other things because you're right on flat Earth. But what I'm trying to express is maybe when you see the Back to the Future movie.
What about it?
Yes, but it's interesting. They speak back to the future. They don't go outer space.
Yeah, it's a spell. They're using the language to trick people. It's called spelling. Spells.
I know.
Yeah.
No. Where are we going right now with this? Both of you guys are often
next.
It's not correlating to anything with reality. You're bringing up the movie Back to the Future, which is about actually time traveling, and you're trying to correlate it with outer space, which actually makes sense in the sense that both of them are impossible. So if that is your actual point, then cool. We could actually have a conversation here. But otherwise, what are you on about? Get to your point and like really try to be concinct in it and like spit it out in like a couple minutes, like seconds, because this has been going on long enough.
He wants the movie Back to the Future to be real. We need to let him know that can never happen, LaPointe. Never.
Time travel doesn't happen, and neither does space travel. So yes, in that correlation, both of them are fake. Great summarization. They are both completely fake.
LaPointe, I have another movie for you. Go watch a movie called They Live. They Live. It's a very good movie. Get into that one.
I have seen I have seen the movie with the famous actor. How do you say? The one that he have played on John Carpenter. Yeah, John Carpenter.
John Carpenter. Yep.
I know. And the thing is, it's interesting. It makes me think. But what? How can I say that? You know, when we say people are only changing their inside, the people change their outside life by changing their inside feeling of the world, like how they perceive the world. If they change their inner vibration, they are changing the way they're gonna see the outer realm that are cast into their eye.
Okay, do you know how to do that?
Let's go back. Let's go on. Let's go see. Let's see first if there's any of these new people that have any questions about the topic of flat Earth that are new to it or why we say the globe flat.
Thanks, LaPointe. Please, new person.
Yeah, because there's let's see. I mean, these people, I don't think they have roles, so we might have to just unmute them, like end.
Yeah.
End, are you there? If any of you that don't have roles, it's easier actually if you go up to the VC check-in, and there's actually people up there right now. John P. Ryan's there, Twad Wazzle. So it'd actually be easier if you go up there and just talk to them real quick, and then they can give you the role, and then you can unmute yourself more easily. I see Future Man's up there, so maybe he'll be joining us again, and we'll be able to talk to Future Man. Oh, Future Man might have a thought about Back to the Future. That would be cool. So maybe we can link that in here. So yeah, and he's not talking. Let's go on. There's a few of them in here. KC. Should we try to unmute KC?
Yes, anybody, yes.
KJ. KC! Hello there. Welcome to the server.
Hi, thank you. Good, how are you guys?
We're great.
Good. How'd you find us?
I honestly do not remember how I found this server, but I was happy to find it, but more happy to discover all of this. It's been quite the few months.
So it's been a few months that you started looking into Flat Earth?
Yeah, I just completely dismissed it, and I considered myself a truth seeker. I couldn't believe it. So anyway, after hundreds and hundreds of hours of videos to make sure that, you know what I mean, that it was true. I can't believe it. So now it's been like, I don't know. I'm happy to be here because now I need friends.
Yes.
So
welcome. You're in the right place.
Hey, how you doing?
I like the sound of you. Do you like me to give you the ladies' night role? Are you a lady?
Oh, Casey. Yeah, I am a lady.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. If I give you the ladies' night role, which is what we're doing right now, then you would get pinged like when we have this event, if you're interested. Would you like that?
Oh, definitely. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. How did you first start finding out about Flat Earth?
The Union of the Unwanted had an episode with David and Jaren and I think a couple other people, and so that's sort of the first thing that I had seen, and then I saw the Waranon videos, and then after that I found the Flat Earth podcast, and then like pretty much watched everything in there.
So,
Ewar material is awesome in my opinion, but some people dislike it because it's too much speculation.
It's
a lot of speculation, but I think it's interesting,
I still like it, regardless of that. I still like it.
Me too.
Nothing wrong
and that's
with
a shout.
If I may, because I don't understand what you're saying.
No, she had mentioned how she watched the Iwaranon videos, and I was telling her that I like those videos also. But a lot of people think it's speculation, and I was saying, well, I don't care. I still like it. There's nothing wrong with watching something.
It points out coincidence theory. That's why I like it.
I just loved it because it was the first. I mean, I went and got a camera, because I want to see the stars for myself and, and the moon and everything. I mean, that's what some of those things in those videos, it was stuff that I just never even thought about,
Oh, it's incredible to watch the moon. The moon's all over the sky, but you were saying the stars in more in particular.
Yeah, seeing the video of the stars, I just thought that was fascinating. And then I'm also, I'm a Christian, and so that was even more interesting to me too. I don't know, it's just been an experience inward as well. You know what I mean? Like you think you're one thing, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, I wasn't really that open-minded.
Oh, that's so great to hear. You're gonna fit in just perfect here.
Sweet. Well, thanks to everybody here.
Yeah, thanks for coming
I
in.
love the sound of your voice, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I agree. She sounds very like cheerful and upbeat. Yeah, I like it too. Did you find a link to the server at one of those other places, or how did you actually find your server?
I can't remember. I don't know how I found it. It must have been from a video or something like that, and then clicked it. Maybe it was the website. I don't know. Are you guys linked on the Flat Earth Podcast website? That could have been how too.
Possibly. I'm not really sure. Yeah, there's links, in different places. So, yeah, it's not that important.
People in comments put our link out too randomly. So you could have came across a random link.
I'm going to say, what's this thing?
Yes.
I agree. I like that.
So do you have any questions for us?
Not really. I wanted to just check this out. I've been sort of, on here and then a little bit nervous and everything, but I thought, oh, this is going on and I'm going to try to see what it's all about.
Every week.
That's great.
But we're here every day, 24/7. But on Fridays, it's ladies' night. So if you're, you just don't have to come on Friday. You could come any day.
Yep.
Nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Dandelion, is there any more by chance is there any Globers?
Oh no, there's this Os Faken. Did we try him yet? Os Faken, AUS.
Oh, they're calling me out.
AKEN.
Yeah,
oh, there
you
you are.
dude.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
We're trying to talk to you. So we're
Chilling. I've been chilling right now. You know, I'm playing some video games right now, just listening to you guys argue. It's been one hell of a night, you know.
Yep. But so you're into the globe? Is that what I'm getting?
I mean, I've been on and off, you know. I've been like on and off, globe, flat Earth. Like it's really confusing for me right now. It's kind of like a halfway phase. I'm more leaning to like flat Earth though, honestly.
Yeah, because this is the truth. You find the truth in the flat Earth.
Yeah, honestly, it's just like I mean, I'm just like from what I've experienced, you know, everything's just telling me flat Earth. Like you know, you always stick with the globe stuff when you're young, but then when you actually like realize it, you go to flat Earth.
If you were to lean more towards the globe, what brings you over to that side still?
It's just honestly, it's just like everybody telling me I'm wrong because nobody believes you. You know, like if you're right, there's always going to be an opposition. I don't know. Like
so
my
there's
family.
nothing like with the
Nothing
heliocentric
hard.
theory
Yeah, no.
that anything with the helio.
No.
I mean, so
It's just like
you're
that
just
family
having a
pressure and stuff.
problem. You're just having a problem with people thinking you're a weirdo because you think
Yeah,
it might
because
be
like you
flat.
always, yeah, you always just want to like listen to like your family, and your family always tells you stuff. that
Oh
kinda gets in your
man,
head.
not always, not always. There's lots
Yeah,
of people in this server and their
Your head,
family
though.
are not flat earthers, so don't
I
strain
can
your
believe it.
relationship with your family and or friends on this topic.
Yeah,
There's
I always
plenty
try
of
and
good people you can talk to. I
I always
mean,
try and like you know like at least be like honest with my family, but they're very like conservative. They don't ever want to change, you know. So once like I start talking to them about it, they're immediately like just shutting down.
yeah,
on me,
some
you know.
I will hope maybe one day we might have a boomer night on Sunday.
Oh,
And
man.
so, yeah. So my mom, she says that we went to the moon because she saw it on TV. I'm not shitting you. I thought, you know, you couldn't have been any more cliche what she said. And I certainly am not going to be unkind to my own mother. So I think I diverted the subject.
Oh yeah.
Call her names or something. I would never do that to my mother.
Oh yeah, no. It's just, they always
Yeah.
like, you know, sometimes it's always in your head, you know. You know you're right, but it's still just like they're harping you a little bit for it if it ever comes up or something, you know. At least that's what my relatives are like.
My mom knows I'm not going to change my opinion, and I think we've like decided to respect each other's stance. I don't like to challenge people that are not interested in possibly changing their whole worldview. Not everybody's questioning. So
Yeah.
if you're not
Yeah, I get you.
seeking, this is me personally, for me. There's a lot of people in here who are different, but if you're not seeking information, I really can't talk to you. I mean, if you're firm in the conviction that you think you're on a spinning monkey ball, then I can't convince people. That's my belief. That's kind of going against my belief if I don't know.
Yeah, I
So
understand
I think that, just planting a seed sometimes is effective. The bummer part is you don't get to see the fruits of that. It
Yeah,
could
you
happen.
always just want to like make them aware of it, so they kind of like it's in the back of their head, and then you don't really want to like push them towards it, but you're always, of course, you're like active talking about it, and then they'll maybe start agreeing with you, or you don't want to ever just like force them into it or something, you know.
Yeah, that don't work out.
Yeah, it never does.
Hey, I got a question for you. I noticed you said you're playing a video game right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, have you noticed that on your video games it's flat? Notice that?
Yeah, you don't know
It
ball.
is flat. The map is flat right now. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's a flat game when you're walking or running with the gun, trying to shoot the enemy or whatever game you're playing. It is never a globe. You're never curving. You're never running down a curve and upside down shooting under the globe. It's always flat terrain.
Yeah, no, you ever play a game where you're running around underside the globe? Like, come on.
Yeah, that's it's so silly, isn't it? That's
Oh, yeah,
what I'm saying.
It could be like Mario for real. You guys, it could be like Mario for real, like with the tubes and going underground and shit.
You go
Like,
underground and then the
who
world's
would know?
upside down immediately.
Mario! Oh man, I love that! Stealing that! The
Do
Earth
that
is
for you
flat,
back to Best Buy
Mario.
or whatever tomorrow. Like you can drive up to Santa Cruz on your own. But if sorry guys, I'm so sorry.
Okay, Sean.
Don't worry.
I think she was hot micing.
Oopsie.
Actually, they show a bunch of planets as.
Mario Galaxy. Well, no, I'm talking about Mario Earth. You know, you can travel to certain points of unknown and have access to underground and then travel through. I don't know. Somebody was talking on that the other day. I love it. Yeah, you know what? I never understood the Pac-Man Earth theory. I mean, I sort of do, but I never really resonated with me. It seemed silly when people would mention it.
It seemed silly to me too, Jenny, when I heard it.
And this was like, you know, probably 4 years ago. It's like, what? Pac-Man Earth? Like, get the fuck out of here. GTFO, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I speak in acronyms now, especially at work. You know, you can cuss in acronyms at work. That's fun. Just gonna say.
What's keeping you on the globe thought like that it's a globe?
Great question.
I forgot his name already.
I kind of answered it wrong, but Tracy did it great. Thank you.
Oh yeah. It's just like everybody, because I don't know. I'm the type of like conform type person. I don't like opposing people too much. Like I said, just like with family and everything.
You follow orders.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of like who I am. You know, I kind of like follow trends or stuff like that. I don't know. It's just you know, I don't know. It's very like just like family and everyone else.
So you're
okay. That's how. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. That's how they programmed you to follow trends. You have to think for yourself.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I get you.
So you're more of a follower than a leader.
Honestly, yeah,
Well,
just a little bit.
It could be part of his age. You know, what generational demographic are you? Are you Generation Z
I'm like,
or what?
Yeah, I'm Gen Z. I'm like early Gen Z though.
Yeah, they got you guys all by your short hairs. You guys need to wake up.
Oh, yeah, they got us. They got us hard and they got us quick.
Yeah, so disconnect from Facebook. Good Lord. I mean,
yeah.
I don't go on it no more. I don't know about. I mean, some people like to spread flat Earth on their Facebook. I'm not one of those people.
I have to use it for work.
Yeah.
Social media just saps you. You know, they get you easy with that.
I don't have a TikTok. I don't want one.
Oh God, no, that's even worse.
No thanks.
It's just like, it's highway to brain programming on social media, especially TikTok too. Super popular with like.
I mean, I know about the influencers. I know about the TikTok influencers and stuff. That's ridiculousness. That's the only way they can't sell newspapers at the grocery store or the trash rags in the aisles. We haven't had anything like that at the my grocery store where I work at way before what went down. So, you know, the Miley Cyrus BS. So, so they got to reach the people to be able to manipulate them, to control, to distract.
Oh yeah.
So hopefully
so
Gen
easy
Z
to get
can
them.
figure stuff out. We've talked to a lot of younger in your age group and stuff. So the fact that you're questioning things, That's high five, bro.
Yeah,
that's all I'm
Hey,
gonna say.
thanks, man. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just so easy. They've got everybody, man. Like if I'm like at school or something. I'm a senior right now, like halfway through my senior year of high school. If I'm at school, absolutely nobody even gives it a thought. They immediately shut you down. Everybody's been just so like controlled at this age. They got everybody quick, and it's even
Well,
worse with, like, the younger you go.
Everybody has their own journey, and it happens at different time frames for everyone. So I don't ever challenge people's beliefs. If they're firm in their convictions, it's like, hey, bro, you can believe it's a ball. I can take your ball. You can have it. And so,
Yeah, even just if you bring it up, it's just an immediate shutdown. Like I can bring it up. I don't really contest them, but I just talk about it, and it comes up in a discussion or something. I just state it. Even then, it's just boom.
The best thing you can do is ask questions to other people. It takes them off
challenge.
the defense.
Yeah.
Or
Get on the
try
offense
showing-
a little bit, kind of with it. I see what you're saying.
Or try showing them some videos, some flat Earth videos. Tell them to look at some of those, and maybe they'll understand
true.
what you're talking about. That's a way they'll understand where you're coming from.
The first thing you'd want to do really is meet them where they are on their level of what they think is, deception. Like if somebody doesn't believe we went to the moon, you can bring that real quick to flat Earth. But people, a certain individual doesn't believe in politics or religion, you can state a conspiracy from that, and you can tell if people understand what you're saying and they resonate with what you're saying, or you can tell if somebody resists. And so you can't talk to everybody. You just can't. Some people just don't want to know. That's what a lot of people believe. Some just don't want to know. It's not much can be done.
Yeah,
Say
no.
a bit true.
Get what you're saying, man. It's just you just gotta like state it, like just plant that seed. Make sure they think about it. Make sure they if they're open, they start questioning.
Wait, sorry, I was giggling because there's a infamous person in our community. His name's Authentic Intent. You could take his style and like ride your bike through a park and yell out, "Hey, the Earth is flat."
There's ways to do it. Everybody has their own way of at least trying to get it across to people.
You can write it on a bathroom, a stall. The Earth is flat. You can do it on money. I mean, you can do it
posters
anywhere.
up in the hallways or something. Start a club,
People do that stuff. People have been doing that stuff.
It's working too. I hear about it all the time. Sometimes I got a couple friends from like other
Really?
schools. They got a club going in one school, like in our district. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah. There's not too many members. There's about 10, 12, 15, but they got it going. They're running it,
You should give them the link to our server if you know who they are.
Oh yeah, I got a friend in it. I'll run it by him.
Because we get your age group in here. We need some warriors in your age group, dude. Give them our link.
True.
Yes.
We need more of everybody, but younger people especially.
Yes, absolutely. The younger need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll run it by him. I think he would be totally open to it, especially like getting us, a platform too, getting our own Discord so we can start reaching out to like more schools in the district, We can get a plan going. Just to
More
try and
power to you, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Please
Preach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've got two guys.
Mashallah.
I briefly checked them in. I didn't really go into a lot with them there. I went over the rules with them, which both of them have agreed to follow the rules. So I figured before we got into more conversation, might as well bring them down here, which is Discord and Crazy Narwhal. Crazy Narwhal and Discord.
Yay!
New to the server.
Hello. Hi, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Crazy Narwhal, I didn't get to talk to you as much as I did to Discord. So Crazy Narwhal, can you tell us? You told me that you have heard about Flat Earth before, though. So can you tell us what you've heard about it before, Crazy Narwhal?
Well, I've seen the map that you guys made, which is obviously true.
You know what?
Not
You're just
much else.
I'm sorry, Dandelion. I'm sorry. You're Crazy Narwhal. I'm Dandelion.
Yeah.
Identity crisis here. I forgot to mention to you guys that you don't have to be flat earthers to be here, and you don't have to agree with us. I'm sorry I didn't mention that at the beginning. I really should open with that.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah. Okay, but go ahead, Crazy Narwhal, about the map. You saw a map somewhere. What did the map look like?
Yeah, so like it was a map with the North Pole at the center, and then like Antarctica or all around like the ice wall, and then all the continents in the middle scattered about. Yeah.
Yeah, what did you think about that map?
Wait, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Jenny.
You said there was a landmass in the center, in the north, in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, continue. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think it's a good representation of the flat Earth, and I think it's pretty true. So, yeah.
I feel bad.
I agree.
Because I thought it was still just you and David. I didn't know why it was.
Let me ask you guys a question. Because it sounds like you guys are probably still in school and everything. Is there, in your classrooms, do they have a globe in there?
Yes, they have like 5 posters in my chemistry class, and it's like so stupid. I literally asked my teacher. I said, "How is water level all the time?" And she didn't even answer it. She was like, "Gravity."
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
Gravity.
Are you really kidding me? You really said that to your teacher?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you did, because that's what I did. I used to ask stuff like that, and I'd get in trouble, get detention and stuff.
She literally said gravity. Like, how does that make sense? Like,
And when I was your age, I didn't even know that it was flat. I just knew that it made no sense. That it's a globe, but everything, especially water, is flat, and it's sticking on the globe. It made no sense.
Well, you got to go with your gut. You know, we didn't resonate with us for a reason.
Wow. I used to ask the teacher, how is it that people are living on the bottom and upside down, and what do you mean it spins? And then I'd get in trouble. So yeah, I know just what you guys are going through, and I'm so glad you made it to our server.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'm loving the support right now. This is what I needed.
We also have Future Man. Remember, I think somebody else checked him in, but we haven't talked to him yet, have we? Or did you ladies talk to him, Future Man?
Yes.
No, we haven't. Hello,
Hi, Future Man.
I like the art, I know, but it's shitty.
He doesn't want to talk right now.
That's okay.
He's just listening, I guess.
I'm doing that ranking for the guns.
So how would you, Crazy?
56 max.
Sorry, I didn't hear that fully. Could you repeat that?
Dandelion, you're cutting out.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Oh, well, I'll ask you a question. How did you guys come across our server? How'd you find us?
Well, I just found it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I just looked a little, found it on YouTube. I was like, hey, this is pretty neat. I should join it.
Great. What about you? That's your name. The other fella here. How'd you find us?
You know, I was just curious on who else had, like, I literally just typed Flat Earth as the vanity link, and then it popped up here. So, yeah.
No, I recognize your voice. Who are you? What was your name before this one? Because I totally know your voice. Don't try to mess around. Yeah, I know you from other servers as well. What is your name before you chose Discord?
I think you can check out my nicknames if you can do it.
I just got one.
Who is he, Shine?
No, because you show up as simply Discord, so you had to have come in here on a different name. Dawn, do you recognize this guy's voice?
Is that what you're asking?
A little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
yeah, it's definitely. I recognize this voice.
Shooting our teammates too, huh?
What do you mean?
I have to wait and hear him talk just a little bit more.
Okay. It would be nice if you just said who he was. But...
I mean, do you want me to talk more?
Yeah.
Are you changing your voice or something?
No, it's just.
All right, I'm cracking up over here.
I feel weird now because I don't know.
No, everything.
Slave. she was only curious to your name before Discord. That's all.
It's no big deal. I'm just asking you, were you on here before? You can be honest and say, yes, I was, and I had a different name. If you're saying you've never been on here with a different name before on any other Flat Earth server ever, then that's fine. But you sound exactly like someone else from a different server, and I can't remember the name right now. So I'm just curious if you've been around before. You can be honest and just say, yes, I have. Or you can say, no, actually, that's not me. And I'll say, okay, cool. You just sound like somebody else.
I've actually been on non-Geo server. Do you?
Yes.
What's this server name?
That's where I remember you from then.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's no big deal. I just wanted to know who you were. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm just saying I recognize your voice.
It's all good.
Which one is this? DOQ?
I mean, you should like kind of blush a little bit. You're getting recognized by Dandelion, bruh.
That's actually me who was talking. This is Shine.
Hey, I just looked up. I was just about to apologize. I am so sorry, Battle. Oh man,
it's all good. It shines. No worries, Battle Modest. Yeah,
I'm so
worries.
sorry.
It's funny because somebody was just talking about recognizing someone's voice when the voice mistake came up, so extra funny.
I totally.
We're the only guys that ever step up and apologize. Flat Earther.
Intellectual generally leads to Flat Earth, so no surprise that most Flat Earthers have that.
Yep.
Me?
Totally.
So, are you guys enjoying our server? Do you like it here? That was to the two young gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
Do you like our server? Have you checked out our live text section where we're posting videos and pictures and stuff? You guys know
Yeah, it's a pretty neat channel.
Yeah, I've seen all the videos on here before on this one folder that I have. Not sure if you heard of it.
What's it called?
It was called the Truth folder.
Oh, way over there.
Okay.
Again.
Somebody actually referred it to me, and it started opening my eyes.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm glad because a lot of stuff you guys have been taught in school is all lies. But let me tell you this. A lot of your teachers, they have no idea themselves that the earth is flat. They're just going by what they've been taught.
Right.
So,
because they go to school just like us, and then they went they were taught the bull crap, you know.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe it's further up.
So it's not like they know any better, but they should.
Well,
they're teachers.
They're unknowingly perpetuating a lie.
Right.
Unfortunately.
So I'm wondering, so we have a lot of people in here. There's even more people. Like, I haven't seen this many new people in here that are VC verified. So I just wanted to ask again, is there anybody in here that's a Glober that wants to speak up and talk to us? Like, I'm seeing so many names that are VC verified. If you've never spoken up in here before and you're a Glober, we would love to speak with you. So whenever you are ready and willing and not afraid to have a simple conversation, if you believe in your globe theory so much, it would be great to hear you back that up.
Shines.
Back that thing up.
Yeah,
Bring
we
it.
got people that we got a lot more people that don't have roles, like Mura,
There's so many people.
Yeah, it's easier
And
for us if you guys if you go up to the VC check-in audio channel and then paying a silver or gold or mod to come up there and talk to you and give you the VC verified role if you want to be able to unmute.
Wyatt.
Somebody has a question for you, Shine. I just heard him say your name.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have.
You cut out.
Why you not?
I'm sorry.
talking
Go ahead.
today?
What was what? I thought I heard Shines. I'm sorry if I heard that.
Is there like how can I get like roles in this server to differentiate myself from a globe earther?
Yeah, okay, so then we walk you through the steps, and this is exactly what Ladies Night is for, right? Is for talking to new people, and then walking them through and figuring out, are they a flat earther? And if they are, then we figure out, we talk to them, and then they gain that role. And if they're a glober, we figure out and we give them that role. You get VC verified up top, you come down here, we have the conversation, you get the role. So are you a flat earther, a glober, or somewhere in between?
A flat earther.
You're a flat earther. Okay, so then we would ask you, what are your 3 top reasons that the Earth is not a globe?
Well, my first reason is it's a scientific reason, and it includes the laws of physics. So because on the NASA website they released themselves the difference between a solid, liquid, and gas, right? And the thing is, I'm sure you've heard this before, but gas takes the shape of their container, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, whenever you open the container, what happens? It starts going over to the lower pressure environment, And the thing is, in a globe Earth, there is no such thing as a container. So the thing is, the top is always off, right? And the thing is, space is a low pressure environment, and what is stopping all the gases on Earth right now to stop the gases from leaving Earth right now? Because there's no container on a globe Earth, but on a flat Earth we can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%. That was a great first answer. That was a very good answer. So what would be your second?
Second reason we can I don't know if it like if you go anywhere south in the world, like there's a video of a group of YouTubers who actually tested this, and they actually sailed south from Australia, and instantly when they were using the flat Earth model as a map too, right? And when they were going closer to the ice walls, the naval ship approached them instantly and intercepted their radio and told them to turn around. Now that instantly, that changed my mind.
Where'd you go?
They're like, they want you not to go to Antarctica, or what you think is Antarctica.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I saw that video.
Perfect. Yep.
And I'm sure we all know about the peace treaty, right? Like, why did all the countries who are supposedly having conflicts with each other suddenly just all agree to make sure we don't go to Antarctica?
Awesome.
Like, all the major countries signed a peace treaty.
Echo, yes.
Like, it's just sketchy. Super sketchy. Shady.
Yeah, it's
Slim
shady. You're right on that.
Okay, so what about your third? Keep going, because you're doing so good. Like, I'm hoping that the Globers in here that are being quiet and not willing to talk up will listen to you. So, what is your third?
13, Wyatt?
Third final reason, we know gravity, right? What people think is gravity. The thing is, I can literally just tell you right now, jump.
I'm gonna go
And
to docks, Wyatt.
And if you ask me what is pulling you down, I can literally just say an invisible leprechaun is pulling you down right now. But you wouldn't believe that. But the whole world believes gravity. So I'm gonna explain right here
Oh shit!
that people think the gravity comes from the core of the Earth, and that the core of the Earth has magnetic properties that suddenly pulls things, right? The thing is, what is the Earth's core made out of? What does it say the Earth's core is made out of? Does anybody in here know?
Well, it's supposed to be magnetic.
Yeah, like
Hot molten lava.
and stuff.
Lava.
Right. And the thing is,
But it can't be. It can't be because magnetism loses its magnetism once it
yes,
gets
nickel and iron lose their magnetism after they're burned to over 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and apparently the Earth's core is like around 17,000, 20,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just crazy.
Okay, Doc's not a good idea.
So like, and the thing is, how do they even know what's under us? They haven't even dug deep enough to penetrate the surface of the crust of their globe Earth. So how do they even know? Like everything is shady.
You're right. They don't even know. They haven't even been past 7.8 miles down.
I need to.
Exactly. What are they covering up? And everybody seems to ignore this too. Like, are you serious?
Okay, so you're really good at this. So I would like to ask you, just for shiza and giggles, since you are good at this, one of the things that Globers do is that when we talk about curve and about how we see too far, the first thing that they say is refraction. So what would you say to somebody who is claiming refraction because we see too far? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just because you're doing so well. I'm wondering if you know how to answer this.
Yeah, I'll answer. So they say that this is what they like to say the most, right? So that if you look at a ship go further out into the distance, they say that it disappears from the curvature, like the horizon. They say that it goes down, so you don't see it anymore. But that is a whole myth.
Oh shit!
The thing is, you cannot see infinitely. That's not how your eyes work. They say, if we are on a flat Earth, why can we not see China right now? That's not even a good example, because even if they believe the Earth was flat, how do you make up for all the fog? So if we got rid of all the fog,
that don't work for me,
you still wouldn't be able to see it because it's called perspective. You can't. It's the same reason you can't see the end of a hallway down from far away. Like,
I would like you to go actually deeper than that into refraction, because there's actually a lot more to explain to refraction.
Right, it's angular perspective. So the thing is, you can literally use a camera and zoom into a ship that is that you can't see with your naked eye. You can zoom in with the camera. So that just debunks the whole thing. I don't have a good understanding on the refraction, so I might need some.
Okay, so yeah, we can discuss that a little bit more. I mean, terrestrial refraction, what refraction actually is. Refraction is the light bending between two mediums meeting. And when those two mediums meet, that's where the light actually bends. So if you're in a medium, and then they like to say, oh, well, the medium is bending within itself, and there's all these super tiny little mediums within that medium that's creating something that's actually light bending down to cause it to bend up. We can go into this conversation for hours. But terrestrial refraction, like, no, you aren't going to get things bending upwards. It just does not work that way. And we can go into this discussion further if you want to learn more about it. But yeah, I just wanted to see what you knew about it. And so far you've done really well. So thank you.
That was great.
Yeah, you did great.
May I ask by chance, is your name Sean G?
Yes.
Is that who it is? That's who it is. I knew that there was. I knew.
That's him. That's him.
Oh, you nailed it. Okay, I knew.
No.
Good girl.
No.
I've been waiting. Even Dawn was like, I recognize the sound of his voice too, and I was like, but what's the name? What was his name? Thank you, Tracy.
You're welcome. Hold on, I got a phone call. I'll be right back.
Sorry, Wyatt. Shot it.
I want to know why you didn't tell us that your name was Sean G. What were you hiding? What were you hiding?
I'm just kidding. I'm not even Sean G. I was just messing with you.
You were just messing with us? Then what is your name? What was your name prior?
I'm being serious. Like,
Where are you?
if you check my nicknames, it's inappropriate, so I don't suggest you to do it.
I can't check your nicknames. I only see Discord and your hashtag number. So.
Well, this is an old account, and I just logged in. I don't know if you know my previous name. My previous name was Carl. Does anybody know Carl with a K?
So sick of it.
No.
Oh, okay.
But I do know your voice in some way.
I know
Somehow
plenty of Carls. That's an Icelandic name.
He just probably has one of those familiar voices, that's all.
No, it's like exact. It's an exact voice.
Dude, I've had
that voice is familiar. There's no doubt about that.
My uncle had walked into my workplace and turned out it was a random parent of a child. Sometimes you have voice doppelgangers. It's a mixture of accent, tonality, and sometimes the mic.
No, totally, 100%. That happens all the time. But I'm telling you, every inflection, like even like I know him from over on Nathan's server, or either Nathan's or Geo's server, like one or the other. Like I know this voice, hands down. Like I know it. Like I would know Don's voice.
Yeah. I was in Don Geo's server.
You were in Don Geo's server?
Yes.
That's interesting. Because how's that going, Don?
He's probably thinking of Apocryphons, the one that we
Yeah,
just made.
that's exactly. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yes, that's the one.
Apocryphons. Exactly.
Okay.
So should we end Ladies' Night before or after Helio comes in and tells us how nobody wants to listen to you ladies for 5 hours?
Let's keep going.
I'm listening to you guys.
People are loving it.
Okay.
We should keep going until we're booted.
We gotta get him. Did you like that? Did you like that imitation though?
I did love it. It was a fantastic imitation, but we never have any time to talk. We should be able to force this through into Monday. If we're still here, we're like, this is ladies' night.
We're gonna keep going.
But if you're gonna do that impression, you also need to have at least 10 minutes of going like, oh, but I want the ladies to talk. I will listen to the ladies talk.
I love you, girl. So much. We can't end it actually until he comes in and says that. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. That's part of it, right? That's almost your tradition.
But Dandelion, no, we're not ending it. We're gonna keep going.
Okay, good. I don't want to end it. I'm not saying that. I'm just making it. No, it's going really well. I mean, yeah, I'm not ending it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Oh no, it's cool. It's cool.
All right,
I'm like, I haven't been here for weeks. I finally get some adult time outside of my crazy family. You're not taking this away from me, Dandelion or Helio. We're hanging on to it like every last thread.
Good. If everybody's willing to keep going, then yeah, we'll keep going.
Yeah, bring in some more new people. We got anybody?
We had a request to talk to Os, whatever he was, Os Fakin more, but I guess he's gone away. Huh? He's not here anymore.
Oh, stop.
I'm an old new person, KC, but I'm wondering, I would be interested more in this refraction because I don't understand it. And I'm wondering, when it actually does happen, does it not, would there be any sort of mirroring effect, or I don't know. I would love to hear more about it.
I would say look up the etymology again, because the word refraction just means to break up. So it could be a multitude of things that's breaking up what you're looking at. Now, when you're talking about a mirroring effect, that's actually talking about a mirage, which is kind of where that word comes from. So
okay.
I feel like if you're confused or kind of wondering about something, take those exact words and type the word in, and then type the word etymology. And then it's just going to give you a basic meaning of what that word actually means and where it came from. And then maybe that will kind of help clarify a little bit more what's going on.
Okay, Casey, what was your specific question about refraction that you were asking? Casey.
Yeah, no, sorry.
No worries. I was wondering if I was being heard. I was like, is my microphone broken? It's not your fault. It was mine. Yeah, what was your specific question about refraction?
Just mainly when it actually is occurring, what's happening, because I know that, I mean, the only videos I've really seen on it is the one of what is it, the Chicago skyline, where they claim that was refraction, and I'm just wondering that if you were actually seeing it, what it would look like.
Okay, so refraction actually is, and let me see if somebody else wants to talk while I find this. But let me just say something really quick. Refraction is light changing the direction that it's taking when it hits the boundary between two mediums. So when you think of a car driving, right, and it's driving down a dirt path road, all of a sudden it will it'll go off that road and it'll go off in the dirt. Does that make sense? Like something happens to it and it's like, oh, there's a boundary there. Like something happening, density, whatever, right, is then taking a different path down it's still going, but it's bending in a different direction. So when they use refraction, there's so many different topics that we can talk about on this topic, but it always happens between the boundary between two mediums. What Globers like to say is that, well, there's so much happening within this one medium that there's all these tiny little mediums in one particular medium that's causing this differential refraction that goes against Snell's law, which is, between two mediums. And that's total BS. What we see is miraging. We see looming. And looming, Globers don't understand. It's actually just mirroring. So we're seeing people have posted it in the main chat where you'll see like a boat. It looks like it's floating, or these cars that were just posted. That's looming. So it's basically just mirroring what's happening above it. So it looks like something is actually above it of what the land is or what the ocean is, but it's actually not. The horizon is actually beyond those cars. The horizon is actually far beyond those cars. The horizon isn't where that road is actually ending. So there's so many different topics we can talk about refraction, but what you truly need to understand is that it only happens between the boundary between two mediums.
And for that, you need to check the image, reflection and refraction. I have shared to you the battle modus in live stream voice checked. You can see that what you speak about, it's a refraction, so it's a mirroring, and reflection, it's something that goes inside another. It's a light that goes inside the object, and that's gonna be bent, but in another way.
That's great. Where is that?
Live stream voice text.
It's right above where you're at right now in live stream. Click right above it. It'll say live stream voice text. And that's where you'll find all the videos we're posting, and pictures.
I post it again so you can see it. Just
okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
So you have reflection and refraction.
Thank you so much.
Refraction is when you see the light is mirroring instantly, and reflection is
no.
Sorry,
no.
It's the opposite. Sorry, reflection is when the light is mirroring, and refraction is when the light goes inside the component. I don't know exactly.
The boundary between two mediums.
Exactly.
When the light goes in the boundary between two mediums and changes its path, right? So it's going in one way and then it hits that medium and then it angles off to a different direction because of that hitting that boundary.
Okay, I'm going to put it into layman's terms for some people. Basically, so the word means to break up. Refraction means break up. So
break up the light.
What you're looking at, and whatever you're looking at, and between that is the medium, is the space between that, okay? So to break something up, something is breaking up your vision, whether it's like whoever was talking earlier, talking about the fog, the distance, whatever, the particles, there's all kind of different things that can break it up. But the point is, something's
No,
blocked.
there's not. There's not a bunch of things that can break it up. It only happens between the boundary between two mediums. And it's not breaking it up, it's changing the path and the direction that it's taking.
Like,
so when
literally
refraction
go to
happens,
Google and type in the word refraction.
You can
type
look
in
up
the word etymology.
Cool. You can look up the etymology of what refraction means, and I'm telling you what Snell's
That's
law
what the word means, break
actually
up.
means. So I'm telling you what Snell's law actually means. And Snell's law actually means the scientific and what we can see happening across the board is that when light hits a different medium, it will refract and it will go in a different direction. You can go into these gobbledygooks of breaking it up and whatever, but what it is doing is it's changing the path of which the light is moving. And so if you say break up, that can make somebody think that things are like scattering all over the place. And so in their minds, they're not going to understand that. Snell's law basically means the boundary between two mediums, the light will refract, and that refraction means that it's going to take a different path. So if it's going in one way, it'll angle at a different way depending on how the light is hitting it and what the medium is, what that second medium is.
Battle.
And the angle of incidence, of course.
Exactly, Karma. Thank you.
Does this explain why the sunset looks like what it is?
Say that again?
I asked, does this explain why the sunset looks like how it is?
What you need to compound that, like you need to actually
like we know that the sun is not actually going under. It's actually just traveling away, but the light refraction is causing it to look like it is going under. Oh my god!
That has to do with perspective. So no, that doesn't have to do with refraction because refraction, again, is the boundary between two mediums. What's happening with the sun is that it's just moving farther and farther away from us, getting smaller and smaller, and then our optical vision compounds that into making it, it's basically like an X shape. It's basically like an X with a point at the center, and everything converges to that point in the center. And as something moves farther and farther away, it doesn't matter if it's the left or to the right of that actual X point in the center, anything within that line of the medium of where that X point is going to get smaller and smaller, and it's going to disappear. And it's going to, the reason why it's disappearing from the bottom up is because of our atmospheric density. And so it's so dense there that we can't see what is happening beyond that point. And so it looks as if it is disappearing from the bottom up, just because it's so dense.
That's what refraction is?
No. Refraction is the bending of light between two mediums.
Isn't reflection?
No, that reflection and refraction are two different things. So
because
refraction is like, take a cup and you have water in it and you put a spoon in it and you can see the spoon and it looks like the spoon is over here in one section and underneath the water it looks like this different direction. That's refraction because it's two different mediums and you're seeing that bending of where the object actually is, where we see it, and where the object actually is within the water, right? That's refraction. Reflection is when light hits something and it bounces back to you.
You said
that's
reflection?
That's reflection, is when light bounces back to you off of an object because it's reflective. Refraction is the bending of light.
It's strange because I don't understand the fact when we say ray for Ra, the sun, God, but flexion and fraction. Fraction for me sounds like you have just decompose the light, the message, and when you do reflection, it's like just that you are just bending the light, because a flexion, when you flex something, you don't lose anything, you just flex the direction where the light goes.
Well, see, and this is the thing, is that somebody even just put it in the chat, like not bending but close. Yeah, it's not actually bending the light. It's just how we perceive what we're seeing. There's a different path taken, right? So refraction is we see something here, there's a different medium, then we see the object somewhere else. It's not actually bend. In reflection is like looking into a mirror or looking at something that is shiny and that is reflecting and bouncing light back off of it. They're two separate, completely different things. They're not the same at all.
Exactly.
So then what's your point?
Yeah, no,
atmospheric perspective.
I was missing a mixing reflection and refraction. What was doing one and the other one?
Oh, you were mixing them up. Okay, yeah. So,
but it's neither of those. It's the vanishing point is what she's trying to get to.
Well, yeah, that was the other topic way before, but yes, it is the vanishing point. When he asked the question about the sun and the sun appearing to set, it doesn't have to do with either, is my point. Like, it doesn't have to do with refraction or reflection. There is some refraction in there because it has gotten so far away. We will see the sun get larger, wobbly, like different things happening to it because it is, gone so far beyond the density of our atmosphere. But quite frankly, mostly what the sunset has to do with doesn't have to do with refraction or reflection. It has to do with perspective.
Angular resolution to be
exactly
specific.
angular. That's exactly the word that I was looking for. Yep, not vanishing point. Angular resolution. Thank you.
So what about the reflection that the sunset creates on the bottom? Is that the mirage?
No, so I mean, when you're looking at a sunset and you see the sun literally walking on the water, that poetry. When you walk across an ocean side, as you walk, is that sun walking on the water not following you everywhere you go? Does that sun walking on the water somehow go over to the left and you no longer see it anymore? Or does it constantly walk with you or drive with you if you're driving? Like, you're going to see that reflection as you move because it is personal and it is apparent. And since it is personal and apparent to each and every single one of us, my husband can be standing next to me, my son on the other side, and each one of us will see that sun walking on the water to us, directly to us. And as we walk, it'll follow us. That's just reflection, and that it we can talk about optical illusions and all that kind of stuff.
Special.
Hey, can I ask a question or just like say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I believe in the globe Earth. And I'm mostly just joined a server just to talk to people. And I may have lied earlier and said that I believed in the flat Earth, but I didn't know if it was okay for me to be a globe Earther. So
yes, I'm so glad you're being honest, Crazy Narwhal.
Me too.
Yes, very good, good job. And that is wonderful. That warms my heart. Thank you.
It takes
so
a
much.
lot, doesn't it? Sometimes it takes a lot.
You see there, guys? When you're nice and polite, a lot of times you can get people to be honest.
That was amazing.
And we pretty much already, I mean, I already knew that you were faking it from the start, but we just take you at your, for face value. We're not going to sit here and accuse you of being a liar, without evidence. It's intuition, and women have intuition. You've heard of women's intuition? You've ever heard of that?
Yeah.
So like the joke's on you. Like, I mean, that's how I feel. Like, especially if you're gonna come in here and like recite our arguments that you memorized somewhere, it's like, okay, well, you're just, advertising for us and telling other people, how it is. And even if you don't agree with it and you're just parroting the script, it's perfectly fine. We'll let you keep doing that. If you want to think you're fooling us, you can do that too if you want. And then eventually the truth comes out. But for you to actually come out and tell us, that's unusual. Now that takes a very special person. That impresses me. You coming in here and pretending to care about the flat earth or ranting about the Jesuits, that doesn't impress me in any way, shape, or form. But you doing what you just did, that impresses me a ton.
Okay, cool.
But Crazy Narwhal, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
So this whole time, were you listening to what they were saying and what the people in the VC were saying, and was it making sense to you?
I mean, no, it wasn't really making sense to you, but I see your argument, and I see your argument. I kind of get where you're coming from, but it doesn't make that much sense to me. I don't know.
Okay, well, we can start. Yeah, I mean, we can.
It's a lot of information.
Yeah, go ahead, Karma. Yeah, we can start over. I mean, we might as well start over with you actually being, who you are. It's even better. Yeah. Did you want to ask him anything, Karma?
No, I was just saying it's fine if he doesn't get everything right away. Sometimes it just takes time, needs to sink in, or if you get a lot of information, you just need to take a break.
Said ladies.
What'd you say, Jenny?
I said, well said, Karma and you, Dandelion. I think that's great advice. Especially Karma. You gotta let some things marinate in your head, and because deep down, it's flat, but you have to reconcile it with what you've been told your whole life. Yeah, I mean, that's just how I see it. I'm not trying to put anything on you or anything. I mean, you're welcome as a Glober, like what Dandelion said. And, being intellectually honest is highly favored around here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kid. Don't worry, because I was literally in your exact same shoes. I'm pretty sure everybody in this VC that was a flat earther was in your shoes at one point. So it's not something to, not something to
take lightly.
Really it's not something to be ashamed about.
No, that's something.
Yeah, Crazy Narwhal,
I'm not
you're
ashamed
a
about
leader.
it, honestly.
Yeah, Crazy Narwhal, you're a leader in youth, in your honesty, actually. Be cool. Yeah, like the XO put in there, be cool if your friends would follow your lead. So, yeah, I mean, it's difficult because you guys are, you sound young, Crazy Narwhal, so you've grown up in a world where you haven't really been encouraged. I mean, I apologize on behalf of the American education system. Even though I'm sure you've heard the words critical thinking. I'm sure you've learned the scientific method because they speak out of both sides of their mouth and they pretend that they're giving you the tools you need to survive in this world when actually they're not. So what we do around here is we insist upon verification and we actually hold to in practice, not just in word, we actually hold to the scientific method, which I'm sure you've heard before, that science is testable, repeatable, verifiable. Have you heard that before, that science is testable, repeatable, and verifiable?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so then when you use those adjectives and apply it to the globe model, astrophysics in general, what we find is the globe model is not testable and it's not verifiable. So we are not able to go into this fantasy realm of outer space to see if this globe is here. But what we can do is find out if the measurements that they give us for this model hold up and match what we actually see in reality. So do you know what they tell you is the radius of the globe, Crazy Narwhal?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, well, they say it's 3,959 miles, so you can use that radius if you understand geometry to test the geometry of a sphere. And if you were standing on a sphere, objects would go away from your view, would be obscured in the distance at the rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared if you lived on this sphere. For example, if you imagine yourself standing on top of the sphere, you would not be able to see things around the side of that sphere, so they would gradually disappear from your view until they were totally obscured. So we can use that math to test whether the things that we see in reality match the globe model, and we find out that they do not. Because, for example, are you able to look at the live stream voice text?
Yes, I am.
Well, this is just one observation. For example, we can see the skyline of Chicago across Lake Michigan. I've seen it myself on more than one occasion. It's 52 miles away, and according to the math of the theoretical globe model, it should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely, and yet we can see the entire city skyline. And in fact, that's just one observation. It actually only takes one to falsify a model, which you would know if you were paying attention in science class, of course, also, because only if you're trying to do a scientific question, it has to be falsifiable. So there's only certain things that can even be tested in science. And so when we test this fantasy globe model, we find out that it fails in reality. Because we should not be able to see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Dandelion, I posted something on your behalf in the voice text.
I
I
saw
don't
that.
know if you wanted to talk about it further or not.
So
number.
the elevation is 900 feet. What is that?
So we can put that in the Earth curve calculator.
Mm-hmm.
And it can tell you the missing curvature. I have it. Does someone have that handy? I mean, I think I have one somewhere. One that Indio gave me, actually. And it's flatearthinsanity.blogspot.com. All right, so this is, yeah. Okay, or you can do it by hand. I mean, Horizon calculator.
Okay. So there's just some things like explain this. Explain how the stars work, please.
Well, did we finish what we were talking about a moment ago, everyone? Before we move on?
Well, actually, yeah, before we go into the stars, yeah, I'd like to know, his response to the concept that we see too far to be on a globe of the dimensions claimed. What is your response to that crazy narwhal?
I have one quick question just to see where his knowledge is. Do you understand what like looking beyond the curvature is? Do you understand that there's a drop? That's what they're saying that you should be observing when you see the edge of a curvature. Like everything behind it goes lower and lower and lower below it.
Yes, I know what curvature is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to help you answer their question.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. The objects should be dropping behind this curvature, and they're not. So, do you understand that argument?
Yes, I do. But also, they are dropping behind the curvature. Because
when I see in Chicago, then what are you talking about?
I'm just saying that if curvature did not exist, then where is, like, I don't understand. Where's the Eiffel Tower?
Honey, you can only see so far. Your eyes are only capable of seeing so far.
Ma'am.
Yes, but why?
Oh, thank
what
you.
do you mean
What
why? Ask God.
What is the scientific
Slid
reason?
right in there. Thank you.
What is the scientific reason that we can only see so far?
Oh, okay. Hold on. First of all,
I thought we already explained
wait. Okay, let the girls talk. So, do you even understand what number one, scientific means? Number two, do you know what reason means? And number three, do you understand that they already provided you with that?
That's a lot.
It's not a lot. That was 3 questions. Very simple questions. Do you understand what scientific means? Let's start from the beginning.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means something that uses science to be explained.
Do you understand what science means? Do you understand the scientific method? Do you understand how we come to conclusions? Do you understand how we have concluded that there is a reason why we can only see so far? Do you understand how all these things work? And then you're going to laugh at us acting. Yeah. So thank you for being honest. You were just honest right there. You said no. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So don't laugh at other people when they're trying to explain it to you.
I didn't laugh. I did not laugh. I was just asking.
Okay. I hope that that's the case.
I'm not trying to be rude.
Listen. Okay, good. I'm happy. Good. So I'm hoping maybe it was somebody else that was laughing in the background at the same time, and I might have misheard that. So thank you. That's really good.
That definitely wasn't me.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. So you should really listen to what they're saying because they already explained it. They already explained that we can't
Was
see
it the
that far.
refractor thing, or
No, it's not refraction.
Because of anatomy, your
it's
eyes.
not just it.
Hang on, is he in live text? Is he seeing all the explanations of
I'm wondering that too.
angular?
Narwhal, look
Are
in
you
live
looking
stream
at me,
voice text.
chat? The live stream voice text.
I am.
Have you ever heard of a term called parallax?
Parallax.
No, I haven't heard of that.
Okay, research the term parallax.
That doesn't have to do with this.
Kind of. Yes, it does, because it's all about perspective. It's all
Who's
about
that?
perspective.
I want to know who's laughing right now.
The same exact idea. It's Flat Earth Goddess that's talking.
No, I know
we're
it's you
talking
who's
about angular
talking,
resolution.
and we're talking about angular resolution. This doesn't have to do with parallax.
How does
it have
Look
nothing
in
to do?
chat, Crazy Narwhal. This is photographic, so it's easier to explain to you in live stream voice text. Are you in this channel?
Yes, I can see it.
Yeah. So do you understand why that? Because you're asking why we can't see Eiffel Tower, but you can't see the end of this hallway.
Well, also, I understand that you can't see the end of this hallway, under that hallway, but the hallway isn't that big. I mean, it looks pretty big, but okay, Eiffel Tower might not be a good example. Here's one: the Appalachian Mountains.
You just said it yourself. The hallway isn't that big, and you can't.
How big the tunnel is.
Yeah, like the Smoky Mountains. Why can't we see them?
Here's a very
like
simple
the Tetons.
explanation. If you think about it, your eye is kind of like the camera on your phone. When you have a bad phone that has bad resolution, you can't zoom in very far. But when you get a better phone with a better resolution and a better lens, you can zoom further and see further. Your eyes have
Why
a
can't
limit.
we use that phone to
Camera,
see those
you
things?
can only see so far.
You can actually. You can use a camera, a Nikon P900. You can use any type of zooming technique on a camera
To see the Tetons from St. Louis.
You said what?
To see the Tetons from St. Louis.
What's going on?
You can use a camera to see the Tetons from St. Louis.
Are you talking about from the location that you're in right now?
Well, no, because I'm inside of my house.
I don't understand,
Well,
Crazy Narwhal. Hold on. Before we keep going, Discord, please excuse me for a minute.
Sorry.
Crazy Narwhal, I don't understand why we've gone on to this. Why is your vision limited? From my question to you, which is why we can see things, and it's not just that observation that I told you about Chicago. We have a whole list of observations on our Flat Earth Wiki. I just put the link for it there in the voice text. Each one of these is impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. So all these things that we can't see, you're avoiding the question to me of why we can see these things that should be hidden behind the alleged curvature.
Well, I can't explain why we can see them because we can't.
No. You're missing the
Okay, sorry.
point.
Actually, no. Wait. Let me rephrase that. I can't. Well, the only reason we can see like the things, like the I think those are oil things in the ocean, right? On one of them.
I'd like to see the black swan. Is that what you're talking about? The black swan? We can talk about that one if you want. That's one of the examples. Yeah, that shows that we definitely do not live on a globe of the dimensions claimed.
Mm-hmm. That's only 3 miles.
No, it's not. And you're missing the observation.
Okay, Central. Who is it that I'm talking to? Central Planker.
No, I just jumped in.
Oh, you just jumped in. Who is it that we're speaking to? Oh, okay.
Crazy
Narwhal.
Narwhal.
Okay, so we're talking about angular resolution, how far we can see things. We cannot see things that are super far away. So this is what's very interesting. And hopefully this might help you. If you're a glober, this might help you. So if I were to take binoculars and I were to try and see like 2 miles down to a street sign, I wouldn't be able to make it out. But if I were to point those binoculars, hold on, let me finish. If I were to point those binoculars up into the sky towards the moon, I would be able to see the moon clearer than I would be able to see that whatever it was that I was trying to see a couple miles away. True or not?
That's true, but
it is true. And the reason, wait, hold
I-
on, let me finish. I was just asking for whether it was true or not. The reason why we are able to see the moon clearer up above us, which is supposedly whatever they say in the globe model, however far away that it is because we are not going through the density, which is actual reality. There is this density at the base of where we are. We are seeing through, like, it's so thick that the farther we try to see, it just gets thicker and thicker and thicker to the point that we can't see. Not to mention, on top of that we have an angular resolution of how far our eyes can actually see. So our eyes can only see so far. Then we can use, binoculars, a telescope, whatever, P900, P1000, and try and see farther and open that angular resolution up. But no matter what, because we're going through this thickness of density, we can still only see so far. Period. We wouldn't be able to see all the way across the world. We just don't have the technology for that. And especially not with just the human eye. We can only see so far. That shouldn't be hard to understand, especially if you understand that we can see the moon clearer than we can see something that's farther away from us. Even with just the naked eye.
Okay, well, I have a counter argument to that. That's, the sign is not even, like, probably 10 feet long, and you're looking at it from, like, a mile or two away. You're not going to be able to see that. But the moon is a fourth of the size of the Earth. Now, of course you can see that. It might be pretty far away, but, like, it's big. Just like how you can see the sun, which is even further away and even bigger by a lot.
You have to forget everything you think you know. That's the point. The sun is much closer and smaller than you think. Everything's different.
So what is the size of the sun then?
It's actually the same size of the moon. If you just go outside and look, and a lot of times they're both up there at the same time. So start going outside and looking up.
So it's the same far away as the moon?
We can't go to the sun and measure it, so we can't say we don't know.
Yes,
all you can know is an apparent size. It's the only thing that you can know is an apparent size. Right, because you can't actually go there and measure it. So I want to ask you this question. Hang on, I want this. This is about your perspective question. I want to ask you a question. What causes the limitation to your vision on a globe?
The curvature.
You think that is the cause of the limitation to your vision? You don't think perspective or your eyesight or visual limitations or atmospheric obstructions? You don't think any of that has anything to do with anything?
I mean, it honestly depends on how far away you're looking. Like, if you're looking at something that's, like, at least 100 or 200 miles away, yes, it's going to be...
Crazy narwhal. When light interacts with matter, it dissipates. So you have to take into account that as this light is traveling through a medium, it's going to interact with all the atoms, and the light's going to dissipate and be less and less.
Because they claim that, listen, they claim that boats go over the curve, and that's why they go out of your view. But you can you can zoom in on it. You can get a Nikon P900 or whatever you want to use. And you can zoom in on it, and you can bring it back into focus.
Yeah, because light bends over a curve.
That pretty much... Light doesn't bend over a curve.
I don't know
that debunks the claim of it going over a curve. You have limitations to your vision that remain the same, whether the Earth is like your eyesight, the perspective, that is the same, regardless whether it's flat or globe. The problem is they're claiming that what is curvature is not curvature, and you're not willing to look at that because you can bring these boats that are allegedly going over Earth curve back into view, so they're obviously not going over Earth curve.
Okay.
Crazy narwhal.
Look into angular resolution.
Also, I'm just going to say goodnight because I just realized I'm at 5% and it's way too late to be charging my phone. So thanks for great night, ladies. And you guys have been awesome.
Bye.
Good night.
I'm so glad you were here.
Good night.
Yeah, when I was driving, I can't even remember who you were talking to, but yeah, it was nice to hear your very calming voice because you calmed down one of those people who were being kind of crazy. So, which you always do. Yeah. So it's real. I'm so glad you were here. and have a good night. I hope you sleep well.
Night.
Yeah.
Thank you. It comes
Hey,
to work with kids.
Comes from working with kids, she said. Yeah, for sure.
Crazy Narwhal.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen the full moon during daytime?
Okay, Discord, are you going to make me call you out here? Is that what he's doing,
yes.
or do you want me to just mute him? Should I call him out or mute him? I mean, what do you
Mute
think
him.
for?
Wait, whoa.
Mute him for now. We'll deal with it another
Wait,
time.
whoa.
He doesn't know why he's going to be muted.
Wait. No, why are you muting me? I'm confused. For what?
Karma says both.
I'm confused.
So,
what
well, I can give you whichever reason you want, Discord. The reason is it's ladies' night. There you go. All right, Crazy Narwhal, were we asking him a question?
Yes.
Okay. We got to get back to where we were, which, does anybody remember what that was? Did he ever answer my question about why I can see Chicago across Lake Michigan when it should be obscured behind thousands of feet of curvature? Did you ever answer that one?
No.
I don't think so, and I can't explain it.
I got a ban, no thanks. You can't explain it. Good. That's a good answer. Yeah, you can't explain it. Absolutely. You cannot explain it because you would have to admit that the globe model is a failure to explain it, right?
No, it's because I can't explain it because I haven't learned about that yet. I have not been taught about that yet.
Okay. Well, maybe that's something you want to investigate later. I hope maybe you bookmarked the page I gave you with the observations, and maybe you can look into that later and try to figure out if you can come up with an explanation. We'd love to hear it because nobody's been able to explain it in all the years that we've been here.
Okay.
So, did you have any other questions for us that we could answer?
Yeah. So, at one point, I was asking about the stars. How does that work?
Usually we talk about the ground, not the sky. I mean, we could talk about anomalies with the heliocentric model, but see, the thing is that the Earth it's not a globe, but I mean, it's observably and measurably flat. Right? So that's what we talk about in here.
Saying. So explain the stars.
That doesn't say anything about what we're standing on, though.
All you need to know is that the stars are constant. That's why they're called constellations.
Amen, sis. Amen.
Then how do you explain your model of the flat Earth with talking about how different people see different stars at the same time?
Wait, you need to be very specific with what you're saying right now. What do you mean that different people see the same stars at the same time?
Like different people in the world. Like if you're on the northern hemisphere, then you see these stars. And then if you're on the southern hemisphere, then you see these stars, and they're different.
Yeah, they would totally be different. Because that has to do with perspective.
Yeah, that's the parallax
area.
thing.
Oh my goodness. So no, that's still not parallax. So you are on. So when it comes to perspective, and if you are, say you're in the middle of a room, right? This even goes for the moon. So you look up at the moon, you see a 6, you walk away from it, or you walk to the other side, you would see a 9. It just depends on your positioning. So if you are at the north, right, and you're seeing these stars, and then you walk so far away from that north point, that actual pole star, which we actually have a pole at the north, which is Polaris, and that's why it's called Polaris, because it's the actual pole star. And then you walk so far away from it that you can no longer see Polaris, and you keep walking, and then you're in a direction and you are seeing something else. And even if you look back towards the north, you couldn't see Polaris. And when you look towards what would be south, you are seeing something. Now, you have to be very specific. When you say that people are seeing the same thing in the south and it wouldn't work on a flat earth, well, guess what? Time changes. So somebody who's in Africa would see those stars. Then it would take hours and hours and hours and hours for somebody in New Zealand to see those same stars. So this happens a lot with globers where they're like, people that look out towards the south, they see the same stars at night. Well, yeah, when it's nighttime. And when it's nighttime for somebody in Africa, it's a much different time for somebody who's in New Zealand. And that takes that much time for those stars to move around for those people in New Zealand to see them. And there is no southern pole. So I'm not understanding your point.
You're saying is that what you're saying is that, like, if you're in theoretical north, in the theoretical north part.
Why are you saying theoretical?
Because I don't know where that is.
North?
Is that like is that the center?
Yeah,
is that like
that's exactly where north
The
points
middle
to.
would be the north, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
North is like Iceland, Greenland, close to Russia, all those things, Canada. Where you see the north is where north
y'all
is.
are teaching them. Y'all are teaching them.
Ask him a question.
Okay,
When you go into Walmart or a big department store, and one goes to one end of the store, the other one goes into the other store, why do you guys not see the same lights over your head?
Okay, well, exactly. Okay. Can I answer the question, please?
Well, when you answer that one, that's the answer to your star question.
No, I haven't given an answer yet. Okay, so what you're saying is that if you're in like the center of the globe Earth and you go outward in the globe Earth, you see stars that are directly above someone. But if you were on a theoretical flat Earth, then you could just go from the center and see the exact same stars as everyone else. Perspective doesn't do anything to that. There's not exactly an explanation.
Dude. Stars are small.
I heard you guys.
The stars are smaller, and that's why they disappear when you go further away from them.
So they get smaller.
And if you go to the center,
they are smaller.
You'll
They're
see,
not these giant gas balls.
Did I hear the end of that wrong or something? Maybe I heard the end of it wrong.
And they're moving. They're moving.
They're moving. But where are they moving, and which way are they moving?
You're gonna have to go do some research. You got to do some research.
Thank you.
Go look up some astrology stuff.
Hold on.
Just
go ahead.
Why
Hold on. Let Damsel talk. Thank you.
Hey, so which way does the sun set and rise?
Rises in the east, sets in the west.
How about the stars?
I don't know. They
turn the same direction every. Do they turn the same direction all the time?
Yeah, depending on where you are in the Earth.
Oh, depending on where you are, you mean they turn and go the other direction? They go counterclockwise? In reality, or is that just because of your position? Do they always go east to west? Do they always circle the same direction?
No, they always circle the same direction.
Okay, so it matters where your position is, right?
What matters?
That fact that they are always going in the same direction for sure. It sunsets in the west, rises in the east. So even if you change your position, and it may look like it's going counterclockwise, are they actually changing direction? Or is that an apparent thing from your position?
I mean, they aren't changing direction. They just...
Okay. Do you understand what you just said? They don't change direction.
Yeah, they don't change the direction that they're spinning in.
That's right. Your position changed. That's what changed things.
Sorry. I should say the direction that we're spinning in.
Well, you think that you're spinning in, even though you have no proof of that and you have no sensation of that. But at the same time, things always go the same direction, right?
Yeah.
Right. But it can change based on your position. Your apparent direction that you think it's going in can change. But in reality, they're all still moving the same direction.
I guess.
Well, you have to think about that for a minute. Does the sun suddenly go from west to east?
No.
Nope. So you got to come up with a better excuse. You don't have any proof yet of the Earth moving. So that's what you've got to confirm. You're claiming it moves, but what's your proof of that? Star movement doesn't give you that because it could be either or. You've got to prove that what is going on. Is the Earth moving? Your claim is it's the stars moving. Well, how do you prove it? Well, you say the Earth is moving. So prove the Earth is moving. What is your proof of that?
Okay. So there's this line in the sky. It's not a physical line that you can see, but it's like an imaginary line that
is this story time right now? Oh, come on.
I'm telling a fact. Can you not
Where are you
interrupt me,
going with this? Well, I apologize, but where are you going with this, though?
You can't
It's
tell a
where
fact
all
with
the
an
it's where all
imaginary
the
line.
planets line up. It's where all the planets line up.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
And
does
it have a name?
They're all rotating around the sun. Correct?
That's what you're told. No, that's what you're told. That's what we're trying to point out to you.
And then that picture that is and then the picture that is earlier, that was just posted earlier, shows everything going around the sun.
A picture?
Yes,
Really?
on the live stream. On the live stream voice text, it shows everything going around the sun.
All right. Let's stay away from the sky, okay? Because there's a lot going on up there, and we can't verify that stuff. So, on the ground, as it turns out, all over the Earth, we can see too far.
Okay.
And we have some very credible sources, I might add. The most notable, in my opinion, would be the Guinness Book of World Records. Landscape photography. Long distance. Okay,
Jenny.
so... yeah.
Can I clarify something to him that the thing that he was talking about, it wasn't... It was saying that the planets revolving around you is false. The image, the GIF, is denying your statement, by the way. I'm just saying.
It shows all the planets rotating around the sun, so what is denying my statement about the planets rotating around the sun when the planets are rotating around the sun in that picture or that GIF?
You're going to have to restate your question if you're asking me a question.
Okay, so there's a picture or a GIF that shows all of the planets going around the sun.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the heliocentric theory. Yes.
Yes, with the sun just like shooting forward and all the planets going around it.
Yes, I'm familiar with that image. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So you're agreeing that that's ridiculous? What? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that. No, I'm saying that, no. I did not say that it was ridiculous. I was saying that it is.
That's what you believe is happening.
It is correct in the statement that all the planets are rotating around the sun.
According to the heliocentric theory, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But that's not what we see in reality.
Then what do we see in reality?
No, nobody's seen what that image portrays. Nobody's seen that in reality, dude. I don't know where you're coming from. That's why I'm confused.
I'm confused too.
I'm just saying, like you're telling me that I'm wrong, and then showing a picture a GIF.
No, they're
whatever.
showing that GIF to show how insane it is. Do you understand that that's an example of how you couldn't see a resetting sky?
It's a conceptual idea of what we are told.
Okay.
Right. It is give you an example that you could not see the same stars repeatedly in the same planets in the right positions repeatedly every year. So that's why we show that, because there's no way you would ever have a consistent sky clock, as we call it, some of us, in the sky. You just wouldn't have it because you're moving too much and too far. Again, it doesn't work.
I've been given instruction. Battle Mod has spoken. He has said to me, Jenny, please remind the men in the VC they're not supposed to be talking. Please and thank you. So if the men have something for the ladies to point out, I think the protocol in the past or by design in a perfect world, the men should put their point in the voice text and then the other ladies will decide whether they want to, so call upon you. I think that's what Battle Mod is trying to convey here. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. So that's all. Thank you. Okay, so to carry on with what we were talking about, everyone, sorry for that public service announcement. Who was Damsel, I think, was the last person speaking. So you on fire tonight, sis. Can't get enough listening to you. You're welcome.
No, I was just trying to tell him again that gift is just to make sure you understand that's what your model claims, but the problem is our observations in reality do not match with that. That's the difference.
I mean, the model is not what I am saying or anyone is saying. In fact, we're not saying that we are shooting forward in the middle of space.
Actually, you're wrong. Your model does claim that, so you might want to go learn your model a little better.
No, I know my model pretty dang well.
How fast is it moving through the universe?
I don't know how fast it's moving through the universe, but I know it's not like...
This guy's done. They're done. They're done. They're done.
Okay, no,
let Damsel, hold on, everyone, let's let Damsel keep doing this because she's doing a great job. Damsel, go ahead. I'm sorry I jumped in and laughed.
All right, well, so how fast does it rotate? Does the Earth rotate? And how fast are we moving around the sun? And then how fast is the sun moving through the universe? Because if you don't know those numbers, you don't know your model.
Well,
that's right.
Okay, literally, I'm in 9th grade. I'm not supposed to know these numbers off of the top of my head.
You just claimed you knew it. See, that's the problem. You weren't being honest. You should have said, I don't know. Instead, you said, I know my model very well. Well, apparently you don't.
I know.
Because you say it's not shooting forward in the galaxy like what that GIF shows, and yes, it is. That's your model. That is absolutely what your model claims. So you might want to go research that before you make any more claims against it. And maybe you should stick with something you can actually say you know about, like...
Yeah, so kind of slow down there, bub.
How about geometry? If you know how to deal with a sphere, then we can deal with geometry, because at 9th grade, if that's what you are, you have a good point. You can do that. You're at that point. You should be able to do that geometry.
Yes.
You can do it by hand, or there's calculators where it makes it, you just enter in your data, your elevation.
I know what a calculator is.
No. I'm talking about a flat earth calculator, horizon calculator.
Well, that's not going to help with the globe theory.
It's called we see too far.
Actually, it is a globe calculator that we use. It's not a flat earth calculator. It's made by Glober, and it shows the curvature rate. So if you don't know your curvature rate, then you need to go to that calculator because it'll show you how to do it. Yes, it's a parabola, but that works up to 6,000 miles.
Thank you for pointing that out, by the way.
Here, can we just switch to something else? Because I don't really want to get into this much.
Oh my goodness! Why do you have to? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
A little uncomfortable
Show
with
me
the
on the doll where the globe Earth hurt you.
Okay.
Because honestly, it sounds like the globe Earth has hurt you in a certain private place that you don't want to talk about anymore.
This is great, though. I'm loving this.
Did a great job of walking you into the reality of the unreality that you're believing in. So, I mean, she really, like, kindly took you step by step through it. So why do you want to change the subject? Why can't you just, like, carry on? Is it because, can you admit that you don't have any more answers for that? And so, you know what? Honestly, I can't debate that because I don't know. And so I want to talk about something else in hopes that I might be able to debate it. Can you at least admit that?
Karma has a suggestion, everyone. She says take him through the 3 points.
No, wait. No.
Well, that's the point. Crazy Norwal, can you admit that? Can you admit that what Damsel was just talking to you about?
Snatch that wig, girls. Who wants
Yes.
to?
Okay. I can admit that I do not know every single fact ever about the entire Earth because I'm in 9th grade.
Well, then you should be here to learn. See, that just tells me that if you're not
fully educated in the globe Earth yet.
Yeah, that's okay. We are here to teach you.
And also, you guys don't need to be so rude.
We're not rude.
Nobody's being rude.
Yeah. You have been,
not rude.
We are
laughing
being
at
funny.
me.
No. That's because it's funny, and there's no reason. There's no reason to be upset by it. Because what's funny is that people laugh at flat earthers all the time, and they find it funny, and it's all good and fun. Nobody's being actually bullying towards you or like pointing a finger at you and saying that you're stupid or whatever. We're saying
literally everyone in the live stream voice text chat is saying that I'm stupid.
I haven't. Literally, everyone has.
Stop reading that stuff,
A lot of people have been like, bro, you're blind, or like, bro, you gotta get some eyes or something like that.
Yeah, okay, so that's not laughing at you. That's saying, bro, like, you need to listen to it. It's just like, this is the problem with the youth today. So when somebody sends you a text message and they say, bro, you're blind, you can read that in a million different voices. Bro, you're blind. Bro, you're blind. Bro, you're blind. Like, it depends on how they're actually trying to say it to you. So get out of the text chat, because I'm telling you right now, when people are trying to talk to you, especially if you're the 9th grade, we're not trying to bully you. We're not trying to be mean. We're trying to wake you up. So if they're saying you are not seeing this, bro, you're blind, right? Like, wake up to this. Like, they're excited about it. So don't take offense to that. Like, understand that everyone that's here, we are not here to make fun of Globers. We're here to try and help Globers understand the reality of the world that we live in and to get out of the construct that they have been taught. So we're not here to bully you.
Just to add 2 cents. Oh, sorry, just real quick, 2 cents. A lot of people here see what we're talking about right now, the deception, as a crime against humanity. I'm just going to say that. That's all.
Also, who was that just talking?
Good evening, Futureman here. You greeted me like 2 hours ago. I want to say something.
Future Man, he's finally answering.
Futureman from Germany. What a cool guy.
Okay, cool. Before we go on to you, Future Man, I just want to say.
I want to say something.
Future Man, can I be heard?
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Yeah, before we go on to you, I just want to say one more thing to Crazy Narwhal. So I apologize if you were feeling, overwhelmed. Like, it is difficult if you come in here and you've got a lot of people talking to you and so on. It's a lot of information. So I just hope, at least, Crazy Narwhal, that you will take a look. Did you happen to bookmark or save any of the stuff that we put in voice text for you, like the links or
good. I just want
because there's also a bunch of information channels down at the bottom. So just don't give up on us, Crazy Narwhal. We understand that you're overwhelmed. All right, go ahead. Yeah, what do you want to say there, Future Man?
My point is, man, like 3 hours ago, I was starting to hear to your discussion, and the Globe woman, when she said, "Oh, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a Glober." Then you all were nice, and 2 hours later, it's like crazy discussion, and everyone is against each other, and it's anti and whatever. That's not cool.
Oh, you're feeling like it's too antagonistic. Is that your concern, Mr. Future?
Absolutely.
Man? Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, we have a complaint department. If you look in the live stream,
and I'm no Glober.
Okay, that's great. I will give you a direct link to the complaint department.
All right, Dandelion,
yay! Everything that you think about it, and we'll read it later and then respond appropriately.
Yeah, you don't take me serious. It's okay.
This is not the place to. We're not going to take your complaints and register them and fix the world for you right here. We're trying to get out the flat earth information. So if you have concerns, by all means, we have never claimed to be a utopia here. All right, so
we did claim to not be rude.
Well, get it. If you take it personally, that's your choice. See, people do that a lot. They'll take it personally, just like Shines was trying to tell you guys. A lot of you think it's personal. None of this information is personal. It's information. So I don't call people stupid. I never even insulted you for your level at 9th grade. I assumed that you don't know because you made it clear you didn't know.
I mean,
and I questioned you on it.
I mean,
Yeah.
you did kind of like talk to me like I was a baby.
Don't come in a
Quite
room
literally.
full
Again,
of women
that's
and
your
lie.
way.
I'm not
Come in a room
lying.
full of women and lie.
I'm not lying.
You've
There's
lied
no
multiple
safe
times.
I just
space
think
here.
I would just like to say that somebody who's in 9th grade, I don't know what your actual age is or what Discord server rules are, but I don't know. I think that I still think that there's probably other people that are much older than him that we can speak to, and he can sit back and listen.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
I think
point. The
that you're
second
pretty
half.
young, and so let you take a seat and let's talk to somebody who's a bit older. I did want to hear. I don't know if you're up for it. Is Flat Earth Goddess still here?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
I've been here the whole time.
Before this night is over, before the night is over, since I know that you're new here, I would love to hear you speak. I don't know. Oh, is he not here anymore? Matthew Learns. It would have been great to hear you talk to Matthew Learns. Let me hit him up because I think that would be a
I don't
great
know this
conversation. I'm gonna hit him up right now.
Okay.
Yeah, because we did promise him he could speak to us. He'll come back, I'm sure. So we don't have any other Globies here?
But I don't want to lose the main, point that I'm going to remember of this night about Crazy Narwhal is that he came in here pretending in the check-in, and when he first came in here to be a flat earther, and then he admitted that he was not, and then he talked to us as himself. I mean, I think that's the success story
He
here.
should be awarded.
Yeah. Did we? What? I don't. We had. I don't know if anybody knows. Like I felt
Honest
like,
earther.
Yeah.
No,
Good
that's
idea.
maybe
Yeah.
not
Let's
it.
do. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Whatever you think, Jenny. Something. Yeah. Some kind of role to acknowledge him as being a leader.
Intellectually honest.
Yeah, that's great. Intellectually honest.
We have that. Is that something?
No, we need to make it Mary Mom or Dandelion. Sorry,
Yeah.
dear.
Good idea.
Invent
Fine.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think the reason why we're in this problem, Crazy Narwhal, is because a bunch of people, there's this great book called Kings Dethroned, Crazy Narwhal. I'll find the free version of it for you. You can either listen to it on audio or you can read it or you can order the paper book. That's all about how the mistakes in mathematics and astronomy that were made that were just compounded upon. I mean, that's why we're in the situation that we're in, is this concept of this world being a globe with a radius 3,959 miles is a mistake. It's been disproven many times. Instead of discarding a failed model, people just invent more lies to try to explain and kind of shove, square pegs into round holes that do not fit, instead of just discarding a failed model and starting over and being honest about it. So, you are way ahead of many adults who are not capable of doing that. So, I think you here have been a leader and a great example to your friends. And to anyone else who, might understand. Yeah, even though if I come in and I'm kind of messing around, I don't really understand, I think Flat Earth is funny. And then I realize, there's something more to this. Maybe I can't really keep this charade going on. I'm just going to talk to these people for real. We ask people to do that all the time. Very rarely will they switch over and talk to us as their real selves. It's very rare. They usually just disappear if they realize we're on to them. So I hope you do stick around, because now that you're talking to us as your real self, the conversations are way more interesting.
Yes, I would agree. Well said. But yeah, intellectually honest should be a tag, in my opinion. We've been wanting more positive tags for new people.
Yeah, I like it. Well, we do have original thinker, which is kind of positive. But yeah, we could make another one intellectually honest. Not too. Yeah, that's good.
I mean, that is one of our high points for the server. Like if we had a mission statement.
Yeah. We've got Issa and Jason Salt 22. They don't have roles. We could try unmuting them.
Yeah, let's do it.
Issa, are you there? Not you. Yeah. If you decide you want to talk, go up. Oh, he muted himself. That's good. So I could leave him unmuted in case he decides he wants to talk later. Who was the other person? Marcel 2020. Hello, Marcel. Welcome to the server.
Ladies' night be poppin'.
Yeah.
Even if you don't want to go into a whole thing, you don't have to go into a whole routine with us, but even if you just want to say hello and we could, if you agree to follow the rules of the server, we could give you a VC verified role. That way the next time you came in, you'd be able to unmute yourself. Oh, but Ethan's back. I feel like we didn't we have a good conversation with Ethan? I was driving. I just was listening, but I don't know if that was ever resolved. I don't know if I heard the end of it. Hey, Ethan.
We had a great conversation.
How did your conversation end earlier when you were here? I don't remember.
I think it was about air pressure. Something.
Oh, the gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, the gas pressure without a container, And I was asking...
No comprende, eh?
No comprende?
Right. You don't understand it?
I understand it fully.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
The issue is, I was questioning why air was thinner on Mount Everest, right? And the higher you go, like you have a weather balloon, the higher you go, the air gets thinner, right? That's what the conversation was about, or something.
Oh, and I do want to say, before we go back to Ethan, I recall now the conversation. Yes, I do remember now. And they were explaining to you about why that was. Yes. Roland, my boulder, is back because he was formerly Sisyphus and then had some problems with the account. So now he's back as Roland, my boulder. So I just wanted to say welcome back to him also.
And thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. You sound good. Yeah.
Rock on.
Shout out
Thanks.
to Mary Mom. Bringing the new people into the fold for conversation. Like, yay. You go, girl.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a good ladies' night, I think. We had a lot of good conversations. A lot of people came back that haven't been here, like Shines. And so, yeah, it was nice to hear everybody.
Wait, are we ending ladies' night?
No way, no. We're just doing
it sounded like a slowdown. I was like, hey, we still
No. I was just giving a shout out to Dandelion.
I'm just kidding. I love it. Yeah, I'm hoping we can carry this on for as long as we can, because there really tonight has been so awesome. I have to say, it's been a long time since I've been back. And the last time I was here, it was kind of slow because it was the holidays. It was before the holidays, like in between Thanksgiving and Christmas. And so it was kind of slow. And right now, like, it's on fire. So let's keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was way slow.
Is Matthew here yet?
I actually sent him a DM, and I'm hoping he will respond. See what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, we could use a seasoned globe earther in here for a minute, maybe.
You called me?
Oh, Roland, my boulder hasn't. Yeah, he's been around for a little while. Did you have anything you wanted to ask or mention to the ladies here?
Oh no, it's ladies' night, but somebody said seasoned glober.
Well, yeah, if you're a seasoned glober, I would actually like to hear what you have to say, and I would like to hear what Flat Earth Goddess and you could have a conversation about.
I'm listening.
I know that she's new here, so it would be cool to see her go up against somebody who's seasoned.
Agree.
Yeah. Get it, girl.
I want to clarify, I'm not a new flat earther.
That's what I mean. No. That's exactly
thing.
Yeah, you're new here. That was my point. Like, you've said that you've been around since the beginning. So you're not new to Flat Earth, but you're new here. So it'd be cool to see you, like, shine in the spotlight and talk to a seasoned glober and, like, see what happens in the conversation.
Flat Earther.
Yeah, do it.
What's his name again, girl?
Roland my boulder. So
or
Roland
you can call me, you can call me Roland or Sisyphus, because I was Sisyphus, and then there was that episode that we won't speak of.
I get you're Roland my boulder. That's cool. That's kitschy. I get it.
High five, bro. That's kind of really creative. I can appreciate that.
Likewise. So why don't you and Flat Earth Goddess, let's have it out. Let's make it an arena, back in the day. Let's see what happens. So you guys can go and have a conversation.
Fight.
Oh, geez, all of a sudden I don't feel so seasoned.
Yeah, the pressure, right?
Honestly, just cool conversation. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're not going to dogpile you.
Let's see what happens. Okay, let's give them a moment and let's have Flat Earth Goddess and Roll in My Boulder. Sisyphus.
Syphilis or Sisyphus? What's this?
Sisyphus.
My skin is thick. You can call me whatever you want.
I don't
It's Sisyphus. Sisyphus is a Greek myth legend of Sisyphus has to roll this boulder up this hill and is just constantly rolling it up the hill. So his name is Rolling My Boulder after Sisyphus, who's constantly rolling this boulder up a hill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
You got it.
What's the point of this?
My bad. Okay. Get him, girl. Go, Goddess.
I'm waiting for a question or something.
It's ladies' night. I dare not put myself forward.
We can do the 3 points. Oh, man. Okay, so our new lovely flat earther. What's her name? I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not looking at my phone.
Flat Earth Goddess.
Indica.
Yeah.
Oh, Flat Earth Goddess.
Have
you heard of the 3 points? The 3 points, by chance?
What is this thing? What is this?
You'll learn it soon. You will learn it soon, I'm sure, hanging around. But yeah, so I guess take it away, sis. However you want to do it.
What do you want me to do the 3 points? I can do those for you.
No.
We want
she's gonna do it her style.
Yeah, let her.
What is the 3 points? What I need instructions.
No, you don't have to. We were just seeing if you knew him. Then
we don't want to take away your shine. You know how to talk to people.
Yeah, get him, girl. He's a glober. The syphilis guy.
He's an indoctrinated victim. He needs our help.
So what's your deal, man? What are you in this chat room for to begin with?
Dang, she's bringing it right down. Okay.
Seriously, she leads with the right hook. Holy hell.
Yes.
What's your intention here,
Fair.
She asked you a question, dude. Answer.
It was fair.
I'm on my heels. I don't know how to answer. I'm here to talk to you guys. Yeah, I like talking to you guys. I don't like...
Okay, so maybe what we need to do is, do I need to start you guys off on a topic? Maybe we should start off the topic on the 3 questions. And so the 3 questions, maybe we can start off the first topic of conversation. Maybe other mods can jump in here. Which one of the 3 should we have them first discuss? Should it be rotation?
Curvature.
Okay, let's discuss curvature. So curvature, that's the topic of discussion first. Well, let's have you guys go through all 3. So let's start with curvature. Go. So both of you should have to come up with something about curvature, whether you're for it or against it. Go.
Can I just hold on? I just got to digress because you guys hit me hard. Anybody here old enough to remember that SNL skit from way back? The 2 old women and the coffee time, discuss amongst yourselves.
Yes.
The New Yorkers.
That's so funny. Yes.
I swear to God, Battle Modest just went discuss. Go.
That's actually funny because when I said it, I actually thought about that, and then as soon as you started saying it, I almost spit out my tea. So yeah, discuss amongst yourselves.
So the question that needs to be answered is, what is the proof for curvature? If someone has proved it, you have to give your citation for it.
Yeah, where's your proof of the curve?
Are y'all sure he's a globe person?
Yeah, the syphilis guy, yeah.
Roland, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
Oh, I'm a hardcore globe.
Okay, so how do you explain the curve? Where is it?
You're an ant on an orange and you can't see it. I have the regular globe answer.
I'm an ant on arms. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
what?
An ant on an orange. You're too close to see it. Yeah. The regular. That's the standard globe answer, right?
Okay, so we cannot see a ship going over the curve, is what you're saying.
Thank you. You read my thoughts.
Can you see a ship go over a curve?
No.
Well,
Okay,
who
then
in
I guess you
recorded
can't.
history? Wait,
hold on. This is supposed to be between only those two. It's only supposed to be between these two. We're supposed to have like this arena style, right?
No, coffee talk style.
Okay, then that defeats the whole entire purpose. So everyone just continue talking then. Like I thought it was going to be between you two.
Yeah, okay, we can do no. We can do MMA. That's cool.
Yeah, let Goddess handle him. Go get him, girl.
Well, yeah, okay. My whole entire reasoning was because Flat Earth Goddess, I mean, she's come in here and she is very passionate and she's new here, but she says she's been around for a very, very long time. So I would love to hear her do what she does. Like she's very, very passionate. So I would have liked to hear that.
Thank you.
Happen between her and Glober. So I just thought that would be cool. But if she doesn't want that, I mean, if you don't want that, Flat Earth Goddess,
I'm trying to do that, but I feel like it's not.
No, go ahead. No, that's what I'm saying. So go ahead. So everyone, let's back off and let Flat Earth Goddess and Roll in My Boulder have at it. Talk about curvature. Go ahead.
Ask away. I'm all ears.
So I'm still okay. Let's go backwards to I'm an ant on an orange. Okay. So whenever I'm just going to give you a little backstory. Okay. Whenever I went to school, one of the first things they taught me, the reason why we know for a fact that we are on a globe is because you can see the ship going over the curve. This was something that was ingrained in me. That only come to find out, oh, you can just zoom in, use a telescope, use binoculars. I'm a friggin' idiot. Who doesn't know this? Okay. So, and I was raised by a sailor. So that's kind of why I already knew that the stuff was messed up. Cause I'm like, hold on, what kind of I'm experiencing? I've flown since I was a little girl. I'm not seeing this stuff they're saying. Okay, whatever. I remember looking up at a little girl, looking at the lines in the sky, like thinking that's kind of weird. I don't think planes are supposed to do that. I've seen planes fly before. They don't do that. Anyways, long story short, I ain't never seen a curve. And neither have you. So you're saying it's too big. So from the beginning, why are they telling me that I can see a ship go over a curve?
You'll forgive me. I can't speak for them because God knows they say a lot and a lot of teachers are idiots. So I can't speak for they. I can't speak for your teachers or any other globers that you've met. You did say planes don't do something, that you looked up and you saw planes and they didn't. And what was it that they didn't do or were supposed to do? I didn't understand that part.
I'm sorry. I veer off sometimes. I'm talking about geoengineering. But basically my point was I've always known something was off, but because of my perspective, I've paid attention. I've looked around. I've seen, what the sun and the moon and all of these things are doing. And still to this day, the curve is undetectable. And you're saying it's because it's too big to detect, right?
I mean, you're very small compared to the Earth and you're on its surface, so it isn't going to be easy. Yeah.
Okay. So can you prove it yourself? Can you find the curve yourself?
Absolutely not. There's no way I could prove the curve to you.
Okay, so how could anyone else do it?
How could anyone prove the curve?
You can't do it. How has anybody else done it? How do you know that the curve exists?
Oh, I only assume it exists.
Oh, okay. Have you ever heard this term? You know what happens when you assume? It makes an ass out of you and me.
Oh, that's not how I heard it. I heard it makes an ass out of you and umption.
What?
Assumptions make an ass out of you and umption? Yeah, but no, I take your point. Like, assuming things is dangerous, and I could be wrong. But I find that my assumptions have mostly been consistent with my experience. But I can't prove them to you. Like, I don't stand on the grounds that I can prove things to you. I just stand on the grounds that I trust things that are generally consistent. That's enough for me.
So, like the constellations, those are pretty consistent.
Yes. What do you? I mean, how do they enter into it?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much you know about the globe model, but part of what they say is there's all, tilts and wobbles and it's changing and now it's apparently turning into a pear shape. So since we're constantly ever changing, then how can the constellations stay the same for all of documented time?
I didn't know that they did. I believe they change.
That's why they're called constellations. They're constant. They've been the same forever. As long as people have been documenting them. They have not changed.
That's right.
I'll take your word for it. You're speaking beyond stuff that I know. So
it's okay. Thank you for recognizing that. So now, maybe, this is why I don't like to do debates, because I'm not really trying to make this guy realize he doesn't know about his own model. Like, what I'm trying to do is see how can we come to some kind of agreement of our purpose here. What is our intention in this conversation? What are we trying to do here? Me and you, nobody else intervene. Me and you, Roland, what are we doing here?
I mean, one thing that I would love, and a thing I'm constantly coming here looking for, is the common ground. Like, usually when I debate coworkers or friends about anything, there's a set of common things that we agree on. And if we can move our debate towards those common things, then sometimes we resolve it. Not always, because people get really stubborn. But I actually don't know what are the common things that Globers and Flat Earthers believe. Like the set of stuff that they're like, yeah, well, obviously. And I keep coming here because I'm very interested in knowing the overlap between Globers and Flat Earthers.
Okay, what would you like to see resolved?
I'm very curious about laws of motion. And that's probably the biggest one, laws of motion, but then a very close second is optics. Like, how do optics work? And notice, please, I'm not coming here saying these laws of motion are true and I'm here to prove them, or this behavior of light is true and I'm here to use it to convince you that it's a globe. I just wonder, do Globers and Flat Earthers agree on any laws of motion, any laws of optics, whatever they are?
Okay, let's see.
So
pick an object. What's moving?
How about I drop this coffee cup off my table? I don't know. Or you tell me. Anything.
Okay, yeah. You drop the coffee cup off your table. So, do you have an explanation for that? A reason why that it ended up on the floor?
Do I have a reason why? I mean, I've been taught that it's gravity, but I'm not really married to that idea. To me, there's a force that pushes it towards the floor, and it isn't really that much required for me to explain where that force came from. It clearly happens every single time I drop the coffee cup.
Okay, so you feel like it's something pulling it to the ground, right?
Or pushing. I don't know. Take your pick. There's a force that's directed towards the ground.
Things. Okay, so basically what you have to do is take all that imaginary invisible stuff away, and all that it is that the cup is heavy. Okay?
Which imaginary invisible stuff?
Like this whole long explanation about gravity and it's an invisible force that pulls you to the center of the earth.
I'm willing to concede gravity doesn't exist as a core.
Well,
personal,
hold on.
As a glober, it's not a core personal belief of mine. I think gravity might very well be fictitious. And
okay, have me and you talked about the etymology thing yet? Because this is something I talk about all the time and gets on people's nerves. But I just always go back to etymology because I feel like this is so important. If you know what the words mean that you're saying, gravity means weight, seriousness. It used to be used in terms of how much matter meant, like not physical matter, but like a situation, like the gravity of a situation, the seriousness of it. So how we need to handle this type of thing. And then it turns into, it means weight. Something's heavy. Okay, that's why some things are heavier than the air and some things are light. We have oxygen, which is the air, oxygen, and helium floats. It's lighter than the air. There's a reason why fish are not pulled to the bottom of the ocean. There's a reason why birds can fly. All this has to do with motion, I guess, since you wanted to talk about motion, and weight and density, not an imaginary force.
Well, I can concede I have never thought about the gravity of a situation compared to the gravity of an object. That, I mean, now that you say it, sure, those are clearly connected words, clearly connected meanings, but I hadn't thought about that before.
We have to go back to the language. We've been programmed to think certain things mean a certain thing and, a certain way. But really, all of these terms come from something. Like the word planet. Planet means wanderer. Okay, like a wandering star. Okay, that's what we're looking at. So when people say, "Oh, we're on a planet," well, no, we're not. We're not wandering. We're not moving. We're stationary. We can experience that we're stationary and look up and see all that stuff up there is moving, not us.
I mean, in my understanding, that's a complete perspective thing. Whether I'm moving or you're moving is whose frame of reference do you want to use? So I'm not sure how you assert which thing is in motion and which thing is stationary. To me, that's a completely relative thing.
Yeah, you can use it by your perspective, your feeling, the way you feel, what you're experiencing. You know what it feels like to go 60 miles an hour down the highway.
Yeah, it feels like nothing.
Your hand out the window, you know what that feels like. Have you ever been to the fair and been on this ride called the Gravitron? Where it
I dislike the Gravitron. The only thing I dislike more than the Gravitron is the teacups.
Okay, so are you experiencing that feeling right now?
Thankfully, bless me, no.
You're not, because we're not.
Yeah, God, if I felt that all the time, I wouldn't even be able to talk to you.
Listen, they say that we're spinning, hurling, and shooting. We're doing all of those things at once.
Well, yeah, but the graviton goes like 10 revolutions per second or something, actually nauseatingly fast. So we're talking about two very different rates of rotation.
What are you talking about?
The Earth rotates like once per day. Look, put me on the teacups and move me around once per day, and I will have a different opinion about the teacups. But put me on the regular teacups, and I'll puke in your lap. So, whatever. It matters how fast the thing is rotating, whether I feel ill or not.
Listen. Do you know how fast that they say that we're spinning?
Once per day. I think you know that.
No. How many miles an hour are they saying?
I never speak about how fast something rotates in terms of miles per hour. I always talk in terms of revolutions per whatever you want. Wheels turn in RPMs, motors turn in RPMs.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about one thing that it's doing. You're talking about one part of it. There's 3 parts: the spinning, the hurling, and the shooting.
Okay, well, can you define hurling and shooting? Because spinning, I'm with you. Spinning, I got. Hurling and shooting, I don't know what those words mean.
Okay, so they say that we're going in circles, and then we're circling around something else, right? Like the teacups. We're spinning in our little teacup. And then we're also going around on the floor in circles. You know how you're spinning around that thing?
Oh,
you're spinning in circles and spinning.
That's why I mentioned the teacups, is because of all possible things. I hate them the most.
Yeah, so imagine that whole thing, too. Pick up that whole platform that you're spinning and circling around at the same time, and just hurl the whole thing forward. Let's see.
Okay, and hold on, just a slight digression. There's stuff happening in the live stream text, and I don't multitask well. I just want to say I'm preferring my attention to you, and I didn't want them to think I was avoiding or ignoring. But
no, I'm not looking at none of that. I'm just on this conversation.
Yeah. So you think if we put the teacups like on a train, then the train is going like 10, 20, 100 miles an hour or whatever, and the teacups are doing their thing. I don't think that the train matters. I won't feel the train.
You're not going to feel...
Is the train the hurling part?
1.3 million miles per hour? You're not going to feel that?
No, I personally, no, I don't think you will. I don't think you have any sensation of just like speed or velocity. You can't feel that.
Okay, so you can feel 10 miles an hour, but you can't feel 1.3 million miles an hour. How does that work?
I don't think you can feel either of those things.
What do you mean? You just told me that you get sick just spinning on the teacups.
Well, so yeah, okay. So if you say 10 revolutions per second, then yes, I probably will feel that on any scale and puke in your lap. But then if you say so revolutions per minute versus miles per hour, I think you only feel one of those things, not both.
Oh my God. You either believe what they say that we're doing or you don't.
Okay, well, on that point, I don't believe what they say, ever.
Okay,
they are idiots.
Your experience, then? What's your experience? If you don't think that NASA's telling the truth, you just told me you think that NASA's lying, basically, right?
I don't have anything to say whether NASA's lying or not. I will promise not to invoke NASA as any kind of evidence to convince you of anything.
You cannot say that you are a globe earther. You can't. You don't even support the model. You just said it. You can't say you're a flat earther, but you can't say you're a globe earther. So I think it's time to admit that you're on the fence.
I mean, that was my previous role, was on the fence, perhaps for this very reason, but I do think it's a globe. Like, I do think that.
Well, if you think
is it possible for someone to hold the on the fence and glober at the same time?
You want to still believe in Santa Claus? Go right ahead, man. There are people that get up and dress like cosplay characters every day. There are people who get up and they literally only wear yellow. They only buy whatever color for their entire life. Everything is surrounded in purple, and they only wear purple, and that's the only thing they buy is anything with purple. Okay, you can live your life however you want and believe whatever you want. But
I mean, if you could live in a world, if you could live in a world where Santa Claus was real, would you turn that down?
I do not think that telling children that a grown man is going to sneak into their home, eat their food, and leave them gifts, because I do not tell my kid to take
gifts. It's a really weird story.
No, it's freaking weird, man. No, I don't like Santa, and we don't need to have nothing to do with Santa Claus. In my house, we don't do Santa because it's weird. It's creepy.
I would hope that, like, I would be proud of the kids that debunk Santa, because that's some pretty awesome critical thinking.
Okay, that's cool. So this was actually supposed to be about curvature. So let's take it back to the beginning and talk about curvature. So what do you have to say about curvature with the globe?
I think that you're an ant on an orange, and that a general day-to-day experience, you're just way too close to the orange.
Okay, that's fine.
To feel anything different.
So
like, it's going to look flat.
You don't need to keep going on about it. So you think that it's an ant on I'm still talking. Whoever's talking. I am still talking. Who is that? Is that Niz? Niz. Give me a second. If you want to talk next, I would love to talk to you. We can talk to you next. So I'm just going to ask you, Roland on my boulder, Mr. Sisyphus. So you say that it's like an orange and we're an ant on an orange. Well, an ant on an orange would definitely see a curve, number one. You would have to go to a cantaloupe or a watermelon or something much larger for that ant to not see curvature. Even
Thank you,
so,
and I will amend. I'll amend that.
even if it is on something that is larger, there is a geometric horizon to whatever curved object that they are on. There would be an R value to whatever curvature that they're on, and there would be a cutoff space to where if they're on one side of that, they would not be able to see beyond a certain point to the other side of it because of that R value, because it is geometric, it is Euclidean geometry, it is basic fundamental reality, right? So how are you going to digress from what reality is into, I'm just going to tell a story about an ant on an orange? Like, how are you going to get away from that? How are you going to get away from R? How are you going to tell me that they have found R? And that would be a great point to start at. How did they find the R value?
Again, I can't speak for they. I don't know.
Well, you should, because that's science. That's who you are invoking. By believing in the globe model, you are invoking the R value. You are believing in a 3,959 mile radius, and you are invoking that. And so that means that we would have to have a cutoff point of how far we can see. So how are you going to invoke that, number one, that they discovered the shape of the Earth prior to measuring it? So that's even more interesting. You have to know the shape of something before you can measure it, right? And once they found that shape, how did they measure it? How did we get the R value? This is what the crux of all of this comes down to. We can also talk about, whether things are rotating, which they're not. We can also talk about the second law of thermodynamics, whatever. But when we're talking about what we actually live on, you have to have an R. So where are you getting that from?
Well, my success here has been by limiting myself to really only assert things that I know or that I feel like I have evidence for. And I've actually never measured, observed, calculated the R value. So I didn't measure it. I didn't come up with it. And I can't really stand here and defend it to you.
Okay, so that's very interesting to me. So you can't do any of those things. So are you just basing it off of claims that other people have made? Are you able to admit that that's just what you're doing? You just believe what other people are telling you?
Sure, yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, that's a very, well, that's amazing, because we really don't get that in here a lot. We really don't get people actually admitting to that they actually don't know, and that they're just believing. That's a very strong word, that you were believing and other people that said that they have done so. And it seems to me that you also don't understand how they have done so. So you are truly believing that they have done so. So why is it is this a religion for you, that you just believe what you've been told?
I definitely do not just believe what I've been told.
Okay, then
I'm
how
a very
can you defend it?
I'm a very besides here, like if you found me in my day-to-day life in my regular circles, most people find me quite contradictory and
aggravating. I would love you to do that right now then. Can you do that right now then? Can you be quite contrarian is the word that you're looking for? Can you be contrarian to the glow model? Can you be contrary? Can you actually understand the fact that you do not understand how they figured out that it was a sphere, how they measured that it was a globe, how they measured the distances of what that globe actually is, and yet you're standing here spouting off that it is in fact a globe? So,
yeah. So for me, the pattern that the stars make in the sky, the way that ships go over the horizon, the way that my sight is limited on the ground versus, if I'm in a car driving cross country and I go to like Denver or whatever, the way that like I can see farther up higher, all of that's basically consistent with my idea of a globe. But I'm not going to come in here and tell you that that's proof that there's a globe. All I say is that most of my experience has been.
Point. Nope.
Okay.
You don't even need to continue on. You are still missing my point. So yes, you can see things, do things. Oh my goodness. Optical illusions galore. Things happen in the world. We see them one way. You might not understand perspective. You might have never been an artist and understand how things get smaller in the distance or how optical illusions, abound. The point of the matter is that if we live on what they're telling us that we live on, there is geometry to it. And there is a radius of 3959. And we should not be able to see beyond a certain fucking point. Pardon my French, but like seriously, period, point blank. Beyond that.
No, I'm fine with your French.
Hold up.
Okay,
beyond that, how did they get it? How did they even measure the circumference, the radius, understand that it was a sphere or anything? So before we even get to the conversation of like, how can we see beyond it? A lot of globers, have explanations of how we actually even got that radius, how we got that circumference. You don't even have that. So for you to say that it's not a belief that you're believing in, that this is what we're standing on, you have to understand and come to terms with the fact that that's a lie. Like, you're lying to yourself.
It's a belief. It's a belief. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It is a complete belief.
Yeah,
100%
cool
you are believing.
I'm cool with
Perfect. Okay, so why? Why is it that you choose to believe that that's what it is, rather than actually understanding that there is no proof for a radius, that if there was a radius and there was a geometric horizon, we would need to see farther than what we see? I mean, we can go on and on and on. Why are you choosing to believe in the globe rather than reality?
I have two reasons, like two biggest reasons to give you. The first one is the obvious one that anyone that was honest that came in here would say. It's what I was taught. And the second one is, in anything that I've really done myself, it hasn't contradicted it. So I've never had a particularly compelling reason to abandon what I was originally taught. I want to just say, by like point of clarification, I have abandoned other things that I was originally taught, based on experiments I've done, research I've done. So I'm not just spoon-fed, but on the shape of the Earth, I have not yet found a compelling reason to abandon what I was taught.
Okay,
and
can I give you a
why I believe
compelling
it.
reason? Can I give you a compelling reason?
You can try, but my standards are high.
This is exactly where I'm coming from. So your standards are so high because of what you've been indoctrinated with, that even if we are showing you exactly why this does not work, you're still, and it might take you months, and that's okay. I'm not saying like what you're going through isn't a normal process.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Go ahead.
If you showed me an experiment that like we both agreed on, we did it tonight, and it violated the globe experience that I've had so far. If you
we don't need to do an experiment.
If you and I did anything, like not a thought experiment, but if you could take it, not any thought thing, if I could go outside and do something real, observation, experiment,
100%.
And that thing really was at odds with the globe, really at odds, not just glossing over how light moves or whatever. Like, I mean, really, like
we can do this. Okay, so here
then it won't take me months. It wouldn't take me months.
Perfect. Okay, so this is my point, and this is probably everyone else's point in here, and they're probably sitting on their hands like, oh my god, I want to say this as well.
Yeah, can you believe how much time they've like let us talk? Just you.
I know, it's actually pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool, and I really respect it. So what's happening here is that you are sticking to a belief because you don't know. And what is actually happening here is that what they are claiming is that it is something that is hard set within geometry. This is geometrically set in stone that the radius of the world is 3,959 miles. Now, if that were the case, there would be a geometric horizon. And before Mrs. Gets It was Mrs. Gets It, I think it was even before she might have been Mrs. Musk at the time, she brought up the conversation about a pregnant belly. And so if a woman is pregnant and she rubs her hand down her belly and she gets to a certain point, because of the geometry of her stomach, once it gets to a certain point, you would no longer be able to see that hand anymore. And that is the same thing that would happen with a basketball, anything that has a square. It doesn't matter what object it is. If there is a geometricness to it and you go over that geometric curve of, let's use, of course, a sphere or oblate spheroid, whatever word they want to use. Once you get over that, you would not be able to see what is beyond that. Yet we do. So yes, you can 100% over, go outside, use a P900, even use your telephone, go out to any kind of boardwalk and look through the telescopes, whatever you need to do, you are going to see way farther than we ever should due to Earth, the Globe Earth math calculator, right? Period.
Hey,
and this is globe math.
You can stand down because I don't disagree with you.
Why are you? Wait, hold up. Okay, so if you don't disagree with me that this happens, then why are you still arguing for the globe?
Because for me, you aren't addressing the elephant in the room. And
What?
I don't want to use that word because it always causes problems.
Oh my God, are you going to say gravity?
No.
What does gravity have to do with anything? Okay, then what is the other word? Refraction?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So, let's talk about refraction then. What is refraction? Thank you, CB. What is refraction then? Refraction is...
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
So my argument is really naive and stupid, and I kind of accept that up front. To me, drop a pencil in a glass of water and it doesn't look right. And so just from that simple observation, I'm going to say I do not trust that light always does what people say. And if you want to then explain the shape of the world...
You're wrong right there. Stop.
Okay.
When you drop a pencil into water and you see the pencil be on one side and the other side of the pencil that's out of the water on the other side, that literally is refraction. That is exactly Snell's law, is that it's at the boundary between two mediums. Do you see something happening between the air and the water, between those 2 points happening? Something else where the pencil bends in a different direction, or between the water where it bends in no. It is at the boundary between two mediums that light will move in a different direction, right? It goes away from the path. It drives off the road and takes its own path. That's it.
Sure, you're misunderstanding why I said pencil and water.
Okay, so then what? What am I misunderstanding?
You think that I'm coming at this from trying to say that somehow a pencil in water proves the Earth is a globe, or that light bends a certain way, or that
not at all.
I'm just saying a pencil in water tells me personally that I don't trust that light always does what people say.
I heard you.
So when you say
stop. I heard you the first time. And I understand that you saying that because this happens, you don't trust what light does. But I'm telling you right now that is literally Snell's law. So you should trust that light does certain things when it meets a boundary between two mediums. Like there's nothing.
Why do I have to believe Snell's law?
Because it happens every single time. When light hits a boundary between two mediums, it will behave differently once it hits that medium. That is what happens.
I'm not going to take your word for it, though. I'm not invoking Snell's law here.
Word for it, guys. Does anyone else want to step in with this? Because, I mean, you're literally seeing what happens in reality. What is a law? It's called Snell's law. It's called a law for a reason, and we are not going to see things over the distance of where our geometric horizon should be when and this is my favorite part, is Globers love to invoke the fish tank with sugar water and the density medium.
Well,
and
wait,
then
did I do that? Did I do that?
You didn't. That's why I said Globers love to do this. They will invoke the fish tank with sugar water, and then that laser beam is pointing downwards. It's pointing downwards. And then they love to say, well, this is what happens over a density medium. The light is bending downward. So, of course, that must mean that objects far off in the distance are being holographically projected up into the sky for us to see as if they're solid objects. Like, the illogics behind what Globers actually think and what they see, and some of these are actual scientists. Like, it's beyond me. So even you...
refraction occur, that is true. But I don't know if refraction is occurring the way that...
Wait, hold on, Lemon, I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear what you said in the beginning. Say that again.
Refraction is a thing, yes, on the flat Earth and or the globe conception of the Globers, yes. But the way that they invoke it, basically making light curve over a ball to reach our eye and make us see further than we should, that is a tall order. We don't see light.
It's more than tall. It's more than tall. And what's my favorite, which I don't know if you heard this part, but I've been hearing this a lot lately, especially Flat Earth Math hit me up, like, wanting me to do a show with him, whatever. I heard him talking, I can't remember who he was talking to, whether it was Sleeping Warrior or Nathan or whoever, but he kept talking about the light bending down. The light is bending down, and all of these Globers are constantly using the fish tank sugar water with this laser beam pointing downwards, and they're saying that because this light is pointing down, that's how we see all these objects holographically, these physical objects being holographic, perfect images rised up because the light is bending down. Like,
it doesn't make sense. I mean,
it doesn't.
It's like a string that reaches your eye and has some sort of linear component when it reaches your eye. That's we don't see in laser light. When we look around us, we see a gentle wash of illumination. Lasers are concentrated enough to burn your eye out, and they don't appear to imply any level of consistent, visual coverage. If we had objects that were, pushing out streamers of light or strings of light from all directions, you can think of that as like attached.
I think maybe somebody muted you. It is ladies' night, so.
Sorry. But it's just we don't see light like that. It's a gentle wash of illumination that fills the whole medium. It's not a string.
100%. I completely agree with you. And so I find it quite hilarious that, number one, you would say that you have no reason to understand anything that would even be happening. You're believing other people that are telling you what it possibly is. You find no reasons why it couldn't be what it is. We give you multiple reasons why it isn't what it is, especially when it has to do with, geometry, basic geometry, that we should not be able to see that far, that when it has to do with light and refraction, and then you say, oh, because refraction, I just can't trust what people tell me about light because light can do anything. No, we know what light does because we have Snell's law, and we know it happens between the boundary between two mediums. So, my God.
Yeah, I mean, you're making me feel a little silly, and I can see that. But
good
for me,
don't feel silly. I mean, just feel open. Just feel open to the conversation and understand that there's more to it, and that you're missing a lot of it.
Of course, I'm missing a lot of it. I would have conceded up front, even when I said I'm like an experienced Glober. Everybody here knows so much more about these topics than I do. For me, the geometric arguments, like I'm not that stupid, and I do know like how geometry works. It's just that I think that the geometry and the light are intertwined, and I don't know Snell's law as well as you do, and so I'm not like trying to invoke it. And when you try to invoke it on me, I don't know if what you're telling me is true or not. Maybe it is, and I've actually talked to some other people here. I've been trying to work out how refraction works, but especially towards the horizon, over water, land, whatever, it's it's not easy for me to understand. It seems really complicated, and I find a lot of contradictory things. So I've been struggling with how does light move, and therefore, when people try to argue this geometry stuff to me, I don't trust them because it's important to understand. Even if I stand at the shore of the beach, my eyes see something, but whatever that is depends on how the light moves, and I don't trust either side. And
okay, let me just say this really quick before other people want to jump in, because I've been talking for a long time, and I'm sure people really want to have at this. I just want to tell you, you need to research Snell's law, and you need to research and really read Euclidean's elements. Really read that. Understand the logic, the premises, everything behind it. Once you understand that logic, and then you can start applying Snell's law and everything else to it, like, you don't trust other people. Go to Euclid's elements and then try and apply that to what our reality is. It's going to blow your mind.
yeah, I mean, I've already been doing exactly what you said, and it turns out while I thought it was an evening, like one evening, maybe an hour or something, it turns out that it's been taking me a lot longer. So yeah, I'm trying to do exactly what you just said.
Roland, can I ask you a question?
You can, but I also feel like it's ladies' night, and I've been hogging the time way more than I should have.
That's the point of ladies' night, is for us to talk to people. It's all good.
Well, when it's time for me to shut up, please just say.
Oh, we will.
I just wonder if you can imagine the sun being way closer and smaller than you think, okay, than you've been told. So, have you ever stood on the beach and watched a sunset or a sunrise?
Sunrise, not sunset.
Okay. So next time you're out there, I want you to just really pay attention, okay? Go out there, watch it happen, and imagine it being way closer, way smaller than you have been led to believe. And then maybe that your perspective of it will change, and then it can make sense more. You can see it in a different light, see the motion in a different way. That makes sense.
It definitely makes sense.
Because there's people who, they have to think back, they say, oh, I've seen the curve. Because they said they went in the ocean, or they went on a plane, or they seen the curve. I'm like, okay, well, now that you're thinking about it, go back and look again. And then usually, they don't see it again, because it's like, whoa, the mind's eye, that's what part of the programming is. Have you ever seen anybody be hypnotized before in real life?
I have only seen that in videos.
Okay. I've seen it in real life multiple times, and it is really creepy and weird how much that somebody can get just a total stranger to do. They look totally stupid. They can get them to do anything on stage. They can get them to say anything to anyone just from a simple few things that they do to them. Sleight of hand, whatever, all their little tricks, spells. This is what's been done to us. So this is why people are seeing things that don't exist and not seeing what does exist. So you just have to change your perspective, change your mind's eye, do some more internal work, meditate, I don't know if you're into all that, but
I'm definitely into meditation, and a lot of what you're saying resonates with me. But my only pushback to you, to Flat Earth Goddess, to pretty much everybody I've talked to here, is that thought experiment is two really huge things for me. Thought experiments are just garbage. If you and I can sit here and argue until 6:00 tomorrow morning and whatever, we haven't done anything. It's just a bunch of bullshit about who could convince, sorry, cussing, but who can convince the other person of what just by thinking. And that only gets us so far. I want to do stuff, and I want that stuff to make sense to me.
Well, that's why I asked, what is your
That's my
point?
bar.
What are we doing here? You know, that's why I said that earlier. What's your intention? What is the purpose?
Sure,
of
yeah.
this
My
conversation, right?
intention, like, I
So-
have 2 points of being here. One is
and
that,
then
like,
Hold on, let me finish this thought. So I said that earlier, and then fast forward to Battle Modest, and she was saying, crap, I lost my thought. I totally just lost my thought. I hate that. I know. It was a good point. Oh, no. Okay, I got it. You were saying you were going to go, you wanted something you could do right now. Okay. Well, here's the deal. I don't know where you're located, what state you're in. You said you see the sunrise. So I'm guessing you're in the East Coast.
A decent guess.
Okay. So you have to find somebody that you can talk to at the same time. For example, I'm in Florida. Okay. I have friends in Hawaii. Like, we can literally call each other, and I'm like, hey, can you see the moon? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, me too. How come we can see the moon at the same time? That should not be physically possible. Okay. These are the real life things you can do. Find somebody that's on the other side of where you're located and link up with those flat earthers, being here and talking to the other flat earthers and connecting with them and doing those lives and stuff like that, so that you can go out there to go on an Instagram live video with somebody that's, I've done this too, with someone on that whole other side. It's supposed to be on the complete other side. And they're seeing the same things I'm seeing. They're not supposed to even be seeing that stuff. So there's ways to do what you said, to go out and do the experiment with us right here and there. We just have to find where you're at and where the other person is, and where y'all can go outside and look up and do the same thing.
Funny story. I actually had that same thought. I did eventually find somebody that was in New Zealand. We talked for like a day and a half, and then they got mad and never talked to me again. So, like, I'm dying to do what you just said. It's not as easy as you might think.
Well,
especially when like people aren't seeing eye to eye and like get frustrated.
Wow, she just said she'd help you. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's why I shut up.
I just seen your message from earlier. If you here.
Oh God, I better go look at my message from earlier. I don't remember what it was.
It was about the 9th grade kid.
Oh yeah, I didn't think people should dox themselves even a little bit when they're that young.
Yeah, I agree. But anyway, we'll move on from that. Okay, so, I mean, do you have any, like, specific questions? Keep in touch with me after this, because I will definitely help you get in contact with somebody, and we will link up this. We will make an event of it, okay?
Oh, that's awesome. A simultaneous observation. Oh, those are the best. High five, sis.
So check it out. I'll just say in live, I don't know if I've said this in live stream or not before, but like I have this little like secret wish, my Santa Claus wish, my Christmas wish. I want to make, I've never made a YouTube channel before. I'm not a like content producer, but like I've suddenly found this desire to make a YouTube channel that is a glober and a flat earther only talking about stuff they agree on. Like, I like
that. I like that. I had a really good, I've been having a couple of globe people coming and wanting to talk to me, because a lot of flat earthers won't talk to them. They can't find no flat earthers to talk to them. And I'm like, I'll talk to you, you know? So yeah, I mean, and I've had some really decent conversations with some globe earthers. I feel like a lot of people definitely realize something's up, something's not right. We can all agree with that. We definitely are being lied to, and we all want to find out the answers. We just don't know how to unify to get those answers and find it on a mass scale.
Yeah, the lied to thing. I keep hearing like, why would they lie? And I always like facepalm, because no matter what side you're on of any issue, the people that are like talking about it are lying. I don't know. Like, everybody has motivations to lie. There's a million motivations to lie. So it's like this. Yeah. Why would they lie?
Yeah. We got a song for that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We can.
I mean, like, globers are lying, flat earthers are lying, vaxxers are lying, anti-vaxxers are lying. Everybody's.
Why would they lie?
Everybody's lying.
People do a lot for money, man. You know, NASA makes billions of dollars a year. So, you know, I've seen people do a lot for $10. I knew a boy that ate a frog in high school for $5. So, you know, there ain't nothing that people won't do for money.
I mean, inflation, but you give me $20, I'll eat a frog.
I mean, it was one of those little tiny ones, but I felt more bad.
All right, I feel like I gotta step aside. It's ladies' night. You guys have at it.
Okay.
I'm gonna bow out. But I'm still here. I'm still here listening.
We're glad you came back. That's cool.
Hey, you guys have to follow up on Ladies' Night again. Sorry, Dandelion.
There's 58 people in this chat right now. Just saying. Doing great, ladies.
Thank you.
It's ladies' night.
What's up, everybody?
Who's next? I was just wondering if any of these other new people had a question about the Pale Globe model. There's Apocalypse, and he has the VC verified role. Can you say hello to us?
Hello, how are you?
Apokalipze. A difficult name to pronounce.
All right, I'm going to peace out of this because I got to go and get my girl into bed. I got a lot of other stuff to do. It's like midnight. This has been an awesome conversation. Thanks, y'all, for having me.
It was great to have you.
See you next time.
Have a good night.
Good night, y'all.
Good night. There's somebody else I saw that was new, but I don't think they had roles. Now I'm having trouble finding them.
Wait, so is ladies' night officially over, or is it still continuing?
I don't know.
Oh, discard. We can talk to you though. So, you want to know what a LARPer is? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah. Well, I looked it up. It says a role player.
Yeah. Yep, that's what it is.
But I wasn't the one who role played as a flat earther.
Okay, so you're still, because you and your person that you say is not your friend there, you totally act just like, for years and years, the hundreds and hundreds and thousands of teenage trolls we've seen come in together and try to play off each other. So then you're in the live stream voice text, like fake scolding your buddy there, Mr. What's his name? Crazy Narwhal. So if you were his friend, okay, so we can't prove it one way or another. We just go with verifiable things here. And if you were a LARPer and if you were his friend, he's a better, he came clean with us. He was honest and he said, I'm not really a flat earther, even though I could tell right in the check-in that he wasn't. I mean, that was really obvious. Mm-hmm. If you're not really a flat earther, you guys don't know like how obvious you are. You know what I mean? So if you're just if you're just a person who for some reason like accidentally comes across and it just happens to coincidentally act disingenuous and act like every other teenage troll we've ever had in here for years. I mean, I apologize. I can't verify that you are a LARPer troll, but that's what I think you are. So if you would like to prove me wrong, go ahead. Tell me why you're not a LARPer troll.
Like I said, I already proved flat Earth. And the thing is, Crazy Narwhal has a different view from me. And this dude, I tried to friend request him and explain to him in DMs that what he thinks is not true. And I didn't come with him. Like, why? Just because I'm closer to age with this kid.
Dandelion, I had an idea. So
you guys are assuming things about me.
Hold on. Is he saying he's a flat earther?
Yes, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Thank you for confirming that. All right, so Dandelion, maybe he should talk to a globe earther. We should see what he's rolling with.
That's a good idea. If we had an available globe earther, that'd be great.
We might be able to find one.
I'm here right now.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yes, he's been actually. Discord has been wanting to talk to school people in the flat Earth all night. So yeah, let's let him do it with Ethan. Yeah, that's a great idea. So Discord, Ethan's a Glober.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I love it. It's a real audition here. Not just you did say the information, Discord, no doubt. You gave us the 3 reasons. They were great. A lot of people were convinced.
I have a question.
A lot of people are convinced by you. I'm not. So I'm just telling you. Yeah, convince me.
Is religion allowed in discussion? No, right?
We don't debate doctrine here.
I'm not religious anyway.
Okay. I won't bring it up then.
I'm not religious anyway. It's not going to work.
All right, it's going to be hard now.
It's going to be so difficult for you, isn't it, Discord? All right, Discord, why don't you talk to Ethan and try to get him to understand why the globe is a failure.
Terrible model.
All right, first of all, Ethan, I don't want to be personal or anything, but you can answer this on your own discretion. When did you believe the fact that the Earth is a globe?
Since before I can actually remember.
All right. So you do you believe that you're an atheist, right?
I don't believe in a God, but I mean that's not part of the discussion. But if you want to talk about it, go ahead.
Okay, look, I want you to explain how. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
It's okay, man. I'll go easy on you, Discord.
Why don't you start the questions? I don't know how to start things.
What do you want to talk about? Like, what general ideas?
Like, ask a question about flat Earth and how it is wrong in your thinking.
I like to
ask any question right now. Ask any question.
Any question?
Yes, that you think is wrong about the flat Earth model.
All right. Here's the discussion, Discord. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Time out. I apologize for interrupting. We don't have a flat Earth model. And then actually the burden of proof would be on the heliocentric theory. So we have to approach it in that way. So he has to tell us, certain things.
Is heliocentrism different from geocentrism?
Yeah, I think geocentrism would be like Earth is the middle of the solar system or some shit.
But it's still a planet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to stop here, and if somebody else wants to talk, if somebody else wants to talk to Ethan, one of the other ladies, that'd be great. Discord. So whatever you are, so maybe you are, extremely genuine in all of this in terms of the flat Earth, but you just need more experience learning about it and so on. So that's why when you said you wanted to get the flat Earth roll earlier and you gave your points, I didn't give it to you. And if another might have given it to you, I would have taken it off because you aren't ready to have the flat Earth roll. And here's the reason. Even if you do believe that, and you may believe that, you don't understand the reasons enough to explain it to someone in an objective manner. It's not enough to just believe it. You have to understand it. You have to understand the logic behind it. In this server, you have to be able to explain it in a logical way to be able to have that tag. You have to be able to objectively explain the facts. That's just how we are. If you want to be there's other flat Earth servers. I'm sure someone could recommend one to you where you can just go in and be like, I believe. And be a flat Earth.
I'm not perfect.
And we're just, okay, I'm not done. I'm not done. So I didn't say you had to be perfect. I just said you have to earn the role and you have to I'm sorry, I was just reading a message. And you have to be able to convince us that you are able to explain the position to someone else. So that's why we asked you to talk to Ethan. You're obviously not ready for that, and that's perfectly fine. So you can just hang around here as long as you want. If anyone gives you the flat Earth roll, I'm going to take it off. Anyone takes off your LARPA roll, I'm going to put it back on. So, you're welcome to stay around. Welcome to stay around.
Real quick, can I ask Ethan a question?
Yeah, I want to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Sorry.
The same thing applies to the Gold Earth roll too. We don't give it to just anybody. So if they come in here and they say something like gravity is caused by the rotation of the Earth, like they're not going to get the Gold Earth roll. You got to be able to defend your position to get one of the shape rolls, basically.
Yeah, it's always been that way. It's always been that way for years. So, for the record,
let's give him a chance, okay? We'll give him a chance. I'll bring up the gravity experiment, the famous one, the Cavendish experiment. What do you think about that,
We
Discord?
just said you're going to talk to someone else.
Ethan.
So, does anyone else want to talk to Ethan,
Sure.
or we can move on to someone else?
So,
you, Ethan.
Ethan, have you ever seen the full moon in the daytime? Yes or no?
In the daytime?
Discord, I'm going to mute you if you don't follow along with what we're saying here. We gave you a chance to talk to him. I said you're not ready to do it, so now we're going to let one of the ladies talk to him. Oh, and if we want to just end ladies' night and someone else wants to talk to him, then we
hey,
can do
you know
that
what?
too.
It's cool with me. I mean, I don't know. I don't really hear the other ladies. Damsel's still here. Let's see.
I mean, I already ended the event, so I mean, it's midnight.
Okay,
It's been 7 hours, so I think we might as well just say that we're ending it. I think it went well. So we're like Seinfeld, and we're going to go out
I
on
like
top,
ladies'
right?
night.
Yeah,
It was good.
I second what Dandelion's trying to do here. I'm good.
Oh, Omnipotent One has something to say. Go ahead, Omnipotent One.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Oh, welcome to the server.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys. I just joined earlier. I'm going to be honest right now. Well, I don't have a role, obviously, but I just came in here to kind of learn both sides of the argument because I was kind of interested by the whole thing, you know. And I guess I just wanted to ask a question, like, what is the major, like, the biggest proof? If you had to come up with one piece of evidence for the flat Earth, like, what would you give me?
Long distance observations that show conclusively that it's impossible for us to be on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Correct.
We have a flat Earth wiki.
Okay.
I'll put the link to it in the voice text. Basically, every single one of these observations is impossible on a globe of dimensions claim, because if we did live on a curved surface, then by definition, by the geometry of a sphere, that surface would have to curve away from us, because they give us these exact dimensions, then we're able to and use the approximate rate that is given to us. If you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, they tell you the curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rate at which the curvature increases as you're looking off into the distance, which means that when you get up to, for example, at 25 miles, at which measurement we have many laser tests that have hit a target at 25 miles, when those targets should be obscured by over, around 300 feet of curvature, as well as long distance observations seeing the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan at a distance 52 miles, when that should be obscured behind thousands of feet of curvature, yet we can see the entire city skyline. And just backing that up a little bit, I mean, those are what we can observe in reality that disproves the model. But on the other hand, if you have something like that where you're claiming we live on a spinning ball, you should have some kind of evidence for it. And they have no credible, no scientific evidence, no testable, repeatable, verifiable information whatsoever. It's a complete fantasy. So there's my best.
Yes. So as far as that information, wouldn't like satellite imaging and stuff like that be conclusive scientific evidence? I mean, it's just like that's something that's physical, intangible.
That's a good question. That's a good question. But it isn't, for many reasons. Those images, one, they cannot be, you cannot verify them. They're telling us that they're taking them from this fantasy medium of outer space, which in and of itself cannot exist, because you cannot have a vacuum or a near vacuum right next to the atmosphere of Earth. So they're already suspicious, and we can't repeat them. Science has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. We have to rely on the word of an agency that's proven to be unreliable. But even if you believe NASA, they'll tell you right on their own website that they don't, that they cannot go up there and snap a picture of Earth, that they use CGI.
Do you have a link to that?
It's
I'd
right
just
on
be
the
interested
website there.
to check
Yep,
it out.
yep, it's right there. It got memes
Okay, just
Blue
on.
Marble, which is the quote from NASA.gov. Now I'll give you links, Blue Marble, so you can go right to the link. Can't believe they left that up there. The reason I made that screenshot back when I did 9/5/2020 is because I thought, no way are they going to keep this up there on their website. They can't possibly keep this up there on their website.
Right.
There it is. It's still there. It says right there, NASA.gov. Yep. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. I'll tell you right up there.
Wow.
They can't even go up there. When you see these images, they are, they're created images, which we know is possible with photography.
Right.
Nonetheless, even if you believe these images, they're widely contradictory with each other, as well as contradicting all the amateur weather balloons, which go up there at over 100,000 feet and show an completely flat horizon. So you have to either, when you take all of this evidence into account, think that all of these amateurs have gone up there faking a flat horizon to try to make you believe the Earth is flat, though they have absolutely zero reason to do that, no motivation, when flat earthers are clearly ridiculed, lose jobs, lose family members, have to deal with, constant headache and hassle, don't get any money from it, or a government organization when we already know that the media, government, military, education system is all in each other's pockets, all about profit, and that, that they are profiting from the globe line, NASA raking in billions of years, that they are coming together and conspiring to try to present this globe image, and they can't even be consistent with their own globe images.
Oh, God damn, that was fucking beautiful.
Woo!
That was beautiful.
Yes, girl.
Oh, thank you.
That was amazing, Dandelion.
Well, I think you
fucking job.
You guys touched. Yeah, you guys touched on it earlier, but I wasn't there for the whole discussion, but the motivation for the lies, obviously one being profit, but I haven't done a whole lot of research into it, I'll admit, but where would the money kind of stem from? I mean, just by telling people that Earth is a globe, where is like the monetary like benefit?
Well, don't NASA makes like $80-something billion a day, something like that? Somebody has probably the correct figures. I mean, if they're giving us this bullshit CGI, which is probably what, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000.
Yeah, they get billions of dollars to put out they get billions of dollars to put out bad science fiction, middle school level animation. My children can make a better animation of a Mars rover supposedly landing on Mars. They're getting tons of money for this nonsense, but that's not even the main motivation necessarily. But it doesn't even matter why they're doing it. We just are showing you that they're doing it. I mean, it might be interesting to speculate about why, but we really don't need to know. It's just clear there's no globe anywhere.
And do you pay taxes? Or do you think you're taxing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, they're not getting money from anybody by telling them that the globe is flat. They're getting money from taxes. They're getting money from contracts with people who they're putting satellites up into orbit. So yeah. That's where the money's coming from, and as far as the curvature, I don't know. I haven't done any personal experiments, so they could be lying to me. I haven't taken any pictures from whatever it's like 7,000 miles up in space to the top of the atmosphere. Like I haven't done any of these things, but I for one, I just can't see why there would be some massive organization that would be making all of these. I mean, it's not just NASA sending satellites up into space and taking pictures of the globe. I mean, it's other things too, like SpaceX, and even I think I've seen some amateur things who send up like a live streaming GoPro or something. I just can't see what kind of benefit like an underground organization would have from like running kind of this scandal on like
why
a
don't you have until before we run on to that, which since we're not the ones doing it, we will never solve that problem. What's your response to what I presented to you about how there's these long distance observations which show that it's impossible for us to live on a globe of dimensions claimed. I mean, why does it matter?
Based on
you
like
can't
the vision
imagine it.
sort of stuff.
I can imagine it, no problem. But you can't. So what? Who cares? I mean, what does that matter about what I just told you? That just because it's it's a fallacy argument from incredulity. It doesn't. We try to stick to the facts and logic here. We don't just because you can't imagine. That they can lie, they did. I mean, you can yourself.
I was saying that I couldn't. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was just saying I couldn't imagine
Chicago. Many independent researchers have done all these observations. As I said, unless all of those people are getting together, do you think all these individual amateurs with the weather balloons, long distance observations, laser tests are getting together to try to conspire that the Earth is flat? What would be their motivation for doing that, omnipotent one?
For the flat earthers trying to prove the Earth is flat?
Yeah, why have all these people gotten together and made all these long distance observations, taken weather balloon footage? I'll try to find one for you from over 100,000 feet that show a completely flat horizon, do laser tests, some of which were certified by the Hungarian government, test after test after test after test, showing that the Earth is flat. Why would they get together? What would be their reason for coming together to try to conspire to make people believe that the Earth is flat?
To hide a creator.
I mean, from the base. So the way I would see it is you're directly trying to oppose some sort of like authority. Like your school tells you the Earth is round, NASA tells you the Earth is round, and there's just something kind of ingrained in like human psyche that makes you want to believe that you know what's right and that you're kind of supporting what's right. And I think by opposing one of like what it seems ridiculous to some people or the average person who has gone through like standardized education to say that the Earth is flat. So I think it's just
indoctrination.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Sorry. Know why education is standardized?
No. Do you know why they always believe that it's pathetic to think about a flat Earth? Because they have been taught that since birth.
Because of education, yeah.
Right.
But I think the basis of that argument is that the education is not false.
What?
Because
So were you taught in school that the scientific method and that science is required to be testable, repeatable,
hypothesized,
verifiable, and that you're required to make a natural observation, that you're required to have manipulate the independent variable of a dependent variable, and all those things?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So how do you think that applies to the globe? Where have you ever seen this curvature scientifically verified or this rotation scientifically verified?
Well, I guess you kind of debunked my whole satellite imaging sort of thing. So that's not really something I can fall back on. But I would fall back on what you were saying about the Great Lakes.
Can easily, so you get I just want to reiterate that the images can be easily manipulated and are not scientific evidence. You understand that? I could show you an image of Bigfoot. I could show you an image of a unicorn. Then are you going to tell me that they exist?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just as far as proving global Earth, I would just like to say, like, as far with the Chicago and the Great Lakes scenario, seeing 52 miles when you're only supposed to see 3 from a height of 5 feet, I think it is.
Is a mirage.
Yeah. But I mean, essentially, that's what it is. I mean, there's air densities, and the light gets diffracted, and that's like a scientific principle that we understand. Like you're driving down the road on a hot summer day, you see like a shimmering mirage, like above the asphalt. That's something you see that's naturally observable. So why wouldn't it be naturally observable on a larger scale with larger distances in mind? I mean, we know mirages are things. We know
We're not saying that mirages don't occur, but the thing is, the way that the Globers invoke refraction is the questionable part, where they're essentially saying that a string of light is curving over the ball. That doesn't appear to be valid. That's the problem with their interpretation of how refraction occurs.
And even if it does, okay, Lemon, so what you were saying, what are you specifically saying that is happening with this mirage? Do you understand that there's a difference between mirage and refraction and looming and all these different things that occur? You understand that they're all different, right? They're not one and the same?
Yeah. And before I said that, I should have admitted that I don't know these things. I'm not like,
okay, that's
I haven't
totally
spent
fair.
the time researching them. I just know that they can be applied in some facet to the situation.
Well,
so,
you should know how they are applied. And so,
Okay, yeah.
and a lot of even main scientists don't understand that there is a difference between them. A lot of scientists think that looming is something completely different than mirroring. So I would like to know how you are invoking any kind of optical illusion that happens between light and the medium that it's in, and the temperature that it's in, and the things that happen to light when it is acting upon our world, to like that it has to do with the globe model. Like, what is your point?
My point is I just did some very light research before this, and I noticed that some things were saying light was refracting due to like atmospheric density and temperature. So I myself, I don't know.
Yeah, so I
haven't really
think
looked into it a lot.
that's okay, and that's great. That I appreciate you being completely honest about this, because fraction, once again, which we've been talking about all night, happens at the boundary between two mediums, right? That's where the light will take a different path of which it was taking, so it'll come in one point and then it'll diverge from that point to a different point depending on how it hits that medium. Period. That's it. That's what refraction is. Then we have things like miraging, which there is a temperature differential, and it'll make it look like things are, appearing wiggly or, higher. Different things can happen with that. And then we have looming, which is actually mirroring, where we would see a boat where it looks like it's floating in the sky. It's like, oh my goodness, it looks like what's happening here? The boat is floating in the sky, when actually the horizon is beyond that boat, and it only looks like it's appearing to float in the sky because the ocean is reflecting sky, right? There's a ton of different things that are all these are optical illusions, and others are Snell's law, which has to do with refraction. And that's, that's pretty much it. So I would like to know how this has to do anything with what the geometric curve of the Earth, which requires an R, which they say they know that R is established. Like, we know what it is. We know that the radius is 3,959 miles. How did you get that?
You said 3,000?
3,959 miles is the radius.
I think the accepted value for circumference is 24,000.
I said radius. Yeah, I said radius.
Well, radius is half of our circumference, so I think half of 25,000 is...
The radius
what is that?
Radius is half of the diameter.
Half of the half. It's half of the half.
For the circumference, you divide by 2 pi, which is roughly 6. So you take the circumference and divide roughly by 6 or 2 times pi to get...
So then where does radius come into the equation with curvature? Because radius is coming from the center.
The reason why we need the radius is because this is how we get the drop in curvature. And this is another thing that people have, we can have a conversation for months on, is there a drop or is there a hump? Is it constantly raising and then into a drop? Is it constantly dropping? Is it constantly rising? What is actually happening with this sphere that we're on? It is a paradox, and we can discuss this and everyone can have a different conversation about it. But the reason why the radius is so important, besides all of that, is that is how we get, quote unquote, the drop of how far that this geometric horizon should be. No matter what, if you're holding a ball and you're standing at the top center of it, right? Like, just imagine you're standing on the top center of a basketball. At a certain point to that ball, you wouldn't be able to see beyond a certain point. Period. It's hidden by a literal object. It's a geometric curve. It's a geometric horizon that nothing beyond that would be able to be seen. Period.
Like a hill.
So
like
you
a
need
hill.
that.
Yeah.
And you don't have that. You can't even go back. You can't even go back to say, number one, that they figured out the shape. Can't do that. Then you need the shape in order to figure out to measure it. Can't figure out how they measured it. Can't figure out the radius of it.
Well, they measured it using geometry, I would assume.
Oh, really?
Which is the same principles that you're basing your argument on.
And you already said it. You already said the word within your sentence. You assume. You assume that they did this. Show me that they actually did it. No, show me that they actually did it. Don't assume. Show us.
Okay. I'm working on that. But was it so? When was the measurements for the radius or circumference of the Earth? Like, when were those found? Because I think it was pretty early on in history.
No, it wasn't pretty early on. So you pretty much you should go back to Al-Biruni is where you need to go, and it's a joke. And the fact that I need to tell you that is pretty funny. The fact that you are coming in here believing in this glow model, believing what you've been told, you don't even understand it yourself. We have to explain it to you, but we're the dummies, right? Like, flat Earth is just stupid.
I mean, from what I've been told, not to be offensive or anything, but I think this is what interested me about coming into this community is the steadfastness that you guys have. You've endured like ridicule for years, and I admire that you guys are kind of standing against that. And I just think that I came in here to learn kind of your guys' point of view.
And don't you find it funny that we're actually telling you your own point of view? That we're schooling you on your point of view to try and help debate us? I'm literally schooling you to help you debate us. Doesn't that tell you something? I mean,
it was more like a mental experiment,
yeah, I think
coming from my education. Yeah, for myself, it was kind of to see what you guys think about the globe and what I think about like flat Earth. Like all intents were to be respectful. I didn't come in here to school you guys by any means. I know very little about the whole flat and round Earth argument. I just know that based on what I've been taught, the Earth is round. So I just wanted to kind of
do you hear you inflected on that? The Earth is round, yet you have nothing to actually back that up, and we're actually giving you evidence to try and back up your own claim. No, does anybody else hearing this? The fact that he came in here, he wants to debate against flat Earth, and I'm giving him evidence for him to be able to debate us. What's happening? It's so funny. I really wish that you could see that omnipotent one.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that you gave. I've asked that question. It's kind of rhetorical. Like, why would people conspire to make people believe the Earth is flat? I've asked that many times. I've never had anyone actually answer it before, so I appreciate you actually answering it because it was funny. Because it's absurd. That's why I asked the question. It's absurd. So I hope that you will take some time. I hope you might have considered bookmarking the link I put in there earlier, and actually, examine the math and science behind it, and look at these observations. We have. We didn't even get in too much detail. The laser test, I think somebody, I don't know if it was while you were here, but I just put it in there again, the FE core laser test. Examine the evidence, because your answer was kind of like, oh, you guys, I'm just paraphrasing, I know, but you're kind of like, oh yeah, you guys just like, going, speaking, going up against the power, or like rebelling or something like we just picked this because we like, saying we like running around saying NASA's bad guys. That's not the reason. Like, none of it. So I'll tell you what, omnipotent one, the reason, most of us, I think, have similar experience to me, where we, wanted to disprove the flat Earth to be able to explain to people why it was wrong. And so then when we looked into it more, we realized there were questions that we couldn't answer. And then once you get to the point of the hard measurements, and you look for curvature and realize nothing's there, then you can either, be intellectually honest with yourself and pursue the evidence to where it goes, and you can just emotionally detach yourself from the globe model and realize that a failed mathematical model can be discarded and should be discarded, which many objective people and logical people before you have done. I'd also I'm going to share with you a video from Dr. John E., PhD in, is it spectrometry? Is that what it's called? And how light works. And he, same as the rest of us, decided he wanted to disprove it, ended up proving it to himself. It has, I think you might appreciate the intellectual approach of his videos and so on. So, but it's going to be up to you. We don't expect anyone to understand immediately because yes, you come in here having one view of flat Earth, and not really understanding the substance behind it. So you have to look into that kind of on your own and come to your own conclusions. A lot of people can't handle it, because you say, oh, they like rebelling. No, it's a hard knock life. All right. To actually be here and see like how deep the deception goes. And once, you get used to it, it's kind of like, yep, that's just the way it is. And you accept it. So you can either accept the facts and the evidence, allow them to, be a real scientifically minded person, a real objective person, a real logical person, or you can go back to the fantasy globe, pretend you live on a globe because that's way easier. Believe what they tell you on the TV. That's way easier. So we're not doing this because we like being rebels. We don't like it. We're doing it because that's where we searched for the truth, and that's where the search for the truth and the facts and the objective evidence led us.
Okay. I understand that, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Thank you, CB. I enjoyed that. Oh, I'm sorry. Bong Sao's doing it because he likes being a rebel. So there are people who are doing it that reason. Thank you, Bong Sao.
Sorry, that was, that wasn't like an insult to you guys at all. Sorry.
Oh, I know. I didn't think it was. I just thought it was cool that you actually answered my question because I think you're the first person who's actually ever answered it before.
I just have one more question before I hop off here. Like defending the theory of gravity. I know you guys don't really accept gravity as a scientific concept. So just it would be interesting to kind of hear what do you think replaces gravity? Because things do fall down. I just want to know kind of like what you guys what the explanation for that is. I think it was something about densities.
I can start off with the fact that electric statics has a bigger charge to it and is actually something that is measurable far beyond what gravity is. Then we also have density and buoyancy and a bunch of other things. And anybody that says gravity, I would like to ask which one. Number one, it isn't a force. Number two, if you're talking about the bending of space-time, that's bunk. Show me time. Show me space. And I mean, it just goes on and on. We can talk about this for an hour. But yeah, electrostatics has a bigger number to it than gravity ever does, and that's not even put into equations. So trying to isolate gravity from that, you can't do it. You just can't. And what is gravity? I mean, and so I would return the question. Masses, right? So you're saying that it's the attraction of masses. So you think that it's a force?
It
is? You think that gravity is a force?
Yeah, that's what makes the Earth circular. That's what makes its orbit the sun.
Gravity is not a force. That has been superseded by Einstein and the general gravity. No, it's not a force. So it's the bending and warping of space-time, which is an effect.
It's the acceleration. Gravity can be measured by 9.8 meters per second accelerated downward. So it is a downward sloping force in some facets, I would say.
You would say what? Say that one more time. What would you say that gravity is?
Gravity. It's a down. I said downward sloping. It's a downward pushing force.
Okay. So no, it wouldn't be. Number one, it's not a force because we are beyond Newtonian. We're into Einstein and we're into general relativity and the bending and warping of space-time. Number 2 or 3 or whatever you want to call it is that when you're in outer space, is there an up or is there a down?
No.
No, there isn't. There's never an up or a down. So how can something be going down in space?
Well, it's going down to the center of the Earth, which is an objective down.
No. Yeah, that would be completely ridiculous because there is no down. There's no down. There's no center. There's no nothing.
There's an objective down on Earth. I mean, I'm looking at the ground right now.
Yeah, you are looking down at it. Yeah, you can say that. But there is no down. And there is no force. And it's the bending and warping of
9.8 meters per second.
And it is the bending and warping of space-time. So, yeah, you're wrong on all accounts.
Just by a basic physics kind of definition. I mean, that's how you calculate terminal velocity.
Physics actually makes sense. And guess what? Gravity isn't needed. Gravity is not needed in physics.
Gravity is required for terminal velocity calculations. Yeah.
Is it? Tell me how. Tell me how gravity is needed. And shooting a gun and flying a plane and riding in a boat and driving a car and doing everything that we actually do in life. Tell me how gravity is actually needed, especially when electrostatics has a stronger, actual, real, present force that is bigger and greater than gravity claims to even be when it's not even actually there. Love to hear that.
I haven't heard of the whole electrostatics thing. And I forgot my question. Sorry. Could you rephrase it? Sorry about that.
I mean, there was a lot there, but the point is that there is no gravity. There isn't. Period.
Okay.
Whether you want to think of it as a force, whether you are using
equations, though,
whether
right?
you are thinking no, it's not just an equation. Whether you are thinking of it as Newtonians, that it is a force through Newton, or you know, which has been superseded by Einstein, that you're thinking of it as the bending and warping of space-time, where it's not an actual force, but can possibly be thought of as a force.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not used anywhere. It's even in any equation used, it doesn't fucking matter. It's totally tiny. And pardon my French, it's so small, it doesn't even matter. And the actual electrostatics of this world that is actually measurable isn't even used in these equations. So why is something that we actually know is there isn't used in the equations, but yet we're going to put in that G is there because it's so insignificant that it actually doesn't matter. No pun intended.
Yeah. I would just say, I guess I can't really say anything. I mean, I'm not educated on the whole thing. I just know that
I love your honesty. No, and you know what? I love your honesty. And I hope that you really stick around. You keep listening to these conversations, and maybe you might, in your thinking, come up with better arguments for the globe. Mm-hmm. Maybe you might be like, wait a minute, something's off here, and start heading over towards the flat earth side. Or be stuck in the middle and be like, you know what? I don't know which way to go. There's something off here. And it might take you a while. But the fact that you are actually honest means, to me, it means a lot. I don't know about anyone else, but to me, it means a lot. And I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. I like this guy. You can have a decent conversation. It's great.
Yeah. It's really cool.
I just want to learn as much as possible, to further my argument, to hear your guys's. I'll definitely look more into it in the future. I appreciate you guys being so kind, I guess.
If you have any questions, I mean, you can hit me up in DMs. Come back here on Ladies Night. Come back here throughout the week, whatever. I do not mind if you want to send me private messages. If you have any questions, you've been really cool. I'm more than willing to talk to you about whatever you want to talk about. I hope that you can understand the logic behind what's happening and get rid of all the illogics that we've been taught. and just more and more focus on the logic. And like, that doesn't make sense. And start realizing all those places that it does not make sense.
Isbo wants to make sure that you understand what a radius is. I don't know. Is that you want to say something to him, Gizbo? Go ahead.
Sorry.
He's dying to talk
That
to
was
you.
a misunderstanding on my
I appreciate
part.
it. So, do you know how to find the radius? What is the radius? How do you find the radius on the circle?
It's the distance from the center of the circle to the outer edge of the circle.
How do you know it's the center?
How do I know?
You create the diameter, right? It's the longest distance between the two sides on the circle, and then you split that in half at 50%. The radius with the arc is the curvature. That's how you measure the curvature of the Earth. I don't know if you weren't able to understand that based off the globe model. That's how they use that mathematical equation to let you know that you can't see past the curvature, even though we have proof that you can see past the curvature. Or not past the curvature, that you can see flatly straight out. Like there is no curvature.
Okay, yeah, I'll check out arc lengths and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully.
But yeah, thank you for letting me.
It definitely takes time. I don't know if you saw that I tagged you in that Dr. John D video. It's only 15 minutes long.
I haven't opened that up.
Did you see should I put it up there again? I probably should. Let me see. Oh, I don't still have it in my thing. Anyway, it's only 15 minutes long, but I think it explains it really well, just kind of like what the question is.
Okay.
There it is. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come back and tell us what you think, because it takes time to look at the information, and you sound like a person who is willing to be reasonable and look over the evidence and tell us what you think. So we hope you come back sometime and tell us what you think after you look it over.
Okay. Yes, it's been great talking to you guys. And insightful. So yeah, I'll peace out then.
I think I should give him the seem sincere role so people don't pick on him too much when he comes back. I don't know. I think he seems sincere. I'll give it to him. There you go. Now you have another role. It seems sincere.
Sweet. When do I get the Medal of Honor?
I don't know. What Medal of Honor do you want? I don't know if we have Medals of Honor. Do we?
Oh, I was just making a joke, like Purple Heart and stuff. You know?
Oh yeah. Well, you can collect rolls. Yeah, some people do. Yeah. Although, as Jenny and I were talking about, like most of our rolls, we have a large number of like negative connotation rolls, and not too many positive connotation rolls.
Yes, girl, you said it. Mm-hmm.
Casey's going. Oh, Casey, we're so glad you were here and that you talked to us. Casey said she has to go, and hopefully you'll come back another day.
Bye, Casey.
Good to have you, Tracy.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm back. I was on a phone call, but I just got back on right now.
Okay, cool.
Well, hey. Yeah, cool. Was somebody leaving Dandelion?
Yes, Casey left. She's gone now.
Oh, okay.
Rhymes with Tracy. We could write a poem. Yeah.
No, Tracy's like, what? Wait, what? Oh, man. Okay. All right. So how many hours are we now with the ladies that are on?
Dude, we've been going for a while now. I'm loving it.
Well,
5 hours and 43 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Woo!
Yeah, almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours. It's been going really good.
And for somebody that said it was 7 already, I think they were wrong about that.
Hi, gosh, I'm going to go for that. It's over 7 hours, unless I'm like can't subtract anymore.
We gotta take it home.
Don't get me wrong; it seems like it, but yeah.
Thank you, Northern Rebellion. Thank you.
Well, we just need more people speaking up and making.
By the way,
it more
I also
exciting.
enjoyed every minute of it so far. So thank you.
Good. You
guys want me to do my Helio impression again?
Yes.
Nobody wants to listen to you ladies for 7 hours. I mean, I like ladies' night and everything, but come on.
Oh my god, so amazing! It's so amazing.
Whoa.
That was fantastic.
That deserves a round of applause. Yes, it does.
Sure does.
Bravo, lady.
I can't wait to hear him when he finds out you said that. I'm gonna laugh so hard.
Oh, tell him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he knows. I pick on him all the time. But yeah, I mean,
I know, I'm kidding, but it's funny.
No, he'll come in at some point and he's going to be like, wait, ladies, is still going on? Like, if we keep it would be amazing if we just kept it going on until Helio showed up. And we're waiting for Helio to come in.
You ladies taking so much time.
Or even if we stop it and we're done with ladies, but then we're let's just keep one lady in here at all times until he comes back in and pretend it's still ladies' night. Maybe it'll be on Tuesday and we're like, dude, it's still ladies' night. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Did we run through all the new people? I don't know.
I don't know if we did.
Issa never talked to us. We tried to talk to Issa. We never.
There anyone else here?
Aerith. Aerith didn't talk to us. VC verified. Hello, Aerith.
Niz. What about Niz?
Okay.
You what?
Is that
Sorry, what about?
There he is.